Okay, for those of you new to the primary and secondary ModCast or podcast or whatever the hell you want to call this, the time now, at least when it's live, it's 5:26. The official show doesn't start till 6. So if you have something to eat, something to drink, need to go to the bathroom, need to go return books to the library, do it now because we're starting in about 34 minutes. In this meantime, there will probably be some dead space. There's also going to be a little bit of discussion with the panelists, not necessarily discussing topics of the show, but just kind of side banter. So some of the coolest discussions, though, do come up in the pre and post shows. And when I say pre-show, I mean like now, because we don't officially start for 33 more minutes. And then when the show officially ends, sometimes some of us still stay on and talk about random things, or in rare occasions, we'll continue on that specific topic we've been discussing. That stuff generally doesn't make it to the audio podcast unless you happen to be a Patreon subscriber. There's I think it's network support 2 when you actually get the full versions, including even this, where it's all audio. But yeah, you got time. It's not going to start for a little bit. I haven't even sent out the invites yet to the panelists. We do have an awesome panel for tonight. And, I do really say that every time, but I mean it. As per the norm also, this is going to be an awesome topic. I'm excited about this topic. This is something I also say, but I've yet to have a topic. I've yet to have a show that I don't have any genuine interest in. So today we're going to be talking about 1911s and 2011s. Because, these won 2 world wars. Yeah. Also, if you're new to this, for these episodes that are open, I don't really pay attention to the live chat pre and post. So, yeah, or the only time I pay attention is pre and post show. During the show, we actually have a set on another screen, and I usually move it from that screen to move it over here. I have a set list of topics, and a lot of times these topics are provided by the panelists. I have a general idea of what we want to discuss, and then I let the panelists know, okay, this is what I have so far. What else do you want to discuss? So this basically is the framework for tonight's show. It's kind of difficult to keep track of the live chat while we're doing these discussions. Sometimes it kind of puts us on segues where it's difficult to track back. Additionally, sometimes it just completely takes us off course where we're no longer talking about the topics, and it's near impossible to get back to the set amount of topics I have. So let's see here. What does live chat have to say right now? And there were revolvers in both world wars, and even still. No, we don't need Steve Fisher for tonight's episode. Yeah, we didn't win Vietnam, I guess. Though the 1911 was there. This is an old one. My dad gave this to me. Matter of fact, somewhere on it, there it is. Model of 1911 U.S. Army. Let me see if I can find a serial, because it is well worn. It is a really cool gun. It is a 259, N0, so number, or NO number, 259, and then 3 more digits. So 2,500 or 259,000 series, or in the serial. If I remember correctly, it was I think it was made pre 1920. If I remember, and this was from years ago, looking it up on serial, looking it up on the internet through its serial number. My experience with 1911s is rather limited. I've had far more experience with Glock and everything else. I do have a Pressburg night fighter coming from Chambers. talking to Chuck about this, and this is something I'll get into in the show. Chuck warned me about getting into 1911s and 2011s. And I thought I had an opportunity to get a used STI, and there it is, 4-inch. This is kind of my warm up to the Chambers gun. I'm really liking it. It's working well. It's plenty accurate. It's pretty cool. It's also 9mm, which I personally don't have any purpose. Or I don't have any use for anything 45. I think I own 2 45s, and this is one of them. And when I say 45, I mean not necessarily just a 1911. The other one's actually a Ballester Molina. So that was gifted to me, and it's kind of cool. But yeah, the caliber 45, I don't have much use for. I don't have much use for 40 either, but that's what's issued to me for work. So I kind of have to use that by policy. Otherwise, 9mm, my caliber of choice. So getting a 2011 in 9mm just makes sense. And so that, again, that's my warm up to the Chambers pistol. That's, I'm anxious to see it. It's going to be cool. So let's see here. What's up? This would be a great panel for me. It might be, but with these types of things, I kind of go with the people that I know and people that I go to for questions. Let's see here. Yeah, so I only have, I have one 1911, one 2011, and then the Ballester, which Molina, which is kind of a strange little duck. So, again, we have 27 minutes before this officially starts. All this little filler that I just gave, it's not the show. Now, I'm going to send out the invite to the panelists. I probably need to put on my ear protection. Same thing. My earphones, is that what they're called? And again, we don't want Steve Fisher on this episode. Well, Dave's here.
Hi, Matt.
So,
how are you?
Oh, good. Good. Yourself?
Not too bad. I'm nursing a sick pup, but other than that, I'm doing all right.
So tell me about that 19-3.
What would you like to know?
How old was it?
How old is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a pin barrel, so it's fairly old. I don't know the year of it. It belongs to a customer in California. It was a recovery, or it was an off-duty piece or something. I'm not sure, but it's stamped Sonoma County Sheriff's Office or something.
Cool.
And Friends of Pat last year, Friends of Pat last year, when the customer was in town, he dropped it off to me then and told me to go over it and do a few things to it. It had a timing issue on it, and fixed the timing issue and did a DX conversion front sight on it and reblued it, and it's ready to go home.
So you mentioned the rebluing, because that's exactly what I was about to ask. What have you done differently with its, with the bluing? It doesn't look like a normal finish. It looks real sharp.
It's my matte bluing. It's the same bluing that I did on the Spinny Twins, and I've done on a lot of the revolver stuff that I've been doing lately. Everybody seems to like it real well, and it's actually a pretty easy prep to get ready for bluing. I kind of got a little niche way I'm doing it. I don't really want to say a whole lot, because I've kind of cornered the market in it a little bit. It's kind of corny, but it's just kind of my thing.
Is there anything you can get into as far as explaining what the process is, how to get the matte finish versus the shiny finish?
It's media blasting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the material that I use and the air pressures that I use. to get the finish that I'm looking for. It does really nice on stainless steel too.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. There's my buddy. Here's my sick dog.
Oh.
Hi, Bub. He hasn't been feeling good all day. Did you have a good Christmas?
Oh, yeah. It was kind of unusual. Normally, law enforcement Christmases means I work it.
Right.
Not anymore.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I forgot you took on a full-time job, didn't you?
Yeah, I went back to full-time law enforcement. Happens to the best of us. Well, not only that. So the running joke with this is I decided to come back full-time back in July. So I was the lowest man on the totem pole. No worries. I do have more years than most of the department put together, except for the chief and one of the guys. But it's kind of funny. They tested for sergeant. I thought, I'll give it a try. There's no chance in hell. Technically, I'm still on probation. And as of November, I'm now sergeant. So,
nice. Yeah. Nothing like working your way up really fast, huh?
Yeah. So, and I guess I'm the only sergeant on probation. So,
yeah.
So let's see here. It looks like I'm a little blued. Let's see if I add a little light in here, if it will change anything.
Here's my buddy. Hey, look at these. Come here.
Not a big fan of being on podcasts.
No, he's not a big fan of much of anything right now. He's not feeling good at all.
Yeah. So did you have a chance to check out the list of potential topics?
I did.
Okay.
Just briefly. Yeah, just briefly. Cool. Here. I kind of scoped it out as soon as I jumped on the computer, and
yeah,
it should be a good show, I think. It'll be interesting to talk to Joe. I haven't talked to Joe in quite a while, so it'll be nice to talk to him for a while.
And it's funny, someone on chat said that I need to include Fisher, and I told them immediately, no, we're not going to have Fisher on this. There's no way.
Well, Fisher's a big 1911 guy.
Oh, yeah, he is. As is Pressburg.
Yeah.
So now, AJ Zito, I don't know that well. Are you familiar with him?
Just as Facebook. That's all I know him.
Okay. Yeah, because Steve said need to have him on. Okay.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, meeting new people.
Heck yeah. Speaking of which, we are, 10 days out from SHOT?
I'm not going to SHOT.
I will be.
Bless your heart.
Yeah. I enjoy it. It's always nice to meet up with the companies that I work with and meet up with friends, and that's the best part of it. The products I could honestly care less about, because there's really nothing that's groundbreaking exciting. If it's going to be released at SHOT, there's a good possibility I already have some hints about it.
Right.
Until we start going to like energy, plasma, or rail man portable weapons, there's only so much we can do.
Well, I used to go out to SHOT because that's where the American Pistol Smiths Guild meeting was every year. And last year was the last year for it in Vegas. Now they moved it to Dallas. It's at the Dallas Safari International show. I was going to go this year, but unfortunately I got hit with some pretty hard taxes this year, so no travel this year.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you actually make a little bit more money. Yeah. Uncle Sam wants his piece, so.
Speaking of which, I need to start working on mine. If I were smart, I'd already have everything going as it gets paid, but yeah, I'm not that bright.
Well, I did come to find out this year that my accountant told me that now, because I've actually shown some profit, that I'm going to have to start paying quarterly taxes. So I don't have an option anymore.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I was told that I probably need to be looking at an S corp and not an LLC anymore. So
Oh, really?
that's accountant talk stuff. Like, okay, if you think so.
No, it's hard.
Nod my head and okay. So it looks like the title of today's episode is very popular. 2 World Wars.
Yeah, I saw some of the comments about that. It made me laugh. Steve just messaged me on Facebook and he said, I'll be there in about 15 once I get off the babysitter.
Oh, once he gets off the babysitter. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it said. Not sure what that means, but it is Steve, so it's hard to tell.
Oh, man. That can mean all kinds of things.
Right.
Speaking of which, so I saw Steve's picture of his before and after, the young picture and then the current picture. There's quite the difference.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's all that plastic surgery he's had done for the Magpul videos.
Yeah, yeah. Plus, he doesn't have his makeup on.
Yep. I bet he could. I bet he could get away with shaving that beard, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's still got that baby face underneath all of that.
That's probably why he doesn't want to shave. That's why I didn't want to shave. I had a beard just.
Yeah, I remember.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I remember. I figured you shaved it for work.
Yeah, sadly. I was allowed to keep a beard from November 1st until January 1st. That was nice. And I kept the mustache for, okay, so the time lapsed where I couldn't have the beard anymore, so I shaved it down to a mustache. Actually, I shaved it to a goatee a week prior, and then a few days out, I kind of just kept a Fu Manchu and a soul patch. And I had basically with the goatee, I just shaved this right here, kept the soul patch. So I kind of had 2 arrows, and I immediately went and talked to my daughter, and she just laughed and pointed. And she said, yeah, you should keep that. Okay. So I went and shaved it and cleaned it up. And so then a Fu Manchu till about right there. Again, a lot of laughter. Yeah, you should keep that. Okay. Went to about here, and she's like, yeah, okay, I'll stick with that. But sadly, yeah, when I came back to work officially, I think I came back January 2nd, it was back to normal whatevers for a week.
Yeah. And how old is your daughter?
8.
Oh, 8. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. 8 going on 18.
I'm sure. I have no doubt.
Only child, spoiled like no other.
Well, this is my child right here. My only child, and he is spoiled, as you can see.
Does he get birthday presents?
He does.
There was someone had a whole list of things that you do, or it shows if you're a dog person, and one was like they get a Christmas present, a birthday present.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Allowed on your bed, allowed on your couch. You don't move if they're asleep and on you.
Right.
What else? For me, I looked through that list and thought, the current dog we have? No. Other ones, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was kind of interesting because he was actually laying in my lap right after dinner, and I was kind of wondering how I was going to get up to come down here and get on the computer. And he actually moved over, so I thought, oh, there's my shot. I'll get up and go get my drink and head down to the shop.
Yep.
And he came down looking for me, so.
And here he is back on your lap.
Yeah, he's not been too far away from me today because, like I say, he's not feeling good at all. So at some point, I'll have to take him back up to the steps or back upstairs and put him back in his chair, and hopefully he'll stay up there the rest of the night.
Yeah. And AJ's here.
Hello.
AJ.
How are you?
Everyone. Good to see you.
Likewise. So we still got good 14 minutes before we officially start. So we're just talking about dogs and random things. Facial hair.
I got that, and I got a dog. Perfect.
And you were able to review the list of topics I have?
I did. Yeah, it looks good,
Cool.
man. Looks
Cool.
good.
And so I kind of started the whole episode with the fact that I am not overly 1911 or 2011 savvy. The first pistol I ever owned is this. My dad gave me, and I believe it was like a refurbished 1911 from World War II or something like that, or maybe even older. Speaking of which, so I don't know. Okay, if I showed you parts of this, if I just put it up to the camera, would you be able to identify more about what this actually is?
Maybe. Maybe.
Like, okay, so the backstrap shows that it's not an A1.
Move your trigger finger down a little bit. It is not an A1.
So this is pre.
Yes.
And so is there?
The easiest way to tell a 1911 versus a 1911 A1 is an A1 will have the scallop reliefs on the frame right behind the trigger. A 1911 will not have those.
Oh, gotcha. I was under the impression there was something with a bump right there as well.
The A1 also had a curved mainspring housing.
Interesting.
Where the 1911 was flat.
Cool. Years ago, I went out to a traditional Utah event where a Utah pastime is bunny blasting, hunting jackrabbits. And I brought this. I brought like an AR and this, and somehow I lost the front sight off of this. And the front sight channel is this little tiny, narrow channel where I brought it to a gunsmith, and they installed some horrible beast of a front sight, which doesn't line up at all with that rear sight. It is, yeah. I'm very cautious now with using gunsmiths.
You never use a gunsmith. Yeah. You use a machinist.
There you go. Someone asked if he was going to be on. Something going on at Joe's house. Someone asked if Yeti was going to be on, and I said no, he's not allowed to be on.
Never.
No. Looks like we have everyone except Joe has. Maybe he has his phone in his pocket.
Maybe.
I can't tell.
I can't tell. I don't know. I don't know.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, guys. How's my audio?
Good.
Sounds good.
Like professional and stuff.
Gotcha.
I know, right?
It looks like you're using an old login, too.
Me or Chuck?
Do I need to change my login? What's my login?
Oh, no, you're fine. Son of Stephen Deshane.
Okay.
Wow.
No, it doesn't change anything. It's just kind of funny I saw that and went, wait a minute, I haven't seen that for a while. At least I don't think I have.
Where's the oh, got it. I'm gonna bring up the YouTube.
You guys picking up my throwback photo?
Yes, we did. I think you can get away with no beard.
I do the no beard. I look like I'm 12. No, look at old school.
Oh, yeah.
Ready mag.
Oh,
Yeah. My bathroom gun. I finally put it all back together after cleaning it. Oh, what's up, Zito?
what's up, dude?
Same old, brother. Same old. So
Now,
it was like,
I know you tried to just lie to everyone and tell them that you cleaned your gun when really you probably just threw it in the shower. So
I pretty much looked at it, wiped all the crap and fuzz off of it, looked at it, threw some lube on it, pulled a bore snake through it, and that was the extent of it. Yeah. And changed the batteries in the optic and the Surefire foreign. That's it. So it's been a good past couple days for weather, carrying the Delta Elite that Dave did for me. That started out life as a JoJo's custom gun. Mm-hmm. Mm. And I'm not killed in the streets.
And I did change the title. The title of the episode now is Two World Wars, just like you guys wanted.
Oh my God, yes.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go get a refill and put the dog upstairs.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes. Okay, have you guys seen the preview for the kid who would be, the kid that would be king? Some British show.
Yes.
Kid has. Yeah. Is it just me, or is that Chuck when he was a little kid? Just based on seeing his offspring, seeing him, and seeing this young British actor, I think that's Chuck.
It might be. Try to slide that back. Why are we talking about 1911s?
Chuck is not amused.
Chuck's crabby today.
I'm just trying to get the Hangouts and the Facebook comments in the same screen or whatever.
Stop being a crabby baby, Chuck.
And I've also warned the Facebook Live people that we're not going to be paying attention to them because they wind up taking us off course, and we have set topics. Yeah. Speaking of which, I probably should put them up on my screen.
Dual 10 millimeters.
There's my set topic right there.
Well, this one's Dave's 10 millimeter that he built me off an old Delta that JoJo's Custom did. Then there's this one because I've been rocking 10 millimeters the past couple of days. This is the weather. And then there's this ugly gun.
See, while Joe's drinking that, this is my drink for tonight. Yeah, it's good stuff.
That is that's a Left Hand Brewery Company Chainsaw Ale that was bottled in 2008.
Damn, no, it's Rockstar. What are you talking about?
No, man, no Chainsaw Ale.
I don't know. I'm sucking on a $300 bottle of bourbon, so you're on your own.
Bourbon schmurbin.
Well, Joe. Okay, since we haven't officially started, there is a question. I think now would be a good time to ask because I already saw it come up a couple times. Joe,
no question.
Is the Night Fighter pistol blued?
Yes. Well, we're gonna have two options. It'll come standard blued, and then it'll come. You can have it coated if you want to. It'll be a. We're working with the company right now on the extra charge for that, and as soon as I have that, we'll have it downloaded.
Nice.
So we will have options on that. Cool. But yes, it's a carbon steel gun. I'm sitting at Tad's bench and he's got all kinds of shit underneath it. I don't know how the hell this guy works here.
Have you seen my bench?
Yeah, I have. What's up, AJ?
Hey.
What's up, dude? Good to see you.
Good to see you. How you doing, Dave?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm better than I deserve.
I hear you.
I see those guns are up to like $37.50. That's a hell of a good price for you.
Yep. I was hoping there was going to be a little bit more activity, but I'll take it.
It'll get there. Give it time. Stop being in a hurry. It's like Dave tells his customers, is it done yet? Hey, just wait. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry.
That's right.
I think we should talk about bushing versus cone barrels, too.
It's already on the list, Steve.
That's on the list.
You're
I didn't
behind
look
the
at the
curve.
list, so I don't care about your dumb list.
We know. It's funny, after I said, okay, just send me a PM if you have anything, and then you just start listing in the main group text. I'm like, yep, Steve.
Yeah, I don't care about no PM. Forget that PM.
You're something about being on a babysitter? What?
Chuck's still somewhere trying to figure out how to work his computer.
Oh, he knows.
I'm good.
AJ, today at the range was 10-round bill drills today from the 7.
7? Come on, dude.
7 yards single stack, 10-round bill drills.
15, baby. 15. Push it to 15.
All I had were B8s. Because I was zeroing guns today, so I decided, oh, why not? Tim Herron jumped in. He was picking on me. And then I showed him the target. He went, yeah, that'll work. I'll just shut up now. I said, you should, Tim, because I'm shooting a full house recoil spring and man ammo, not an 8-pound spring and 750 feet per second 45.
Speaking of which, how often do you do live videos like that? That was kind of fun to watch you shoot.
I do them every so often when I get bored. I did one the other day when I broke out the new 509. You know, every so often I'll get there and I'll just break some stuff down for cats real quick and have some fun with the guys. Because, you know, I never do videos and nobody's ever seen me shoot on Instagram.
No one ever sees you shoot.
Yeah, I know. I wish I knew how, man. I just look good doing it with all these free fucking guns. Oh, wait, they're not free. That's right. I hate humans. They should all die.
You get free guns?
I know. I'm still trying to figure that part out, Joe, because I know yours weren't free.
Shit.
I know Dave's wasn't free.
Where can I get some of these free guns?
Yeah, really.
Right? I know. I'm waiting on AJ to build me a free gun, too, which will cost me $4,500.
Yeah,
AJ.
that's about right.
AJ, can I get a free gun, please?
Yeah, for $4,500, man, I'll build you a free gun.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm down with that party.
What I need to do is just start trading everybody.
No, no, Heidi will kill you.
Yeah, I know. She's already killing me about that.
Sorry, AJ gave Jedi a free gun. It's okay.
I did? Oh, that's news to me.
I'm kidding. It was a joke. I'm telling you, Commander double stack 357 SIG.
Bro, where are you going to get 357 SIG ammo today?
I got cases sitting here from the Fed contract. I got cases when they're like, we ain't taking all this back. I'm like, okay. Yeah, not so much. A guy at the range today called my guns gadgets, though.
Oh.
Yeah, the guy that could barely hit the diagnostic target, that was like a 12-inch shoot and see version at like 5 yards.
Bro, combat accurate.
Yeah, I was like, and I could hear him because he thought I just had regular plugs in and I had the autos in, and they were cranked up. He's like, well, yeah, that guy shoots that good. You see all those gadgets on the gun? I'm like going, I was like, gadgets. So then to be a jackass, I pulled out the 509 mid-size gun. Was like, I was like, yeah, it's still the same thing. I don't care. Stick your gadgets in your eye. I hate humans.
Yeah,
AJ, the beard's on point, bro.
Thanks, bro. Hey, I saw yours coming back in, dude. Looking good.
Yeah. I just had it all chopped off for shit show so I could look presentable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lucky us.
Well, should we start her up?
Oh, I guess we could. Can we talk about springs? I got a lot of Sprinko springs. Can we talk about springs?
Hey, what do you know? That's on the list. Amazing.
I know. Oh, shit.
Bluing.
Papa Landfair is doing the intro.
Yes. Bluing, however, was not on the list.
Thank God. Bluing is stupid.
Thank God.
Hey, 1964 called. They want their salt bath bluing technology back.
Shut up. Let me ask you, do you like the finish on your 10 millimeter, you big goob?
Might as well be some Birchwood Casey cold blue.
Oh, we did discuss those 19.3s that Dave did. That's a nice bluing on that. That looks nice.
Yeah. I like the color case hardening Dave had done on the one gun. That was beautiful.
Bobby Tyler.
Mm-hmm. How does that case color hardening hold up? Are you guys clear Cerakoting over it or what?
He puts some kind of clear over top of it when he's done with it, and it seems to hold up pretty well.
Nice.
I want to do an AR in color case hardening.
You want to wear skinny jeans? What?
What? I'm sorry, I can't fit into yours, Pops.
You have a man bun growing out? What?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to start it up. Don't forget, try to stay on the mute if you're not talking. Otherwise, the screen will flicker. And I get a lot of complaints about that. Yeah.
How do you do that?
Okay. So looking at your screen, on that window at the very top should be add person, mute microphone, turn off your camera, adjust your bandwidth, your settings, and disconnect. Do you see it?
Got it. Yep. Got it.
Cool.
Thanks, dude.
Cool. And I also, I can, to a point, adjust everyone's audio to bring you a little louder, a little quieter as needed. And I just do that on the fly. So I think we're good to go. I'll start it up and there'll be a little musical intro that you won't be able to hear. "20 seconds out. Hey everyone, Matt Landfair here with Primary and Secondary. Welcome to Primary and Secondary ModCast. This is episode 180. 2 World Wars! Yeah, that's the title. It's kind of funny. I thought it was funny. We're going to be talking about 1911s and 2011s. Today is January 12th, 2019. I can't believe it's already the 180th episode. As a matter of fact, I think Fisher and Chuck are both... No, they've been on this at least in the hundreds by now. It's been a good time, and also this has been a topic way long overdue. We've discussed 1911s and 2011s in the past. My experience with them is very minimal, so it's going to be nice to have these experienced guys to discuss this stuff. I also told them, as long as we keep this discussion at a level where the normal person can understand, I might be able to learn something. So that's a good thing. Big thanks to our sponsors, Filster Holsters. If you're looking for a very viable, ambidextrous, light-bearing, near universal appendix holster, Filster has a holster called the Floodlight. It works with pretty much every single pistol I have that uses a Surefire X300U. It's a nice pistol, or it's a nice holster. On top of that, I also use the Flex system, which allows me to add additional things such as a tourniquet, spare mag, and all kinds of odds and ends, also along the appendix carrying area along 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. It's kind of nice. I have a couple of them. Really, though, just having one single, let's see here, one of their universal mag pouches, the Flex, a tourniquet, and then the Floodlight, you pretty much are set for almost any combination of pistol, weapon light, or any pistol. So you don't need to buy a bunch of holsters anymore. It's kind of nice. Also, big thank you to Facts on Firearms. If you are in the middle of an AR-15 project and you are needing parts, or you're thinking about that project, you need a new barrel. You need a new barrel for your pistol or your AR. They have them. Facts on Firearms has a good assortment of different types of barrels, different finishes with your AR-15s, different barrel lengths, different gas systems. My favorite example of this is on InRange TV. They have their series called What Would Stoner Do? They used a Faxon pencil profile barrel. Worked very nicely. I'm seeing Faxon all over social media, and they're providing some very good results. So definitely well worth your attention. Also, this episode is brought to you by the letters PP&Q. Walther is a sponsor of the Primary and Secondary podcast. They have sent me some pistols. I very much like the PPQ. Just a plain out-of-the-box PPQ as is, doesn't need any modification, doesn't need a new trigger, doesn't need any machining for forward serrations. It's nice. Good capacity. If it's between a stock Glock 19 or a stock Walther PPQ, I take the PPQ. And yes, I am paid by Walther for advertising. But you know what? If this wasn't the case, if I didn't like this pistol as much, I wouldn't be associated with them. As a matter of fact, they even have this, what is it? The Q5 metal match. I'm really excited to see this thing. I've heard awesome things. There might be a couple panelists that have shot it. I know Blowers speaks very highly of it. It's I can't even talk, as per the norm. I'm excited to see it and shoot it. It's really cool. Lastly, big thanks to our Patreon subscribers. To support the network, you can go to patreon.com/primary and secondary. And essentially by helping support the network, you get all kinds of benefits, and that helps us pay the bills. There's a lot of software going on. There's a lot of time spent running all of this. Really helps us out. So big thanks to our sponsors. So before we officially start, my background's in law enforcement, been doing the law enforcement thing for about 20 years. AR-15 armor, Glock armor, that's about the extent of my armor stuff. Sure, tinkering and all that. First 1911 I got was, I was in my 20s, and my dad gave me this non-A1 1911 45. It was a refurbished Army pistol. Cool gun, very cool. That's about the extent of, and shooting friends 1911s. That was about the extent of the experience I had. I signed up to get a Chambers pistol, and I thought, you know what? I need to know this system a little better. So there's a 2011 coming. I had an opportunity to get a used STI 4-inch tactical. So that's kind of my get to know the 2011 a little better. I'm really excited about this new pistol coming out. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the capacity, holy crap, where did I put that? That is illegal in how many states? It's awesome. 26 rounds, 9mm. That's the way to go. Matter of fact, I think on my duty gun, I think I'm carrying 21 rounders on my belt. So to have this kind of stuff as a backup, oh hell, just training. I never have to reload. I love it. So a big disclaimer with this discussion is way more focused on work and self-defense firearms. This isn't about Brand X the Brand X pistol that shot 20 rounds flawlessly. Maybe about a year ago, I talked to Chuck, who's on the panel. And I said that I kind of want to look into this. I kind of want to get into this. I got to mess around with Nighthawks a little, and I was really impressed. And he said, it might not be a good idea because it's almost like drugs. It becomes addictive. It turns into a very expensive habit. Acquiring them and and maintaining them, upkeep, it gets kind of pricey. So I took that to heart. And now hopefully with the discussion that we're going to have tonight, more people can understand what that means. Because there's nothing wrong with people driving a Honda Civic. There's nothing wrong with people carrying stock Glocks. There are also people that want to drive Formula One. There are people that want to have high-end custom weapons. There's nothing wrong with either of them. People's tastes are different. People have different values. So for some people, these high-end 1911s, this is it. This is what they want. This is what they're good with. Let's talk about that. So Steve, tell us about yourself.
Well, about me, been in this industry, shooting community, training, product consultant, you name it, for about 20 odd years now. Law enforcement career for a whole bunch of years. Just 1911 aficionado, love them to death, great guns. There's products in this world that you probably have in your hand that I've had, touched, thought of, helped on development. And ones you will see coming up soon.
It's true.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. Chuck?
Hey guys, it's Chuck from Presscheck Consulting. Been a long time 1911 fan. I got my first one. Well, I had one in high school, but it was a Llama. But it could get through at least 2 mags without a feedway stoppage, I think, most of the time. My dad traded it for a Walther. He had a Walther PPK that he couldn't shoot worth a damn. He bought after watching Dr. No. He bought a Walther PPK and then started sleeping in the nude, thinking that would make him James Bond. Didn't work. So he traded the Walther PPK for a Llama 45 to another cop at some point or whatever, and it was just hanging out in the house. So that was my high school gun, and then I didn't see a 1911 for a long time after that. So I think I took the tax-free and combat pay from my first and second deployments to Afghanistan and ordered a Wilson CQB with light rail in. It was delivered in late 2002 or early 2003. And then Larry Vickers rebuilt that gun somewhere between 10 and 15,000 rounds. And then that was the only single stack I had for a while. And then I got some more double stacks and a couple more single stacks. Mike Allen from Mike Allen Custom, he had a Colt 1991 that was his everyday carry, and he needed some cash for something. So I bought that off of him with the Kramer leather holster. And that was an absolutely flawless running little snubby 45 ACP that I would absolutely never carry now. So that's all I got.
Got a question for you. I'm pretty sure I slaughtered what your bit of advice was. Do you remember you telling me that, though? That 1911s, unless you're ready to invest a lot?
Yeah. So, I learned along the way that trash talk in the 1911 platform is kind of like trash talk in striker fired pistols. There's so much variation in quality of parts, manufacturing, semi-custom, all of that. When you look at the Kimber 1911 in the mid to late 90s, if you talk to a decent gunsmith and say, I want to buy a gun that you will then turn into a semi-custom firearm, they told you Colt, Springer, Kimber. Those are your three, and you could get into a Kimber for about 600 bones back then. And then a single man interjected himself into that process, and that's where Kimber's reputation is at today. A single human being changing what a company does and how a company does it takes an extremely reliable platform out of the box and turns it into something that no gunsmith really wants to have any part of, because they don't know if the tolerances are even going to be right or if they're going to be polishing a pig. And I'm getting into the other guys' kind of lanes. But I learned the hard way, talking to people that were smarter than me, that I didn't think that the industry, this is like kind of pre-High Point or whatever. I didn't know that a gun company making money by selling guns that don't work was actually a thing. I thought that if you bought a firearm and it was in a box in a gun store, that firearm worked. It might not work as good as this other firearm or whatever, but that it had a minimal level of parts, craftsmanship, quality control, and tolerances that you were buying something that could get through a magazine of its own capacity without an error. And that is just flat out not true with some of the 1911 pistols that are out on the market. And so because they all look the same externally, everybody's like, the 1911 has a problem with blah, 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 blah. But man, there's High Point all the way up to $3,000 Glock and everything in between, equivalents to that platform. And what I've seen is you better trust somebody that knows what they're doing. And those people, yeah, they're fine craftsmen, and their time is money. And so you're going to pay, and you're going to pay a lot, and you're going to pay most of the time for something that you think is a bunch of BS aesthetics, and maybe in some of the companies it is. But if you don't have somebody that's cranking out, and I'm sure some of the guys on the panel will talk to you about how regular 1911s are made and the amount of man hours or man minutes spent on fitting and putting parts together, you can't compare a Toyota Prius made in 45 minutes to a Toyota Prius made in 3.5 hours. It's not going to be, there's not going to be the same level of QC there. So it's an expensive by necessity platform if you're gonna put your life on it, because you need to trust somebody like some of the guys on these panels that they know what they're doing and they're not playing gun plumber at an assembly line table. So
that is a perfect segue to our next guys. Absolutely perfect. So speaking of those guys that know, AJ, intro time.
Okay. So I'm AJ Zito. I run a company called Practical Performance. For the 1911, for me, I mean, I started shooting with 1911s. It was basically the first gun I had, the first gun I actually bought. And it was immediate for me. I had just finished high school, got a 1911, got to play with a 1911. While I was in the military, obviously I didn't get to shoot a 1911. I wasn't in a place to do that. I got out and I went into the private sector, and man, it was like 1911 time. And I played with other things. I mean, when Steve and I met, I was shooting M&Ps and Glocks and all sorts of other stuff. But it was one of those things where I just always gravitated back to the 1911. So when I was getting kind of tired of working the EP, PSD kind of stuff and just teaching that stuff, I was working for a company and I was already doing basically all their gun stuff, fixing guns, working on guns, very low level stuff. And I had a custom gun built for me by Bob Miller of Miller Custom. And that thing, I went down to his shop one day and it was just such an eye-opening experience to me of what it really takes to build these guns. And I was in love at that point. And so fast forward, I was getting ready to get out of doing what I was doing. And I was like, hey, I'm going to go work on guns. So I went over to Prescott, Arizona, Yavapai College gunsmithing program, spent 2 years there. After I did the 2 years there, I got invited into their third year program, which is more specialization type stuff. And it was nothing but 1911s for me from there on. And before I got out of there, they offered me a position there. I'm still with them teaching 1911 stuff on top of teaching, shooting and stuff like that. So in some way, shape, or form, I would say since 2013, I have been carrying a 1911 or shooting a 1911 or 2011 in some capacity. So that's it.
Cool. Joe.
I'm Joe Chambers from Chambers Custom. I own the shop here, and most of you guys know me. Those that don't, I've been building custom 1911s since 2007, early 2007. I moved to Nebraska. I studied under a guy here named Bob Marvel for 3.5 years, and really cut my teeth on the IndyCar of 1911s, if you will, the bullseye market. Built a lot of bullseye guns for guys that have to run and have to be super accurate. And in 2010, June of 2010, I hung out my own shingle and opened my shop, Chambers Custom, and never looked back really. First 1911 I ever shot was when I was 11 years old. My Uncle Bob down in Arkansas, he had an old Norinco that was hard chromed. And he said, here, you want to shoot this? And I said, sure, and I shot it. And I would go to my Uncle Bob's in the summer, and he said, you can shoot all you want as long as you pick up 90% of the brass. If you pick up 90% of the brass, you can shoot all you want, and I'll teach you how to reload. And so that's kind of how my 1911 journey started. The first 1911 I ever bought was what we would consider today a hodgepodge Milsurp parts gun. It had a Argentinian frame, a Brazilian slide, which is worth big bucks now, and I didn't know it at the time, so I chopped it all to pieces. the gun is, it is no more for all intents and purposes. I traded a SIG P220 for a Kimber, full-size Kimber Classic in 1997, and then that was pretty much it for me. I've carried a lot of guns over the years. We were talking online the other night. I've owned about 200 different style and caliber and make and model of pistols, and pocket pistols all the way up to Desert Eagles. And, I just keep coming back to the 1911. I love building them. I love working on them. And I'm proud to be able to, work on guns for guys like Steve and Chuck and just the regular guy as well. That's why we have our working man's gun line that's a little bit more affordable, but with the same care and appointment to the inside of it. So glad to be here with you guys tonight. And thanks for having me. Look forward to it.
Yeah. Dave.
Well, welcome everyone. Dave from Defensive Creations. What do you want me to tell you? I started my business in 1999. I was a general gunsmith, just worked on everything until probably around 2013. I went full time with the business in 2013, and I focused solely on handguns, mostly 1911s when I got started. Now I'm really starting to branch out into the revolver stuff. And, somebody made a comment to me the other day that they saw Defensive Creations getting real big. And I said, no, it isn't going to get real big because I don't want it to. I do what I do because I love it, not because I want to be rich, not because I want to be famous. I just do it because I enjoy doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can. Pretty simple.
That sounds like a great plan. So my first question for you guys, and whoever wants to answer this, go for it, and we can go down the line or whatever. In your opinion, what is the biggest difference between the gun you just buy from a gun store and a real custom sidearm? Steve, I'm guessing that you're going right now.
My head is spinning. So as a dude who's had 1911s for 30 years practically, it seems like, which is about true. I've run the gamut of 1911 guns, like Chuck has, and I'm sure Joe has, and the rest of us. The quality of the material, the workmanship, the pride that goes into the gun, the reliability, the durability of the gun. Those are the biggest things. Anybody, literally, I've been in certain, in particular, other company shops and stuff over the years that they're like, hey, you want to build a 1911? I'm like, yeah, sure. And they're like, they're here 1911, dude. And it takes an hour to puzzle piece a gun together. And that's on a good day. And that's if they just need to take a little paper to this or a stone to that or a file or a Dremel. The quality and the workmanship, not all 1911s are created equal. They are not. The guns, like Chuck was saying, some others got their bad rap from shitty quality. Lousy components, lousy workmanship, bad puzzle piece parts that if they didn't fit, we'll just carve a little chunk out of it, throw it in there. Yep, gun cycles. Yep, went banging a test tunnel with our preferred ammo, and that's it. You do not get the true quality and even the reliability, all of it, from a production shop gun. The average end user who goes out and picks up a 1911 from any of the major manufacturers that are the mass-produced, polymer metal gun companies that are out there doing this, will get a reasonably good gun, depending on the day it is. And it will do exactly what they want it to do. They can put a magazine in it. They can shoot the gun at 5 yards, and they'll be snipers, and they'll feel great about themselves. But the quality, the craftsmanship, the workmanship, you can't compare guns like I've had made from Joe, Dave, other people, to a box stock Kimber, Springfield, whoever. It's not even a close comparison. It's like, my Prius gets me to the grocery store. Yeah, but my Lamborghini gets me there better and gets the soccer moms, bro. So it works, and that's kind of the thing. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but the attention to detail, the craftsmanship, obviously the durability. The main thing is the accuracy. I mean, you can tune these things, as these guys will get into, that a custom pistol will way outshoot a box stock Smith & Wesson, Kimber, whoever, production mass quality gun. There's no comparison in the accuracy, none, or the reliability.
Cool. Next, anyone?
Yeah, let me jump on what Steve was saying too, man. I mean, I was a shooter before I was a gunsmith, so the big thing that got me to the 1911 was I could not do the things with the other guns that I could do with the 1911, right? It didn't feel right. It definitely didn't have the accuracy. I mean, I was running, not to dog on anyone, but I was running Smith & Wesson M&Ps, right? So, yeah, you try and hit a 50-yard bull at, with the Smith & Wesson M&P, and that ain't happening. I don't care how many, KKM barrels you drop in that thing, how much stuff you do. It can't do it. And, I tried to make it happen with Glocks. I tried to make it happen with CZs. I tried to make it happen with a bunch of stuff. And no, the 1911 is the only thing I could make that stuff happen with. So, and I mean, there's, you pick up the gun and you go, yes, this feels how it's supposed to feel, right? This is exactly what it's supposed to feel like to hold a gun and shoot a gun. The recoil impulse, everything about it on a properly built gun. And that's kind of the key to everything.
Properly,
so.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Joe?
Well, to your question, I think the big difference is, do you want a gun? Most production guns today, production gun shop guns, are done, if we're talking major manufacturers, Springfield, Ruger, et cetera, in minutes. They're assembled in minutes. Most semi-custom guns, and I won't name any names, but most semi-custom guns are anywhere from 3 guns a day to 8 hours per gun, versus the guns that guys like we build. I know for me personally, the fastest, one time I timed myself to see how fast I could build a gun from start to finish. And I built a ball gun. It shot sub-inch and a half for 10 shots at 50 yards in 21 hours and 13 minutes. Okay, that's pretty fast. I was hustling. But typically, like if Eric or Brandon are building WMGs, it takes them about 35 to 40 hours to build one gun. If I'm building one of my high-end custom guns, like the 10 mil that I built Steve, that gun has over 80 hours in that gun. So, that to me, just the time-wise alone illustrates the difference in quality. I know, like Dave and I were talking about the revolver pair that he has up for sale on Gunbroker, and that dude has crazy hours tied up in 2 revolvers. I mean, crazy hours. So people talk about, well, why is a gun? I just saw this argument today online. Why is a $5,000 to $10,000 gun better than my Rock Island? Bro, serious. I mean, I own a couple of Rock Islands, right? And I shoot them, and they work fine as long as you shoot 230 grain ball ammo through them. Okay, and we can get into that later. They work fine, but they are not built for precision nor reliability with the cross section of ammo that we have today. And I think that's one of the biggest differences that I see. Yes, you can go buy you a $500 Rock Island. Like I said, I got 2 of them, and they function fine. One's a 38 Super, one's a 45, and they both run just great with 230 grain ball or 147 grain ball. But they are not what you're going to get out of a shop like AJ's or Dave's or mine. And then, well, I should throw this out there too. The other thing that you're going to get is, and I don't know this about AJ, but I imagine it's true about him. I do know that it's true about Dave. If you get a gun from one of our, a true custom shop, and you have some sort of minor issue with it, or even it's a major issue, God forbid. But if you have an issue from a custom shop, a 1-man or 2-man custom shop, you better bet your butt when you call and you say, hey, Joe, my slide's not locking back. The first thing I'm going to do is walk you through any potential issues that it could be on your end. And if that doesn't fix it, I'm going to say, well, just send it back to me. Here's a call tag. I'm going to eat the $150 to get it back to me so I can see what the hell's going on and I can figure it out. And I can count on one hand the number of guns I've had come back in a decade But, the times it has happened, we make it right because, well, that's what you're paying for.
Dave?
That's exactly right to Joe's comment. As a matter of fact, recently here, right before Christmas, I was in a big rush to get a Combat Elite out the door from a repeat customer, and I made a minor mistake on it, and he caught it, and he called me and he said, hey, this particular thing isn't working. I said, you know what? Send it back. When I send it back to you, I will send you a refund for your shipping. It will not cost you a dime. I got it back in the shop that day. I worked it over, fixed the problem, sent it back to him, refunded his money, and that's the difference, guys. When you're paying all the money that you're paying for these custom guns, I am here to tell you that I will make sure that it's right, regardless of what the issue is. I mean, myself and everybody else on this panel will do everything in their power to make sure it goes out the door correct, but I missed it. It was my mistake, absolutely, 100%. I missed it. I was in a hurry trying to get it out before the holidays. I missed it. Customer got taken care of. I hope he'll come back again.
Dave, my gun shoots low left that I got from you. Can you fix that?
No. Shoot more.
Oh, damn. I just keep shooting low left, though.
Stop jerking the trigger.
Yeah.
So in your guys' opinion, would it be fair to put a price point on, you know what, I don't want, or we can't rely on a 1911 that's under $1,000 or under $500 or anything like that, just due to the variances?
I would say there's a couple of reasonably good quality guns that the average user could rely on. I get this question all the time, and I know Joe and probably Chuck and some of the guys too. If somebody told me I've got $1,000 price point, blah, 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 I would probably tell them to look at the Ruger SR 1911. And if they could, kick up a couple bucks, I would tell them to go to the Dan Wesson guns. I think dollar for dollar, they're probably the two that I have seen in that 1,000, ish price point, whatever, 1,000, 12, 15 range. I don't know. Don't care. That have been the most reliable that I have seen come through in courses and that I have played with. I know when Ruger a while back brought in, as AJ mentioned a while back, Robert Miller to help them with some stuff years ago. That was a good twist for them when they were ramping up the 1911 world. And I know some other people on this panel have done some things for other companies that build 1911s production wise, consulting for them. But I would say right now, out of the box, if I had to pick up a gun that was in that $1,000 price point, I'd go buy a Ruger. That's just where I stand on it. If I could save a couple more pennies, I would definitely go up and do a Dan Wesson gun. But
Anyone else?
They would serve.
Yeah, I would concur with what Steve said. Most of you guys know I was the first professional gunsmith to review the Ruger SR 1911 when it came out. I did a complete write-up on the specs of it and everything. And I'm pretty happy with the Rugers overall. You got to keep in mind Ruger builds just a metric ton of guns. One of my parts suppliers supplies 15,000 triggers a month to Ruger. So that tells you anything about how many guns they're building. But Ruger I always put guns in these price ranges. Under $1,000, you buy a Ruger, buy a Rock Island if you understand that the ammo is a limitation of the gun. Okay? You're not going to buy either one of those guns and shoot a Sierra 230 grain hollow point. Not happening. Don't try it. Okay? It's good for 185 grain hollow points, probably. It's good for 230 grain ball, 200 grain H&G 68s. It's fine for all that ammo, but you're not going to shoot any flying ashtrays out of it. Okay? You're not going to shoot any Barnes 185s. The end. Then I say, okay, the $2,000 mark, Dan Wesson is an excellent gun. Now, Dan Wesson's gone up in price a lot, For around that $2,000 mark, though, you can also get a Les Baer, which is a fairly decent gun. There's some break-in issues or whatever, but it's a decent gun for that mark. And then when you get into the semi-custom price of $4,500, $5,000 or less, we kind of cut into that with the WMG stuff. But the one I always recommended was the Nighthawk. Nighthawk makes a fabulous gun, and they make a lot of options for that $4,000 mark, right? If you want a production, a semi-custom kind of gun, the Nighthawk is where it's at. So that's kind of where it falls. And then there's a very few handful of full-in custom guns that I look at and I go, yeah, I've never had one of those in my shop, and there's probably a reason why.
Cool. Because that actually, you guys just covered one of the last questions, but yeah, that worked out perfectly. Because a lot of people want to know, well, I want to have a functional gun. I don't want to spend a lot, though. There we have it.
Don't be poor.
Don't be poor. Exactly. Thank you, John Kniper.
Don't be poor.
Okay, so with 1911s and 2011s, I'm going to add a question to the list there, because I know for a fact there are people that aren't completely aware. What are the differences between the 1911s and 2011s?
Hey, Matt, you probably should reframe that question, because there's a common vernacular that all 1911 style pistols with a high capacity magazine well are 2011s. 2011s are STIs. They had the patent. They no longer have the patent on it. Caspian got some big ass metal stuff going on. Other people have big ass metal stuff going on. There is other devices that take this bad boy that have nothing to do with STI or STI's patented design. So let the experts explain to us the difference between that, or just keep it double stack versus single stack and use that verbiage.
And we're waiting on you guys if you have anything.
If you guys are going to be quiet, I'll answer, but go ahead, Dave. I know you got the answer.
No. Go for it, Joe, because I don't do a lot of 2011 stuff. I do a little bit, but I don't do a whole lot.
All right, so there's basically for all intents and purposes, there's 4 iterations. There's a single stack, which is a single stack magazine, 1 round on top of each other. Standard capacity in a 45 is 7 rounds, unless you use Chip McCormick's or Wilson's or another kind of mag where you can get 8 or 10 rounds. If you're shooting a 40, you're going to get maybe 1 or 2 more rounds. If you're shooting a 9 or a super, you can get 10 plus 1, maybe 11 plus 1, depending on your mag. Okay. Then you got the double stacks. On the double stack side, you have the 2011 design, which was developed by STI. And as Chuck mentioned, they no longer have the patent. So there's a lot of companies out there like L10, who we use for our frames, Phoenix Trinity. I mean, there's a whole slew of companies out there making frames now. Some are good, some are not so much. But they all are based around the modular frame system. You can use a plastic frame, a plastic grip module. Some of them have titanium. I've seen stainless. I've seen carbon steel. I've seen aluminum. Some of them, they all have their plus and minuses. Then you have the Caspian design, which uses a modified Tanfolio magazine, and that's an all steel frame. You can get those in 45, 9, Super 40. I've built guns in all those different calibers, even a 10 millimeter that I built for a guy. And then the last one that is kind of sort of still relevant, but not really, is the old Para design. And the Para design was bought by Remington and is now owned and produced as a double stack Remington. So those are basically your 4 double stack, single stack / designs. And Dave has gone to his bench.
This is an old Para. This is a real old Para with a Caspian slide on it, cart barrel. And this is exactly what Joe was just talking about. This is one of the real early ones. This is back when you could still buy just the frame from Para Ordnance, long before Remington ever came into the picture. I don't do a lot of double stack guns. This particular customer is a repeat customer of mine from actually Ohio. And he sent it to me with a box of parts and said, build him a gun. So this is where we're at.
And I should mention too, Para had a model out called the LDA for a while, which was a double action pistol. And if you knew how to tune up the 47,000 different trigger parts in the gun, they were really amazing. I mean, they were amazeballs. But if you didn't know how to tune up the trigger parts in the LDA, it was like, I don't know if I want any of that action in my life.
I hated working on those, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
I shot with Todd Jared at Blackwater back in the early 2000s, and he was running an LDA that had probably 6.5 pound pull, something like that. It was real light, but man, it ran like a raped ape. His gun did. You know, I've seen Rob Latham shoot XDs too. You know, so
Right.
you know, and Jess is shooting for Taurus, and her gun goes bang. So yeah, I mean, we have to put everything in perspective here.
Yeah.
I mean, but is she really shooting a Taurus? I mean,
No, she is not.
come on.
No, she is not. Yeah, she's shooting a Taurus about it. No, anyway. Yeah.
How many hours go in that pistol? Is it a stock one that they just picked up right from the gun store?
Into a Taurus for Jess?
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah.
That's like saying Doug Koenig shooting a 1911 from Ruger.
Yeah, get real.
The custom shop from Ruger.
Is that similar to the custom shop from Kimber? Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know how a company puts out 760,000 guns from a custom shop a year.
I'd like to do that.
Magic? I think it's magic.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Ben Stiller nailed that one. They extended arts and crafts time by 4 hours today. This high-end shit, Grandma.
Yeah. So awesome. So awesome.
Hey, so let me ask you guys. I know for me, like, man, as far as it comes to double stacks, I pretty much despise working on everything but the STI style frames. And you guys have probably way more experience than I do working on the other stuff. What do you? I know, Dave, you said you already don't like the LDA guns, but what are your thoughts on the other stuff?
Well, first of all, have you ever taken an LDA gun apart?
Yes.
Did you get it back
Put
together?
back together?
Though, AJ? Yeah, that's the key component here. Did you get it back
Did you
together?
take it apart
there's
in a plastic bag?
There's a bag somewhere, I'm sure, with the rest of it. So
Look, taking apart and putting together an LDA is the equivalent of taking apart and putting together an H&K 21. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
So you're saying it's like the Lego Death Star?
Yeah.
For me, I guess, you know, the paras, the early paras, they weren't bad, but there's a lot of things that need improved upon before you can actually make a gun that's going to work. The materials that they put into them and the quality that they put into them back in the day wasn't too bad. At least they gave you material to work with. So as far as that goes, yeah, I'll still work on the old paras. The new paras, I don't want nothing to do with. The ones that I have come through the shop, they're just horrible. I mean, that's the only way to put it. They're horrible. And I try to steer people away from them as much as I can. The STI stuff, I did a gun for John Spears, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago on a Phoenix Trinity frame. And it was a Commander 9mm bull barrel RMR slide from Infinity. And when I built the thing, I didn't think it was going to run. I'll be honest with you. I thought for sure I was going to have nothing but trouble with the thing. First time I took it out to test fire it, I ran 100 rounds through it, and I thought, damn, this thing's working really good. So I ran another 150 through it, and it never missed a beat. So to answer your question, the quality that they put into it in the very beginning, I think it has a lot to do with how it's going to turn out in the end. If I've got material to work with and I can tune the gun and build the gun the way I do, I'm happy. If not, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and for me, I've built guns on all 3 of those wide body platforms. And you get to a point, AJ, I think personally, my opinion is you get to a point where somebody calls in and they go, hey, I have this, will you work on it? And you just go, no. Well, why not? Because it sucks. That's why. Right? And that's basically what I've done with a lot of the Paris stuff over the years, because there's so many complications with it. You know, you end up having to make a trigger strut and bow from scratch. Have you ever made a trigger strut? It's not an easy process, right? You got to make a steel die and pound it out and all this shit. So versus like the Caspians, for example, we just finished some Caspians and the wide bodies, and I don't mind those at all. They're fairly decent guns. I have one particular client who you guys probably already know that I've built a bunch of wide bodies for. You know, it seems like every time he wants me to build him a gun, it's a long slide 45 wide body. Cool, I'll do it. You know, that's what he wants. So we roll with them, and there's a few tricks, there's a few tweaks, but at least with the Caspian, you know exactly what you're getting, and you can roll with it. One of the things that I did for Chuck's project, the Night Fighter project that we have coming out, is I'm working with Limited 10, L10 out in California, and I redesigned the modular 2011 frame, and I moved some of the stuff around. I made the rails, the width and height that I wanted. But the main thing I did was I moved the slide stop pinhole from STI's standard 340 from the top of the pinhole to the top of the rail, or 440 if you go from center line, to 450 from the center line. And when I just got done building Chuck's gun, I'm not done quite with the cosmetics. I'll be done with it later this week. Steve's going to come visit me, and we're going to shoot it before Chuck gets to shoot it. What I found was the barrel fit on it, which I assume we're going to get to barrel fit later, but the barrel fit with a 450 length from the center line of the slide stop to the top of the rails is freaking phenomenal. It's phenomenal. You're going to love it because you get, well, I'll talk about it later. I'll tell you what we get later when we get into that, but it's phenomenal. And so the 2011 style to me is the best style of wide body to build there is. I love the Caspian. There's pluses and minuses. You know, if you know how to lighten it up, if you know how to get rid of some metal under the grips and whatnot, you can shave it off. I shaved off about a pound, just under 16 ounces off of a long slide wide body once. But the STI style 2011 is the ticket.
You know, you brought up something that I think not enough people appreciate or even are aware of. You brought up Chuck's gun and shooting it, letting Steve shoot it before Chuck does. You said also in a previous conversation, and you recently posted, and I think a lot of people need to be aware, what are you planning on doing with the Night Fighter series? What kind of break-in period?
Yeah. So those guns, you know, we typically, when we build a gun, we typically shoot 200 rounds through a gun. But on all the Night Fighter guns, what we're doing is I got a pretty good deal on some ammo from a friend of mine. And so we're going to shoot 500 rounds through every Night Fighter before we ship them out.
That is awesome.
We got to make sure they run, man. I mean, a lot of these guns are going to people who are serious business people. And, you know, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely positive that I'm sure that we have no problems there. I want to make sure the mags are vetted. I want to make sure the barrel fits proper. Everything rolls proper.
That is awesome.
Question from the audience. So the internet says that due to the trigger shoe triggery thing inside of the gun thingy,
the bow,
that your plasticky grip things on your STIs, the plastic on metal has more resistance, and you're never going to be able to get an STI trigger as smooth as polished metal on metal inside of a steel or aluminum gun. Please address this.
Yeah, it's complete horse crap. Because the bow on the inside of a 2011 style gun is not actually rubbing on plastic if the gun's built properly. It's actually rubbing on the metal of the frame substructure. The end.
Cool. Okay,
well,
dumb question for you. Yeah. And can you treat these custom guns the same way we can treat our AR-15s and just lubricate them and not clean them on a regular basis?
You know, we talked about this in the podcast the other night. The Dirty Bear that I had come in, the guy takes the slide off every 5,000 rounds and wipes it out. And every 25,000 rounds, he takes it apart and cleans it. And I shot the gun on Instagram. There's a video of me out there shooting the gun dirty. I shot a couple mags through it, no malfunctions. You know, put a little oil. I like MFR7 or Slip 2000. I've tried like 50 different oils, and I'm sure Dave and AJ have tried a gazillion oils. Slip 2000 and MFR7 are my two go-tos. MFR7 is like water, but it works here. It's cold here. You know, I mean, right now it's like 23 degrees out with a foot of snow. You can't put no heavy oil on a gun and expect it to run in that kind of weather. It doesn't work. You know, but put a little oil on it and run it. Now, I will say this from my perspective, my opinion. If you run a gun dirty all the time like that, depending on the powder that you use, you're going to wear the fitment of the gun out faster, because burned powder is carbon. Carbon is abrasive. And when you put abrasive into the slide frame, barrel fit, trigger parts, and all that, you're going to wear it out fast.
I had a early test gun that we did from the Nighthawk a couple years ago, a Falcon that had some internals lightened as far as the slide went and stuff like that. It was all weight saving stuff and some other little things. I shot the gun like 9,000 some odd rounds. I'd have to look it up with nothing but lube and a recoil spring change at 6,000. And that's just because the gun started to feel like a 40 going off. So it was time to change the spring. And I shot that gun, and I finally cleaned that gun on like Instagram one day, took it apart, and was like, look at this. And I was like, oh my God, you could scrape the crud out of the barrel hood and out of the lugs, out of the lockup. And I was like, yeah, as long as you have a maintenance cycle that's change the recoil spring, add lube, shoot quality ammo, quality mags, run the gun in a quality gun, no problem. No problem at all.
So, Steve, my follow-up question then is, when you get to shoot Chuck's gun, what color crayons are you going to use to color fill it?
The Punisher logo that's going to go on the side of it is going to be red.
Good.
No, definitely not. You know, the only reason I'm going to get a chance to help Joe with that is because, well, it's 500 rounds. B, that's a lot of mag load. And, well, it's Chuck's gun. But other than that, because I'm going to be in the area on my way out to SHOT Show, and I told him, yeah, I'll give you a hand shooting all that stuff, or at least loading mags or whatever. And it's always good to have a couple of different hand sizes, different shooters on a gun, just because the way they grip the pistol, my mongoloid paws get on a pistol, I encompass the entire gun. So anything that may bump slide stops, and I know how Chuck shoots a pistol and the way he mounts a gun with his hands, because I've seen it enough times, I go, okay. So it'll be an interesting thing versus how Joe's hands would do it, or, you know, one of his other guys there. So it'll be good. But other than that, I definitely think red crayons, red Crayola.
Good. That will match his rage.
Nah.
So, yeah. So where are the most common failure points in this type of a system? And then any of you guys?
From my perspective, what I've seen over the years has been lousy extractors and ejectors, poorly fitted, lousy quality parts with that, you know, some really cheap MIM stuff, or you know, plug and play parts that guys try to make fit and work. That's been my biggest experience that I've seen in courses, classes. I mean, you know, we talked about this before. When I used to order a gun, it'd be like, I also need 10 new fitted extractors for the gun, or whatever else. So at that point in time in life, now it's not so much that case, but you know, through the 80s, early part of the 90s, I need a bunch of extractors, please. And can you fit these things? And we saw this early on, even in one of my early Nighthawks, there was some either bad heat treat or a different part or something that went on years ago. This is back 2008, 9-ish. Hey, there was some problems with it. Hey guys, oh no, this is not good. Oh yeah, I shoot the pistol. I need to know these things. And that was corrected, and it was some bad metallurgy. And that was the biggest problem with 1911s and the bad rap was a lot of the metallurgy behind it.
How often do you carry spare parts?
I only carry recoil springs. That's it. I carry recoil springs.
AJ?
It may just be one of my pet peeves, but ejectors not being fit correctly all the time for the magazine you're using I mean, how many times, and I'm sure you guys have seen it all the time, some dude, wants to push the mag a little harder, slam that bad boy in there, whoop, gun's done, can't run, all the time. And yeah, exactly. Well, Steve, I think we were together when, yeah. So, hey, my brand new gun doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah. Figure that stuff out, genius.
Yeah. So, but again, that's a huge pet peeve of mine, not having the the ejector set up properly. And I think a lot of the guns I get, they're running 16 different types of magazines, all set up differently, and 1 or 2 work correctly. 3 or 4 don't. They're not set up properly with the ejector. So I don't know. That's one of the things for me, for sure.
Well, come on, guys. We got to give the YouTube answer. Just polish the feed ramp. That'll solve all the problems right there.
I got a Dremel, bro.
The magic answer. Polish the feed ramp.
Exactly. That's all the problems right there.
It solves everything, no matter what.
Exactly.
See, Steve, that's your problem with your low and left shenanigans. Just polish your feed ramp. You're going to be good to go, bro.
I got a Dremel. I'll be right back, dog. Get some steel wool. That might help.
I had a really bad problem with slide stops. I had slide stop because as soon as your gun isn't locking back, everybody's like follower springs, and I've got 47 Ds and I'm on the phone and Wilson is comping me and sending me, whole new spring kits and brand new followers. Then I get a bulletproof slide stop and I'm thinking, wait a minute. I bought a Wilson CQB and it didn't ship with one of your handy dandy bulletproof slide stops. Like that wasn't part of the thing. Okay, whatever. That gun was a completely different gun after Larry got his hands on it. Like that slide stop would jump up into that notch on that gun. Like it was crazy. The difference. And it's such a little part. And I'm like, Larry, what'd you do? And he's like, hey, bro, check it out. And he starts talking about doing whatever with the thing and the hook and the thing. And I'm like, oh, awesome. So now after 10,000 rounds, I've got a 1911 that locks back on the last round. It's pretty awesome, So sample of one.
None of Steve's guns lock back on the last round.
No, none of them. It's because he has bear paws,
Exactly.
And I would venture to say that, especially in the bullseye community, I've seen nearly every part break that can possibly break. I've actually seen sear pins break in half, hammer pins break in half, mainspring housing springs break in half. I got a spring in here the other day out of an open gun. The firing pin spring was broken in half, and the guy kept shooting it, and it just coiled onto itself. And he says to me, I'm getting light hits. I'm like, well, no shit. You don't have a firing pin spring anymore. It's like this long. So, and even the recoil rods, we went through a spell there for a while with one particular company who will remain unnamed on this podcast, where I had 5 recoil rods. The ears broke off of them within a year. And we're not talking high round count guns. We're talking under 5,000 rounds. And what I finally figured out was that the recoil rods that this particular company makes, and they make a ton of recoil rods for everybody, the recoil rods were too hard. And when you looked at the metallurgy of them, they were crystallized and they were just snapping the ears off. And when the ears would break off the guide rod, the recoil rod, they would jam up inside the gun and lock the gun up. That's a problem. That's a serious dead in the water issue. I've had 2 extractors break in over a decade. Both of them had well over 150,000 rounds through them. We talked about one the other night. It had over 250,000 rounds through it. The tip finally just said, I quit. I think for extractors, if they're fit properly, where the tip of the hook doesn't touch, and the tension is proper, you're never going to have a problem with your extractor as long as you don't drop it with a round in the chamber repeatedly. I had a guy do that. He dropped it over and over and over and over and over again, and he finally broke the tip off the extractor. Well, that's not a part failure. That's an idiot failure, right? I've had sears break in half. I actually had a company who I bought a sear from, and I put it in the vise to do some cuts on it. And when I put it in the vise, it broke in half because it was too hard. I mean, I barely put it in the vise and it just snapped in half. And that company since fixed their problems. Ejectors, like AJ said, there is a specific length that ejectors need to be for 9mm, 38 Super, or 45. If they're too long, if they're not relieved on the bottom, I see a lot of guns where they don't relieve them on the bottom. And guys are shooting 9s or 38 Supers or 10mm or 40. And like AJ said, they slam the mag in and it causes a problem. Slide stops, again, there's a specific length that the nose of the slide stop needs to be. If it's not, the gun's not going to lock back.
I saw some links early on in the early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Giving up the Ghost. Some links.
Yeah.
Links were another one that were giving up on some really piss poor barrels.
Well, and links
especially
will break.
In 40s.
Yeah, links will break for basically one of two reasons. One, they're too hard. Links are a wear part. They should be softer than, they should be in the mid 20 RC range. They should be not dead soft, but not rock hard, because they're a part that takes a lot of stress. But also they break because the barrel vis is too far back on the frame. And so the barrel, when it disengages and it drops down during recoil and the slide comes back and the barrel drops down, the barrel's actually, if the vis in the frame isn't cut, the vertical impact surface for the barrel to stop on it, the barrel is actually stopping on the link, which is improper. And if the barrel stops on the link, that link is going to break. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Hey guys, so Chuck, to your point earlier about slide stops, this one came into my shop. I don't know if you can see it very well. Most of the time when slide stops break, the lever breaks off the pin, right? This particular one came out of a pair of ordnance.
Oh, hot damn.
It split lengthwise. Can you see the pieces parts? It split lengthwise on the pin.
Wow.
And the customer brought it in and he says, yeah, my gun's not working and it's not locking back on the last round. I said, well, yeah, it's not, because the top of the slide stop pin is coming off.
Did it have any barrel fit?
No, not at all. It was riding on the length the whole way. But yeah, I've always I left this on the bench just so I could show people this thing is a disaster. It's a shit show. I've never seen one break this way.
That's why there's a hole, Dave. I'd sandwich that shit back together, stick it in there, keep shooting. I don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
I got some crazy good dog and some JB Weld.
Right.
I'm like, let me mix this shit up real quick. Hold on.
Well, I think, Matt, this goes back to your question earlier about, what separates a gun from, a production gun from a gun like Dave or AJ or myself or some other guys out there build. Guys like us, and I speak on Dave and AJ's behalf, and if I'm wrong, you guys just tell me I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Guys like us have spent a lot of time over the years trying new parts. I get parts all the time from companies. They'll call me and say, hey, can I send you a hammer to try? I'm like, sure, yeah, send it. They'll send me a hammer. I'll try it. I'll call them up. I'll say, hey, here's what I found. Either it did work or it didn't work. I'm interested in using it or I'm not interested in using it. And so guys like us spend a lot of time R&Ding parts for other companies, and we know what works. Guys ask me all the time, why do you only use cart barrels? The reason I only use cart barrels is because I know what I'm getting when I pay Conrad and Fred Cart for that barrel. Guys say, well, why do you use those trigger parts that you use? Because I know when I call the guy in California that makes our trigger parts, exactly what I'm getting. I've tried it for hundreds of thousands of rounds, and I know they work. Versus, brand XYZ over here, where they're getting the parts made at the minimum cost. If I could build a gun for the parts cost of what some of these production companies build guns for, I would have a whole lot less money in my guns. Thousands. The guns would be thousands cheaper. If you could build a gun with the kind of parts that we use for $250 in parts, shoot, get out of here. But we can't. I mean, I don't know about the other two guys on the panel, but I know that my average parts cost is well over $1,000 just in parts.
Easy.
Yeah, I'm somewhere like 14 to 15 per gun.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you got to keep in mind, I'm buying 50 to 100 barrels at a time. So I get the mad discount. And I'm still paying over $100 a barrel just for a barrel.
Now, I remember a discussion you guys had, and I remember specifically it was Chuck. And sadly, I don't remember if the discussion was text or actual verbal where I could hear it. Talking about different mags. And some of these mags, you gain a mag or you gain a round, but you lose the ability to lock back. Or Can you tell us? Is there a performance difference other than that?
No. From what I've been told by people smarter than me, that in order to ensure the lock back, the follower has to be done different. And because the follower is done different, there's only so many millimeters in that 140, 170 in there for you to jam spring and bullets into. So you give up bullets in order to have a follower designed in such a way that it's going to get it up there and slap Mr. Slide Stop on the ass, tell him, hey, wake up, do your job. So that's what's going on. And because I'm not into the gamer world, I didn't know that there were guys that are like, man, I don't care about lockback, because those dudes are never slide lock back reload in an old style IPSC. That was such a social faux pas, like he ran dry. And so guys are always reloading when they want to, not when they have to. And so having a slide that locks back is completely not even in their thought process or their wheelhouse. So that's just one of the many pitfalls of taking a design like this that has been maximized for human machine performance for competition, and trying to say, all right, where do I draw the line? What features am I not going to allow? What tolerances am I not going to allow, so that I now have a platform that I can reasonably trust my life to? And it's just a process. It's a process. The military tried it and didn't have very good success with that. So yeah, that's part of the struggle. I will tell you that despite my dumb butt ordering non-lockback magazines off the internet, because I didn't even know that was a thing, the magazines that I bought have worked perfectly. They work. I haven't seen a salt shaker yet out of any of the mags that I spent money on. I just didn't order the right follower because I didn't know to order the right follower.
So I remember talking to you specifically. I think it was you and Bill were in the car when I called you, and I asked, okay, I'm going to be getting into this pistol, this custom pistol, your brand. How many mags would be optimal, and how do I keep these up? Because I know that it's fragile. That was to Chuck that I was talking to, who's oblivious.
Yeah. So, I won't own a gun that has less than about 6 mags. That's me. Especially as an instructor, I don't like jamming mags when I should be watching students, or not having bullets in the gun for a certain drill, because I'm wasting the students' time. So even though I don't shoot as much as the students do, if I'm running a pistol only class, and my physical, well-being aside, my ability to carry the load on my hips with my medical ailments, I like to have 4 fully loaded mags, plus one in the gun, plus an empty one that I can load to a specific load to demonstrate a certain thing or a certain drill. So 5 loaded and 1 empty on the belt or pocket on the line with me when I'm in front of students is what I would prefer to have. Can I do it with 1 and a reload? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to be loading mags more often in front of students and hopefully trying to multitask and teach them and jam mags at the same time. So it also allows you to rotate your mags. It allows you to see mags that potentially are starting to do things that are funky. That's why numbering is so important, or marking is so important. The gun shouldn't get blamed for a systemic problem. Oh, look, that didn't lock back. Okay, that's number 4, noted. And then you just continue on with your day. Oh, look, that gun didn't lock back. That's number 5. Okay, the gun didn't lock back. That's number 3. And my name's Steve Fisher. So you just having a good cross section of magazines reduces your chance of blaming a magazine related problem on your firearm.
I mean, more than anything, it gives you options too, right? So, at least for me, right about 6 mags per gun, 5 mags per gun, but I also have different types of mags. So I'll run the 126s, the 140s. Very rarely do I get a 170, but it gives you options too. If that particular mag is running like crap, okay, toss that one out. I grab the 140 and I just go back to work too. So there's a huge plus to that.
That was another interesting thing, that these are referred to by how long they are.
It's a gamer thing.
Yeah. It's not the 26 rounders. It's not the 21 rounders. It's 170.
It's my 140, my 125, my 170s.
Well, not only with that, because you start, you brought it up with the followers, depending on whose followers and whose base pads I'm using. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can take a 40, right? A 40 caliber, 140 millimeter mag. If I leave it stock, I've got 18 rounds in the mag. If I'm running Graham's followers, Graham's base pads, I'm 22 rounds per magazine. So it can change a lot. And that's where you get into the guns like Chuck said, that they're not locking back because there ain't even enough room to touch that. So,
but AJ,
yeah,
you're talking about a caliber nobody cares about, 40.
The non-Christian caliber.
Well, I'm a gamer, man, so
is that a Muslim caliber?
I mean, 10 millimeter short. Let's 10 millimeter short. Let's call it that.
Short and weak. 40 cal is great for one thing: blowing guns up.
Well, you're not wrong. As someone who has had more than one Glock explode in my hand, it is not a fun experience.
Yeah, to hell with that. I don't want nothing to do with the 40 cal.
So Joe Chambers, I have a question specifically for you. As I point a magazine at the camera, why are your mags so expensive? I know the answer, but this is misunderstood.
You talking about the wide body mags?
Yeah.
Oh, well, here's the deal.
Because you need.
I just had a great conversation the other day with Adrian at MBX, and for years and years, we used STI brand magazines, and we all tuned them. You bought an $80 magazine that didn't work. And then you brought it to somebody like me or AJ or Dave or a number of other guys out there, and we tuned it. And what that meant was usually we mixed up some 2-part epoxy and we smeared it on the inside of the magazine, and then we sanded and filed it flat, and then we bent the lips, and then we ground it down so it wouldn't hit the bottom of the frame ramp when you slammed it in the gun. And then we modified your slide so that it wouldn't bang up the disconnector rail on the slide. And we did all this work, and then we charged you $60 for the mag, for tuning each mag. So they were $140 a piece. And a number of years ago, this guy Adrian from England, he decided to start making mags out of his living room, apparently. And he made a mold, and he started pounding them out. And now MBX mags are pretty much the standard. And when I build an open gun, or like the Night Fighter series that I'm building for Chuck, those guns all come standard with 2 MBX mags. That's $250 worth of magazines that work. They flat out work. And, you know, I've been shooting MBX mags now for about 3 years in open guns and other wide body guns. And I have zero problems. You can get on Instagram and watch me shoot open guns. And, you know, I'll shoot 30 rounds in a row and people go, oh my God, an open gun that runs 30 rounds without malfunctioning? That's a miracle. Well, no, not really. You know, the gun's properly built and the mags are properly built. MBX, as Chuck found out, MBX offers 2 follower models. They offer a non-lockback model, and in the standard 126 or whatever it is millimeter magazine, I don't do millimeters because I'm from America. We do inches here. But in the standard magazine, it holds 21 mags or 21 rounds. In the lockback model, it holds 18 rounds. So, you know, people talk about, well, God, why are your mags so expensive? Because they're properly made and they work. You know, I don't have to do nothing to them. Nothing. We just put them in the gun and shoot the damn things, and they run. And so, you know, you can spend a lot of money on junk. We've talked about that already. You can spend a lot of money on crap that doesn't work. And I think I can speak for all of us on this group. We've probably all spent a lot of money on crap that doesn't work. Okay? We have. I mean, there are single stack mags that I flat out refuse to use because A, they don't work, or B, they don't work for very long. You know, if you're a major manufacturer of gun parts and guns and you build a magazine for a 1911 single stack that has an all plastic follower that's only good for about 100 lockbacks, get the hell out of here. All you're doing is you're just cheating people out of good hard-earned money. There's been technology out there for 20 years to insert a metal spot into a plastic follower so that the follower never wears out. But you want to sell 3 followers for $21 that cost you 3 cents a piece to make because you're cheap. You know, so my mags are expensive because they work. And there's a lot of guys out there that are going to go, oh my God, you know, I need a hookup on that. We're giving you a hookup. They're $120 a piece, which is slightly less than retail. It's barely more than my cost, but we're going to take care of you, you know, and you're not going to have to worry about getting mags for a gun that don't work.
Man, that's perfect.
I don't know if it's perfect or not, but it's the truth.
No, that's what it is.
You know,
so what
about
about
this? Oh, sorry, Matt.
No, go.
I was going to say a lot of this stems from the fact that most of the dudes looking at 1911s grew up in a polymer Glock world.
Yes.
All they've ever known is a $19 magazine. The dudes in the 25, I'll call it 25 to 35 age bracket, all they have ever known is a $19 polymer mag. Well, that's a cool story. And that's why Glock's the best. The mags are cheap. Hey, bro, anytime you invest in a platform, you get mags. Suck it up, sweetheart. I don't care if it's a CZ, an MMP, or 1911, whatever that, all the magazines are going to be more costly than a $19 polymer Glock mag. And yeah, there's reasons for the mag stack, the tolerance, all that bullshit. I get it, specific to that gun. But hey, if you're going to invest in a gun, you better be prepared to invest in all the extra equipment that goes along with it to keep the gun up and running. And that's going to mean magazines. I know I'm a CZ guy. I've got PO9s, Shadows, stuff like that. My magazines run me $49 a mag. You know, some of them are even more than that. Get over it. But the first dudes that cry about it, but they'll spend $900 on a gun send it off to Cajun Gunworks or the CZ Custom Shop or whoever shop, or they'll buy a $2,300 Glock. But they're going to bitch about a $19 to $35 magazine. I'm like, dude, please just put it in your mouth and smack yourself. You're an idiot. But that's where I'm at with that. That's my rant.
And Steve, to your point, another thing that goes along with the mags, I had a customer a few years ago, spent a lot of money, built a single stack 9mm gun, calls me up and he says the thing won't run. And I said, what are you talking about? It ran fine when I had it when I test fired it before it left the shop. Well, I come to find out he's running cheap reloaded ammunition in it. And I said, look, dude, you're running like Valvoline oil in your Ferrari here. Stop doing that. Put good quality ammo in it and it'll be fine. And he did that, and guess what? All the problems went away. So it's the same thing to your point. These guys want to buy these $19 magazines, and that's the way they feel about it. Well, you spend $4,000 on a gun, don't buy cheap magazines. Don't buy cheap ammo. Feed it good stuff, and it'll be fine.
Well, and that brings us to another fact. I run a lot of 10mm 1911s because, well, it's the best millimeter ever, and it's the best gun ever. I use 1911 45 mags. Oh, wait, I just let the secret out. Oh, my God. It's like using 38 Super Mags in a 9mm gun. What?
Steve,
you
need to knock it off, bro. You're killing this industry.
That's the things people don't get. I'm like, bro, these shoot the gun. Stop worrying about that stuff. If you notice, they're pretty much the same damn thing. Sorry about your bad luck. And there's a lot of companies that'll be like, no, we can't sell a 45 mag with a 10mm gun because the customers will freak out, or a 38 Super Mag with a 9mm gun. But guess what they do? Joe, what do they do better?
They feed better because in a 10mm, if you use a 45 magazine in a 10mm, it positions the round approximately 40 thousandths higher up in the magazine. And so when you're shooting a ramped barrel gun, that makes a lot of difference, especially when the bullet you're shooting is an inferior design in every regards, which the 10mm is.
Shut your mouth.
So I gotta say this, right? I was still a student at the time. The first 40 I ever built, I know everyone hates it, but I could not for the life of me figure that shit out at all. And one day, I don't remember who said it to me, but it was like, boom, try a 45 mag. And I was like, damn it. Why did I not think of this? And it was just, all day long, every round. And again, it was huge learning experience for me. Like, dude, perfect sense.
Can you demonstrate that for us one more time? That's
like
exactly how it works. Yep.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, and Matt, people want to bitch and moan about the magazines being expensive and blah, blah, blah. And I was recently looking at buying a 1928 Thompson, a transferable. And you want to talk about expensive magazines?
I can't even imagine.
A Colt 100 round drum for a Tommy gun, an original Colt mag, not even new, a used one, $1,500. So don't talk to me about expensive magazines.
Yeah.
Right? Do you want something that works, or do you want something that doesn't work? Pick your poison.
Well, and that's not only the thing too, right? Because, and I'm sure you guys have run across it too, there are some expensive magazines out there that they don't work. They do not work at all.
Yeah, there's some companies out there that sell springs and followers for the single stack that are absolutely, positively the worst thing you can do to your gun.
Yeah.
Okay. There is this common thought process out there that you need a super strong magazine spring to make the gun run. All right. Now I'm going to tell you a little story here. I won't take too much time with it, but I have a magazine over in my range bag. I've had this magazine since around 1998. So it's roughly 30 years old, and or 20 years old rather. And I've had this magazine. It is my ransom rest test magazine. All right, it's the one magazine, the one that I use when I ransom arrest test guns. If I had to guess, I would say it has at least 500,000 rounds through that magazine. Divided by 5 is 100,000 cycles. Okay? The spring in that magazine is so weak that you can literally blow on the follower and it will drop down. I have 0 malfunctions with that magazine, ever. 0. I could take that mag out right now, load it with 5 to 7 rounds, put it in a gun and fire it, no problem. Because it doesn't, the less amount of pressure on it doesn't affect the functioning of the gun. There are way more things inside the gun going on, like the disconnector stalling on the slide when it comes forward, like the rounds hitting the nose of the slide stop, the follower hitting the nose of the mag catch. There's all kinds of problems going on inside of the gun, or potential problems going on inside of the gun, that affect the reliability of the gun more than the spring in the magazine. What I can tell you is, if you take one of these really strong magazine springs and you put it in your magazine because you're going to rebuild your magazine because you're too cheap to buy a new one, what happens is it puts undue pressure from the top round of the magazine on the disconnector rail of the slide, and as the gun is cycling, it actually slows the slide down, which then can induce malfunctions. If you slow the inertia of the slide down, you're going to potentially induce a malfunction. So these companies out there that are selling mags with extra strong mag springs and blah 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 blah, they're actually causing potential issues with your gun because you're getting rid of the recoil energy that you need to cycle the gun properly.
Similarly, we're going to jump off of 1911s for a second, but we all know that modern firearms instructors will tell you that there's nothing wrong with magazine supported. And we're trying to beat that out of people that have been taught that institutionally from way back when. Where do you think that came from? There was a reason why we went away from don't put your magazine on the ground. And I never saw it until I tested out 300 Blackout. And I put subsonic 300 Blackout in a dirty gun, and then I leaned my big ass on it for shooting some groups, and ka-chunk, and the bolt hung up. And I picked the gun up off the ground, and that dirty wet son of a bitch went into battery. I got back down on the magazine, fired again. Ka-chunk, locked back, came up off the magazine, ka-chunk, back in. So I have seen firsthand with the AR platform, magazine pressure directed up, and there's a huge amount of factors in there. Tolerances of the female edge being worn out on the actual mag as opposed to the steel locking piece, creating tolerance differences of the magazine within the magazine well, blah, 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 blah. But since a lot of you guys aren't 1911 people, but you are AR people, I'm speaking to you guys in a metaphorical way that will make sense to y'all. Yes, you can. If your gun is on the ragged edge of gas, dirt, resistance, and all these other things, and now you add physical pressure creating shearing resistance on the bottom of a moving part, you're adding another step into the process. And how many steps can your weapon, when it's operating at the edge of its acceptable margins, how many steps can you take before you get a stoppage? So that's all I got.
That's a good gut. Now, remember another conversation we had. As a matter of fact, it was the same conversation, Chuck, where you and I discussed how many mags do I need. You also gave me advice on how to all of them.
All of them.
You also gave me
Absolutely.
advice on how to maintain them. Chuck, how do you maintain these?
Well, I will tell you that gamers take very, very good care of their mags. And that's why shooters of other platforms have had it hammered in their head. Again, we're going back to the AR platform and people holding on to USGI mags for decades. And we say, it's a bad mag, throw it away. They're disposable, like don't get attached to your magazines. So people take that type of disposable mentality, and then they look at something that is $125 and they're like, $125 for a disposable magazine. Well, it's made out of steel, not aluminum, and springs are replaceable, and dirt and grit are not your friends. So when I saw the most kind of varied double stack mags, probably the first multi-gun competition I ever went to, and there were guys that were carrying their STI mags in a rollout, and each mag had its own individual pocket, and they all had quick disconnect floor plates, so they weren't having to use all kind of funky special tools to get in there. And bro, if they dumped a mag during that course of fire, when they were done with that stage, before we left that action bay, that dude is back over at his baby carriage looking fucking gun caddy, whatever, and he's got this toilet brush looking son of a bitch, and he's pulled the thing out, and he's run that black plastic bristled burly brush through there, and then he blows off, wipes off that follower, slaps it back in there, and puts his QD floor plate back on his gun. And it didn't take him long, like less than 45 seconds. But I think about every Glock mag that I've ever dumped in the sand, maybe turned it upside down and hit it against my kneecap a couple times, and then stuck it right back in a pouch and stuck it right back into my gun. And there are 1911 style platforms that can handle that. But it's another one of those pieces that I'm talking about where now you're starting to stack tolerances. And so the resistance of that follower going up and down in that mag, it's not gonna be as good. Do you have enough spring tension to do it? How old's your magazine? How many times have you compressed and decompressed that magazine under load? What type of ammo are you using? Are you running it on a suppressed gun where you're throwing carbon and crap down into the mag that's now tarnishing and messing up all your rounds and all that stuff? All of that is a factor. So if you're a duty guy and you take your gun out on the weekend and you dump all your mags in the sand, if you have it set up that you have a QD floor plate, you probably owe it to yourself. Just like you wouldn't go 10-8 with black smegma all over the front of your X300 after a long range day, you're going to clean that crap off, because you got to use that flashlight to make decisions about whether or not to put some hot shit in somebody. So you're not going to throw your nasty ass all weekend long Glock black flashlight coated flashlight gun in your 68 whatever and roll out. So if you decide that you're going to use one of these guns that needs to be properly maintained for a duty weapon, then you need to properly maintain it. And part of that is just making sure that you don't have half of a sandbox in your mags when you reload them and stick them in your open top Kydex,
Yeah, and Chuck makes a great point. There are two things that I see as far as dirty wise that make guns fail the most come into my shop. Number one is guys refuse to take their mags apart and clean them. They just flat out refuse, right? Doesn't matter if it's a Glock or an HK or a SIG or an XD or an M&P or 1911. I see guns come into my shop, 1911s in specific, that you could start a fire with all the carbon coal that's in that magazine. And the other thing is the extractor tunnel. Guys go, well, my gun's failing to extract. And you pull the extractor on the gun and you stick a Q-tip in there and you push out a worm of oil and carbon fouling. You're like, what the hell? when's the last time you cleaned the extractor tunnel? And they go, oh, you got to do that? Well, yeah, because every time you fire the gun, it's back blasting to the breech face. And I've actually seen guns with really high round counts, 100,000 plus, where the breech face is fire etched from the primer, and it back blasts and it blows carbon back into the extractor tunnel. And if you do that enough times, if you shoot the gun enough, it'll backblast enough carbon into the extractor channel that it'll actually hold the extractor over and prevent the extractor from catching the round. Because we're not talking about 200 thousandths hook here that's pulling the round out. We're talking about on a 45, the hook length is average 36 thousandths. Well, it don't take much for it to move the hook over enough, and now it's not extracting. On a 9mm 38 Super, we're talking almost half of that as far as the hook length. So it doesn't take a lot of buildup inside that extractor tunnel to stop the gun from extracting rounds. The long and short of it is, clean your dadgum gun. I mean, you don't run your car for 100,000 miles without changing the oil, do you? No one does that. That's stupid. Right? You take that thing in every 5,000 rounds, you let the dealership put some oil in it, and you roll on down the road. Well, clean your dadgum gun and your magazines.
So I'll say this, right? Probably the competition guys, especially the ones, Chuck's referring to, they are on top of that shit. They will clean those mags all the time. However, do they absolutely need to be cleaned that much? No, I don't think so. I mean, Steve and I have been together in places where there's just moon dust everywhere, right? And I was running a 2011. How many times did I clean my mags? Right? Glocks are going down, other guns are going down. Do they need to be cleaned that much? Can they continue to run? Yeah, they absolutely can. But why would you risk that? Why would you push that envelope to, I want my mags to fail? Why? Clean your mags, dude. Clean your mags. There's no reason not to. Much to Chuck's point. You're going to clean that carbon off. Why aren't you going to clean your mag? So.
Yeah, and I completely agree with him. If you've got a gun that is doing all the other things right, you've replaced the springs, you've done all that, you're not tolerance stacking as bad, so that mag can get through that. So if I'm going to shoot on a Saturday and a Sunday, a high round count, like a no-fail class or whatever, I'm not going to clean my mags between Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm gonna put on some Bengay extra strength on my elbows and my hips, and I'm gonna go get in the bed with Misha. And cleaning anything is on the last of my my things to do. But Sunday night, if I was a cop leaving from a no-fail class, and I carried a double stack wide body platform, yeah, man, pull that stuff out and wipe that stuff out, put it back together before you stick it in your basket weave, yo. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Going to work with some dirty ass shit. That's just not, it's not cool. Just don't do that.
Truth.
Okay, Joe, here's one for you. The importance of barrel leg fit on a properly built 1911.
Not important at all.
There we go. Okay, next question.
Good Lord.
Well, I started to stink about this a couple of months ago on the forums.
Which was amazing, by the way. Amazing.
You like that, AJ? You're on mute, dude. Somebody tell AJ we can't hear it.
Yeah. Now we got it.
Unmute yourself. There you go. What were you ranting about?
Okay. So I was saying, I was talking to Steve on the phone. Man, I thought this was a thing that everyone did. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, look at all these barrels that have barrel bump and people that don't fit the feet correctly. I'm like, wait, what? Other dudes aren't doing this? What is going on here? Why is this a thing?
Yeah, so kind of the impetus behind this is over the past 10 years, I've had, I don't know, what are you counting, Steve?
I'm trying to spell impetus. It's okay, bro. Go ahead.
Oh. You want me to use smaller words?
No, it's okay, Travis Haley.
Don't ever compare me to him, please. So over the past 10 years, I've had dozens and dozens and dozens of guns come into my shop that are high-end dollar guns. I mean, we're talking $5,000 to $10,000 guns, and they have multiple problems. Either they won't run, or they're not accurate. Now, my opinion is, if you're buying a gun in the $5,000 to $10,000 range, you're spending custom money on that gun. It should have two things. It should be reliable as the sun coming up in the east, and it should be dead ass accurate. The end. All right. I cut my teeth for 3.5 years building bullseye guns that did both. And there's a whole crowd of people out there that go, oh, you can't have a reliable gun that's accurate. Complete horse hockey. All right. That is donkey balls. If that were the truth, no one would ever win the national championships at Camp Perry, ever. Because those guys absolutely rely on dead accuracy, and the gun has to run. If the gun doesn't run, then they don't win, period. Dot, the end. So I started getting these guns in that are $5,000 to $10,000 guns, and people go, well, they're just not that accurate. And I go, well, yeah, you have no leg fit, right? Somebody cut these barrel legs with a chainsaw file or some beaver teeth from the river, and there's nothing there. And they go, well, you can't push the barrel down when you press on the hood. Well, that doesn't mean jack diddly duke, okay? All that means is the guy put a long link in there, and so now it's bearing on the link. So here's the deal. When you fit a 1911 barrel, and this is my opinion, there are guys out there that go, oh, Chambers has his opinion, it's complete BS, blah, 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 but here's my opinion. When you fit a 1911 barrel, you want the barrel legs to rest lightly on the slide stop pin. If they don't rest lightly on the slide stop pin, the gun cannot be accurate to its potential. All right. Now, Jerry Kiefer, rest his soul, was a dear friend of mine, and he and I had many, many, many late night conversations about this, and we were totally on the same page with this. You know, the idea of 1911 accuracy, we are truly at the limits of the ammo at this point in history. I believe, and he believed, that we're at the limits of the ammo. I can build a 38 Super 1911 single stack that'll shoot 5/8 of an inch at 50 yards with 10 shot groups. I've done it many times. I can build a 45 that'll shoot sub-inch and a half all day long, 10 shot groups at 50 yards. Done it hundreds of times. But if you don't have the barrel legs fit to the slide stop properly, that won't happen. Now, there's basically two trains of thought when it comes to this. There's the hard fit guys, right? And there's a couple of companies out there that hard fit, and there's the real fit guys like myself. The hard fit guys, what they're counting on is you're going to get their gun and you're going to shoot 500 to 1,000 rounds through the gun, and you're going to wear it in, quote unquote. It'll be broken, quote unquote, and then it'll be good to go. Does that gun shoot 1.5 inches or less at 50 yards? Probably, maybe, if everything else is done properly, yes. But for how long? My experience has been 2,500 to 3,000 rounds, and then it no longer shoots those kind of groups at 50 yards. And the reason is because if you take two pieces of metal and you beat them together long enough, eventually the softer of the two pieces of metal is going to wear out. And in the case of a 1911, you have three interfaces basically. You have the slide stop, you have the slide stop hole in the frame, and you have the barrel legs, okay? And if you use a cart barrel, typically they're made of 4140 steel, and they typically run about 54 RC hardness-wise. Slide stops, like the ones we use, typically run about 51 RC, 52 RC hardness, and frames are typically in the high 20s, low 30s. So the slide stop is typically going to wear out before the barrel legs will, which is good because the slide stop is the cheaper part. And you always want to modify or wear out the cheapest part first. So if you have a hard fit gun and you shoot it 500,000 rounds, it wears into the slide stop. Now you have flat spots on the slide stop. You no longer have a barrel fit. So your accuracy is gone. The gun will still function fine. It'll still run okay, but you don't have the premium accuracy that you once had. If you have a properly fit slide stop where the barrel goes into battery and it very lightly kisses and rests on the slide stop pin, it removes the marker, then you have a gun that's going to run properly for many tens of thousands of rounds. It's going to be way more accurate than you can shoot or any of us on this panel can shoot for many tens of thousands of rounds, and it's going to be reliable. And when you talk about barrel bump, you know, when you look at a Chambers custom gun that we build here, whether I build it, Eric builds it, Brandon builds it, whoever, they all have the same profile on the front of the legs. Barrel bump is one of the number one causes of reliability and accuracy issues in the gun. If the front of the barrel legs, if they hit the slide stop as the barrel is going back into battery with the slide, it interrupts the cycle of the slide going forward, first of all. And anytime you interrupt the cycle of the slide, you're interrupting the feed cycle of the gun, which then affects the reliability and the accuracy. So if you don't taper off the front of the barrel legs like we do and some other guys out there do, and we actually do it by hand so we get the clearance proper without taking too much off. But if you don't eliminate that bump on the front of the barrel legs, you're going to, not only are you going to beat that living crap out of your slide stop, but you're also going to induce malfunctions and you're going to have a gun that's not accurate. The entire thing behind a 1911 in particular and any semi-automatic pistol design, in my opinion, for accuracy and reliability is consistency of cycle. When we teach in the 1911 University class, the main thing that we talk about throughout the class is the consistency of cycle. That's why we modify the slide stop nose. That's why we modify the mag catch nose. That's why we do the barrel legs the way we do it. That's why we modify the mag catch, the follower in the magazine the way we do it. Because we want the gun, the Marvel disconnector slot, I should touch on this, that Bob Marvel developed in the late 80s, is one of the greatest modifications to a 1911 for function ever made. If you're building 1911s and you don't put the Marvel disconnector slot cut in there, you're doing it wrong. I'm telling you right now, you're doing it wrong because the Marvel disconnector slot cut removes the interference that happens when the slide goes forward and hits the disconnector, and it makes the gun cycle smooth. It gets rid of the interruption, just like getting rid of the barrel bump. So to surmise, my opinion is what you need to do is you need to make sure your barrel legs are fit properly. Now, I'll throw this out there. There's a famous woman shooter. I won't mention her name because I don't know if she wants to be mentioned online, but she won 17 national championships in a row at Camp Perry. And the gun that she shot was built by a friend of mine, and it only had 50% barrel leg fit on each leg. She won 17 championships in a row. She's the only woman in history to ever shoot a 2650 out of 2700, ever in history. Okay, so when you guys look at your barrel leg fit on your gun, you know, your custom gun, and you go, oh, I only have 50% fit. That's okay. All right, that's all right. Guys like myself, Dave, AJ, there's a couple of others, very few, but there's a couple of others out there that are focused on the barrel leg fit when we fit a barrel. We're shooting for 100%, right? Just like when you shoot Chuck's no-fail drill. Every time I shoot Chuck's no-fail drill, when I test the gun, I shoot his no-fail drill, and I'm trying to get a 100 with 10 X's. That's my goal. 25 yards, under 10 seconds, 110 X's. I don't always get 10 X's. I don't always get a 100, but that's my goal, right? When we fit barrels, we're trying to get 100% contact with smooth, proper feeding, with smooth, proper going into battery. No bump, no hard fit. The gun goes into battery nice and smooth. But if you look at your gun and it's got 50% fit on both legs, that gun's way more accurate than you're ever going to be. Way more accurate. And there are other things that go into it. I've seen guns come into my shop from world famous, high name, high dollar shops that they're super thin. The legs are super thin on the back. Okay. If your barrel legs are less than 100 thousandths thick on the back side, chances are at some point the back of the legs are going to break off. It's just a given. I've had some guns come in from really high dollar shops that are 70, 60 thousandths, and that's not good. That's a problem. They're going to break. We replace those barrels just carte blanche. But the other thing that I'll bring up is the more engagement you can get without barrel bump, and Steve can attest to this with his 9mm and his 10mm. Steve challenged me when I built his 10mm. He said, I want a super accurate 10mm that shoots as soft as possible with the hottest loads. I said, okay, no problem. I got this, right? And the longer the bearing surface and the more contact you can get on the bearing surface without having barrel bump, the softer the gun is going to shoot, because the longer its lock time can be. And this goes back to the reason I moved the slide stop pinhole on the Chuck Pressburg Night Fighter series guns. I moved the hole 10 thousandths down. On Chuck's gun, for example, the height of the legs is 109 thousandths tall, 0.109. So my bearing surface is 0.100 long. And what that means is Chuck's gun shoots extremely soft. The 9mm that I built for him, just like Steve's 9mm or Steve's 10mm, Steve's 10mm doesn't recoil like this because it's 10mm. But if you build a 9mm or a 45 like this with a really long bearing surface with no barrel bump, it shoots almost, I'm not going to say it shoots as soft as a 22, but it shoots really soft, and it shoots really fast, and it shoots really flat because you have a gun that has a proper barrel fit. So, I know I started a barnstorm. I started a serious prairie fire with my post on the internet about that a couple months ago. But the reason I posted it is there's a lot of you guys out there that are buying really high-end guns that unfortunately you're not getting, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, that's all it is. It's not a knock against anybody in particular. But you're not getting what you paid for. Right? You wouldn't go and buy a Z06 Corvette and get in it and accept the fact that it has a Hyundai 4-cylinder motor in it, right? You'd be pissed. You'd be actually into Lamborghini, and you got in a Lamborghini and it had a 4-banger in it. And that was kind of my whole impetus behind doing this is, I want to bring awareness to the fact that there is a right way to do it. It's not just Joe's way. There's a right way. And it can be learned. It can be done. And guys that are out there building $7,500 guns, fitting barrels properly.
Cool. And Joe, I think you ran into some connection issues. You went into the matrix just for a second.
Oh, shit. What'd you miss?
We heard you, Joe, but it was pretty awesome. It was pretty much like the auditory version of the SpongeBob upper and lowercase memes at the exact right time. It was pretty epic. I was like, man, did we do that shit on purpose? Because that was legit.
So I don't know where I cut off. So sorry about that.
It doesn't matter. So that brings me up to another question. Properly sprung guns from a custom maker versus a bullshit shop or a production shop, I'll say. And me and AJ have had this talk numerous times. I know me and Dave have, and Joe. Dude, I've gotten some guns in my hands right now. I'm like, is Tim Herron shooting this? Because I'm not shooting 750 feet per second 230 ball here, bro, or 200 like syntax. I'm shooting 230 man ammo. And I need to know what's going on with my gun and why it feels like I'm shooting, 400 Corbon out of it. And the other one that I think people should really understand is bushing barrels versus cone barrels.
Yes, Steve, these are lists of These are on the list. We discussed this.
Steve did not read the list, obviously.
Yes. So yes, the cone barrel versus bushing is actually the next topic. After that are springs. So there we have it. Nope, we lost Joe. He's dead. Maybe he'll come back.
Well, I guess since Joe's gone, I can speak a little bit to this. The cone barrels to me actually kind of makes sense because with a bushing barrel, you're talking about two different diameters and two different sets of tolerances. With a cone barrel, you're only talking about one. So you have the ability to take a cone barrel and get the tolerance between the cone and the slide much tighter than you do between a bushing and then the slide in the bushing. You're reducing the amount of varying tolerances by half. So I would tend to think that a cone barrel, I don't have a lot of experience with them, but I would tend to think that a cone barrel would be much more accurate. Joe, since you're back.
Oh, I'm back. Whew. Man, I was going into the abyss there. That's what happens when you live in the middle of nowhere in a metal building. So I fit probably 300 cone barrels. And I fit, I don't know how many bushing barrels, a bunch of them. When you fit a cone barrel, if it's fit properly, you get rid of the interface between the bushing and the slide, like Dave said, right? So no matter how tight you fit a bushing to a slide, and we fit them pretty tight, like with the Presscheck guns, the Night Fighters coming out, you're going to need a metal bushing wrench when you get that gun. I'm just telling you in advance. Call Brownells, order their aluminum bushing wrench, Chuck, because you're going to need one. I don't want you calling me bitching and moaning, going, "Oh, damn, Joe, I can't get my bushing out. I destroyed 3 plastic bushing wrenches." I don't want to hear that crap, okay? Because we don't fit guns with bushings that are finger tight. That defeats the point of accuracy. So when you get rid of the cone, what happens is you get rid of, or when you get rid of the bushing, rather, you get rid of the interface between the bushing and the slide, which is going to wear out over time. It just happens. And when we fit a cone to a slide, for example, I just did one the other day, and the cone, the inside diameter of the slide was 0.7001, and the OD of the cone was 0.7005. So that's a half thou tolerance, which on the radius is a quarter thou. It's literally so tight that if you take a human hair, which is 3 thousandths, and you stick it in between them, the gun locks up and it won't open. And by doing so, you're limiting the vertical and horizontal play on the end of the gun, which makes the gun inherently more accurate if everything is done accordingly in the rest of the build. Now, you can screw up the accuracy if you don't have a barrel leg fit, or if you have a chamber that's got too deep, or the hood's too long, or too short, rather. There's all kinds of things you can do to screw up the accuracy. But if the muzzle end of the gun is fit properly, you're good to go. So this leads to the question that I get asked from time to time, well, how long is a bushing fit good for? How long is a cone fit good for? Here's the bottom line from my experience and what I've seen. You will shoot, if you shoot jacketed bullets, you will shoot the bore of the barrel out before the cone or the bushing are worn out. Period. Right? A typical 9mm 38 Super with 40 cal 10mm with jacketed bullets, by the time you get to 60 to 65,000 rounds, the bore is gone. Right? On a 45 with jacketed bullets, by the time you get to 70, 80,000 rounds, the bore is gone. I've had some 45s come in with 110, 120,000 rounds of jacketed bullets, and the bore is just, it's a smooth bore for an inch. Cones, typically, I've seen them go 150,000 rounds with no problems and hold a good tolerance. And that's because the cones that we use, which we have made for us, are made of stress-proof steel, and they last a long, long time. Bushings, 40, 50, 60,000 rounds, depending on how you keep it lubed, how you keep it clean, and all the idiosyncrasies that go into that. So that's my take on the cone versus bushing. They're both excellent. They both work great. I get some guys that go, I like a traditional look. Cool. We'll put you a bushing barrel in there. I get other guys that go, I want that flat, smooth face. Cool. We're going to go with that. We're going to go with that cone barrel then.
I guess my turn. So yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys 100%. I think the cone barrel, and I will admit I have not done a ton of cone barrels, and more bull barrels than actual cone barrels. So I will say they're inherently, I think, more accurate than a standard bushing barrel. But I'm weird. I love bushing barrels, man. I love the look of the bushing barrels. Honestly, I like fitting bushing barrels. I enjoy that process in building a gun. Is it going to wear out? Sure. I personally I don't think worn one out, got close on one, but to me, go with whichever you like. But I do think the cone barrel is inherently a more accurate design because, again, you're taking away one interface that you honestly don't need involved. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the cone barrel, it is a little more work to fit the barrel. There's no doubt about that. You got to lock it up. You got to leave it set for the Loctite that we use has a drying time of 140 hours before it's completely 100% dry or like 98%. So you got to leave it sit for a little bit. But, there is to me, the advantage to a bushing barrel is when the bushing wears out, if the barrel's not worn out, you can replace the bushing easily. The advantage to a cone barrel is I can take the gun apart without tools in the field. I can clean it easily. I don't need a wrench. I just take the slide off, take the recoil assembly out, take the barrel out, clean it. Done, gone.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. Now, so for one of the things for me, I'm a single stack USPSA guy, right? I can't have a bull barrel in my gun. It's got to be a bushing barrel gun. So, and even if you play the other sport, they're not keen on the bull barrel guns. So there's a place for all of them, I think. Dave,
Yeah,
what are you primarily doing? Bushings?
Yeah. I primarily do bushing guns. I've done a few cone barrel guns and a few bull barrel guns in my time, but most of the time it's always been bushing guns.
Sorry, Joe. What were you saying?
Oh.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I thought Joe was jumping in right before I asked you a question. Sorry.
No, I'm good.
Should we get into those proper spring rates?
Where's Fisher? He's the one that brought it up.
Yeah.
I think maybe he had to take a leak or something.
I know Chuck had to step away for a little bit.
No, I'm here. I had to go fold in laundry. So springs for me are kind of weird. You'll get a lot of guys depending on what they're doing with the gun. I don't even know how to phrase it right. So the defensive crowd versus the gamer crowd with their major, minor power factors, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm more about the feel of the gun when I'm shooting the gun. I don't care if I'm shooting 9mm, 124 ball, 147 ball, 230 ball, 230 plus PHSTs, whatever the case is, plus P plus stuff. I don't care. The gun for me really, it's all about the feel, I think, more to the shooter than anything else. But even so on the reliability side of it, but not only that, but how the gun beats itself to death after a while. So, I mean, most guys will just go, oh, I'm shooting whatever, so I need, an 18-pound spring or tell us about the difference between mainspring and recoil spring fits and how they marry up and why. because I think that's a lot of things guys don't get is the relationship between the two in the gun.
Well, I'll let Dave and AJ go first, and then I'll tell you my experience and my opinion.
Go for it, AJ.
Okay, so I'll give my little spiel on it, right? I guess most people don't think that the mainspring has anything to do in the equation, and it absolutely does. And actually, this will bring me to a point I want to ask, Dave and Joe later about firing pin stop plates and how you set your firing pin stop plates up, because we all know that has a different effect. But so primarily for me, my mainsprings are pretty much going to sit about the same 17, 18 pound range for everything I set up. Recoil springs, however, I set up number one for what's being shot, and number two for the shooter itself. So, I mean, it's an easy thing to say, oh, you're shooting a 9mm with duty ammo, you need a 14-pound spring or whatever. You think, oh, you're going to shoot varying lots of ammo. Oh, you need a 13-pound variable power, blah, blah, blah spring. That's, to me, that's not good enough, especially coming from, the defensive side and even the competition side. I want the gun to feel the same all the time. I shoot pretty much the same ammo all the time. I'll tell you, not all guns are the same. How they are built is going to have a lot to do with how they're going to be sprung, in my opinion. So a gun built by one guy might take a 11-pound recoil spring in a 9mm gun. A gun built by another guy might take a 13-pound recoil spring. So I think it really depends. A lot of it, to me, has to do with feel. If the gun is set up properly, I mean, there's a huge range in recoil springs as far as the gun running that's going to be acceptable. I mean, so this gun, this is a Commander 2011. That'll run right now, because it's my carry gun, a 13-pound recoil spring. My competition single stack gun, because of the ammo I'm using and the way the gun is set up, is running an 11-pound recoil spring. So I think really how the gun is built has way more to do with it, especially the consistency of your ammo and what ammo you're running. It's going to have way more to do with it than, oh, you're shooting 9mm, 147 grain, throw that in there. I don't know. Thoughts, Dave, Joe?
Well, for me personally, for the majority of my clientele, I guess I kind of have always tailored more to the competitive shooters and the guys that are using 1911s in training, some law enforcement people, that sort of thing. So I set the gun up a certain way. I set it up the way I think it should be run. I tend to run as heavy a recoil spring as I can. Now, if I have somebody that's a good enough shooter that can come back to me and say, hey, this gun is oversprung, I don't like the way it feels, then we'll tailor it to the shooter. But for the most part, if I'm just building a gun for the average guy that doesn't shoot a lot of ammunition, that doesn't really know the difference, I'm going to set it up the way I set it up. If he can recognize the fact that something's not right with the way he's shooting, then we'll bring it back and we'll tailor it. I personally, in my 9mm guns, I run a 19.5-pound mainspring and a 14-pound recoil spring. The reason I do that is because I figure if I can get that gun to run with the heaviest recoil spring, it's going to cover the majority of any ammo that they're going to run in it. Not all the time. Sometimes it comes back and they're having issues, so I got to adjust as we go. But for the majority of it, that's how I'm setting them up. Joe?
I think it's important to talk about for a second the point of the purpose of each of the springs. And Steve and I have talked about this quite a bit in the past. Matt, you and I have talked a little bit about it. A lot of the general public doesn't think about these semantics, if you will, of how the gun functions, like guys who build the guns on a daily basis. If you ask 10 people what's the point of the mainspring, they go, well, that controls the trigger weight and the hammer. Cool. No, you're wrong. If you ask people, 10 people, what's the point of the recoil spring? 9 of them will say to you, well, that's to return, to control the recoil. No, you're wrong. That's not the point of it. The point of the mainspring, in my opinion, the point of the mainspring and the mainspring housing is to control the majority of the recoil impulse of the gun. That's the hammer is the first thing the slide interacts with when the gun goes bang. And so if you're running a 17 or 18 pound mainspring, I'm gonna pick on you, AJ, for a second. If you're running a 17 or 18 pound mainspring, what you're getting is a gun that cycles harder than it should, naturally, because it doesn't have very much resistance on the mainspring when the slide hits the hammer and starts the rearward cycle of the gun. And so I see a lot of guns and open guns and limited guns and IPSC guns in particular, we're talking here. And guys go, I run a 17 pound mainspring. Yeah, and you beat the living crap out of your frame. Okay, cool. If you build your own guns, or you're a pro shooter and you're Manny Bragg and you don't have to worry about building your own guns, cool story. Beat the hell out of your gun. Nobody cares. You don't care, because you're going to send it in when it breaks and have somebody fix it. But for the average guy out there to have their gun beat to hell, that's not a good option. Now, the other side, the flip side of that coin is the majority of people out there don't actually shoot their guns enough to beat them up, right? The average guy that owns a 1911 might shoot 500 rounds a year. Okay, so he's probably never going to beat the gun up if it's sprung improperly. That doesn't mean that that's an excuse for building a gun that has improper spring rates in it, in my opinion. So if we establish the fact that the point of the mainspring is to slow the slide down during its cycling process, then we've conquered half the problem. The second half of the problem is, what's the point of the recoil spring? The primary, again, this is my opinion, the primary purpose of the recoil spring is to return the slide to battery in a smooth and efficient fashion. And if you run a really light spring for the recoil spring, it's going to return the slide slowly in relation to the mainspring. If you run a really strong spring, it's going to return the slide really fast. And if you run a slow spring, you're going to have a lot of recoil impulse. The gun's going to end up going up like this on you a lot, and you're going to have to fight the gun back down. If you run a really heavy recoil spring, the gun's going to be snappy and it's going to go below the target, and you're going to have to guide the gun back up, right? Well, the same thing applies to the mainspring in my experience. If you run a really light mainspring, you're getting more recoil impulse than you need. And so then you have to rely on that recoil spring, which is heavier than it probably should be in some cases, to drive the gun back down. And maybe you get lucky. Maybe you're a good gun handler. Maybe you can drive the gun enough. But the gun would run a lot smoother and you would be a lot faster and a lot more accurate if it was sprung properly. So all that being said, this is how I do it. 9s, 38 supers, get a 20-pound mainspring. Across the board, unless it's a bobtail gun, then we bump it up to a 22 or a 23. And 9s, full-size government 9s, get a 13-pound recoil spring, and commanders get a 16-pound recoil spring. 38 supers, depending on what the load is that the person's going to shoot. If it's a full-size gun, they get a 16-pound recoil spring. For regular loads, if they're going to be carrying defensive loads, then we bump it up to a 17. 45s almost across the board get an 18.5-pound recoil spring, unless it's a wad gun. If it's a bullseye wad gun, this changes totally. On the mainspring side of things, every 45 that I build gets a 23-pound mainspring, and the same thing with a 40, because I want the slide to be slowed down from the very start by the mainspring. I want it, as soon as it contacts the hammer, I want it to slow that inertia down so the gun stays locked up as long as possible, which takes advantage of my barrel fit that's proper. And the gun unlocks very slowly and smoothly to the rear. It extracts and ejects the round, and then the recoil spring puts it back into battery smoothly. And what this has given me on the guns that we build here is guns that are very flat. If you watch any of the videos that we shoot online, you'll see that the guns, whether they're comped or not, When the gun goes off, it just goes bang, 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 bang. What you never see is the gun never goes bang like that. That never happens because the gun is sprung properly. The other thing that it does for me is I don't get guns in here that the frames and slides are beat to hell. I don't ever have to fix the front of my frame rails. I don't have to ever go in and fix the front of my slideways because the gun's not beat up, right? Because the gun is moving in such a way that it's controlled by the springs, and that improves the functioning, the reliability, and the accuracy of the gun. And somebody brought up the question of buffers, shock buffs. Man, do you want to make your gun malfunction? Put a shock buff in it. Is there maybe a use for a shock buff somewhere? Like if you're shooting a lot of really, really heavy 10 millimeter, maybe you're shooting 50,000 rounds of 10 millimeter a year. Okay, put you a spring buff in there every 500 rounds. The gun's probably not going to lock back after the last shot. Right, that's pretty much a given, but it's going to help a little bit. Competition guns, no way, man. I'm not going down that road. I'm not putting a gun. Duty guns, absolutely not. I'm not putting a spring buff in a duty gun because when that spring buffer comes apart, when that shock buffer comes apart, it's going to cause the gun to lock up. And I don't want on my conscience the fact that I put a part in a gun that locked the gun up when a guy needed it the most. That's not how we do things here. So that's kind of the gist of how we do springs. I want the main spring to control the majority of the recoil, and I want the recoil spring to control the majority of putting the gun back in battery. And I've gone round and round and round with guys in the USPSA world with this over the years, and guys that try what I tell them find out that it really works. It does work. Guys will tell you, oh, well, I got a 17 or an 18 pound mainspring in because I need a really light trigger. Steve can tell you, I can do a 2 pound trigger pull with a 20 pound mainspring in a 9 millimeter that runs every time. It will not fail because the trigger pull weight has very little to do with the mainspring weight. It has to do with trigger geometry, hammer, sear, disconnector geometry. And if you don't understand that, you probably should not be doing trigger jobs on guns, ever.
Joe, I'm right there with you, man. One question I have for you, and maybe Dave too. So with your equation, right, the flat bottom firing pin stop plates, right?
Oh, yeah.
If I remember correct, you're not big on them. I mean, when I was coming up learning how to build guns, they were a big deal, man. So maybe you can give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, sure. So, I don't know, maybe you guys have had the opportunity also, but several years back, I had the opportunity to see serial number 305 from Colt. It was built in March of 1912. Okay. And one of the originals, one of the very first guns out of the factory. And that gun had a small radius firing pin stop on it. It also had a 16-pound recoil spring. It had an 18-pound mainspring. It also had a mag catch that didn't have a slot head in the mag catch lock because that's not how they were designed. There are certain guns where I think a small radius firing pin stop is useful. Those guns include a 10 millimeter like Steve's. That gun has a small radius firing pin stop because you're trying to control the slide velocity as best you can. And even with a 25-pound mainspring and a 22-pound recoil spring, you still have brass that goes 12 feet away. There's no two ways about it. Now, you can control the extraction and the ejection. And, again, we have videos out there of guns that we built 10 millimeters that are dropping them in a 5-gallon bucket at 12 feet, right? So you can still control it, which means the gun is super consistent, super reliable, super accurate. But the 10 millimeter is a whole different bird. The other guns that I've used a small radius firing pin stop in is if I build a CCO or a bobtail commander in 38 super, right? I put a little less radius on the firing pin stop because the gun cycles so fast, and it'll actually outrun the slide will actually outrun the magazine, and you'll get 3-point jams, you'll get stovepipes, you get all kinds of problems with that. So it's one of those deals where it's very gun specific. 99% of the guns I build don't get that because I use the proper spring ratios to control the ejection. And if I build a gun and I take it out and we shoot a myriad of ammo through the guns when we're testing them, we don't just go out and shoot ball ammo or just lead or whatever. If I take a gun out and it's throwing brass at 15 feet, right? Let's say I got a 9mm and it's throwing brass at 15 feet. Well, I know there's something wrong with the spring rate. Maybe Wolf sent me the wrong mainspring. Okay. That's possible. I've had that happen many times. That's why we have a spring rate tester here. I will throw this out. I'm going to throw a little plug out for Alan Duggar at Springco USA Springs. He's the only guy we use recoil springs from. Alan has developed a recoil spring that is legitimately good for 30,000 cycles. That's what I said, 30,000 cycles. All right, these springs are cryo-treated and coated, and they don't flatten, they don't shorten up like regular springs, they don't compress, none of that stuff. And, guys look at the cost of the spring and they go, oh, that's $2 more than a such and such brand. Cool story, bro. Cool. If I could put a spring in a gun for somebody like Chuck or Steve or Steven Seagal that I know never changes a recoil spring ever, okay? If I can put a spring in there that I know that guy's never going to have to worry about it for 2 years or a year even, that's a win-win for me, right? And Alan and I have been working together for a long time now, and we're actually I'm doing the R&D for him on the new mainsprings that he's going to be bringing out this year, hopefully. And we're going to get these mainsprings right the same way that the recoil springs are. But the small radius firing pin stop has a place, but its place is not on every gun.
And I would agree with you on that 100%, Joe. I'm going to throw out a little disclaimer here. On my personal 10mm gun that I built, it's a single stack gun, 6-inch barrel. I built the gun with the intent to hot rod the 10mm. I was really going to push the limits of the gun, and I was going to push the limits of the cartridge. Now, my disclaimer here is I would not do this for a customer. I only did this for myself. I ran a 20-pound mainspring, and I run a 24-pound recoil spring and a square firing pin stop. But the gun is running hot ammo. I am right at the limit of my pressures. I'm getting flat primers, and I use this gun for 50 rounds a year, and it's my hunting gun. So it's not getting a tremendous amount of ammo put through it, and it's my personal gun. I would not recommend doing that for somebody else. But like to Joe's point, it's very gun specific. Almost everything else that I build does not have a small radius or a square firing pin stop on it. Almost all of them are radiused.
Yeah, and I would add that, on the guns that I do put a small radius firing pin plate in, they do not have a skeletonized hammer. I have 2 hammers that I use primarily. One is the T2, the Tactical 2 hammer that has a solid shank on it with a hole at the top, and the other is the ultralight hammer. I won't put an ultralight hammer in a gun with a small radius firing pin stop because my experience has shown that it will break the hammer in half. I don't want the hammer to break in half. Steve, if you look at your 10mm, it doesn't have a skeletonized hammer on it for that very reason.
Does that answer your question, AJ?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see different takes on, different builders and how they deal with different situations, especially when it comes to springing guns and setting up guns. But it's cool, man. it's interesting to see because I knew Joe wasn't big on the small radius, but I wasn't sure where you sat, Dave. And it's cool, man. I dig it.
I don't generally use them. I mean, unless it's something specific that the customer's really going to push the limits of the gun.
Yeah.
Let's talk about shooting them.
Yeah.
Too technical. Let's talk about shooting guns.
I like shooting guns.
I like shooting guns. Shooting guns is the best part about shooting guns. There is no gun with better shootability than a 1911.
True.
There is not. I don't care about your hand size, the type of shooting you do. There is nothing about a 1911 that does not make it the most shootable gun on the market. And every polymer company out there, regardless of who it is, doesn't matter. They're trying to make every pistol into a 1911. Barrels, triggers, the short triggers, the flat face triggers, blah, 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 blah. They're all trying to copy a 1911. Hey, newsflash, just buy a 1911 or 2011 style gun, which, myself, Chuck, others have done for years. And there is nothing, I don't care who you are, there's nothing that carries as well as a 1911 either. But Chuck, shootability of the 1911, get it.
Yeah. So, guys, there are people kind of missing the point. I'm reading some of the YouTube chat, and of course, there's a lot of pro Glock 1911 hate on there, and that's fine. What does shootability mean? Like, how do I quantify that? Somebody said, for $5,000, how much more performance, how much better is the gun going to shoot than a $2,000 rolling special? And that's a loaded question because you're asking about accuracy metrics and other things like that. And we're not talking about mechanical accuracy of the gun. I mean, Joe is, because he prides himself on being able to build a gun that is 1.5 inches at 50 yards. And any combat, self-defense, whatever, they're going to tell you that you don't need that level of accuracy, mechanical accuracy of the gun, in order to get yourself out of a lethal use of force situation. And you're absolutely correct. So when Steve and I are talking about shootability, we're not talking about this platform is more inherent than this other one, so that means it's automatically better. We're talking about the human and machine interface. And from a recoil, anticipation, flinch, pre-movement of the firearm before the bullet leaves the barrel, guy, I have that affliction. There are things mechanically that will minimize my tendency to move the gun before the bullet leaves the barrel. A lot of that has to deal with tactile input of the trigger on my finger and travel. Okay, if I have no trigger prep on a Glock pistol and I start from pad of my finger, not touching it at all, and decide I need the gun to go off now, and I apply 100% of the pressure that it takes to manipulate a Glock's trigger from zero, and I try to do it as fast as I can to get a bullet out of the barrel, that movement of me manipulating that trigger is going to send a neural pathway into my brain saying, brace for recoil now. And it's a race to see if I can get the trigger pulled and the bullet out of the barrel before the brain delivers the signal back to my wrist to start managing recoil, which drives the barrel forward. If you don't have a recoil anticipation flinch, if you've never thrown around low left in your entire life, then the benefits of the 1911 style trigger are probably going to be a little bit lost on you. Does that mean that you can't shoot 1911s well? No, it doesn't mean that at all. Okay, so here is some 25-yard slow fire. That's a pretty respectable group at 25 yards. Okay, but this is what a Glock does to you when you check out of a shot. When you start screwing it up, it goes south bad. If that had been a 1911 I was holding, that bullet would be down here at a line break, maybe even a line break at the edge of the 10, because the gun is going to go bang sooner and the bullet is going to leave the barrel faster. So when you make some type of subconscious mental decision to do some bullshit that ain't associated with the fundamentals of marksmanship, and you start moving your gun, the bullet departs the gun sooner, so you have less time to move it. As long as you're doing everything right, Glock, bam, 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 bam. Oh, and as soon as you do something wrong, boy, you're taking the exit to Shanksville. Whereas the 1911 is mechanically detonating the primer and launching the pill out of the barrel sooner, minimizing your crazy erratic driving on the highway to Shanksville. And that is as simple as I can put it. That is a $5,000 mechanical fix for you not pulling the trigger straight to the rear without disturbing the sights. But it is what it is. So, I could have had a 99 5X on that picture, but instead I had a 97 5X or 4X or whatever it was. And that is a straight matter of Glock doing Glock stuff. As long as I'm doing my part, gun steps up to the challenge. As soon as I, as a shooter, do something wrong, Glock's like, gotcha. Got you, fucker. How you like that white? How you like that white out there? That's striker-fired pistols, man. And, Noner, Langdon, and others, they have cracked that code on not allowing any tactile pressure of trigger pull to affect anything when it comes to pre-ignition movement. They have completely neurologically cut that off to where it doesn't matter what this finger does, this wrist doesn't do anything in response. Every one of you guys listening to this modcast right now, you've put one low left if you're a righty. You've done it. And you're going to do it less with a good trigger. The problem is, if I want a gun that points this good, if I want a gun that feels this good, if I want a gun that has a trigger this good, I don't want to get killed in the streets. And so now I got to get one of these guys that can actually make the damn thing work. So I can deliver this mechanical advantage. This much of it is mechanical advantage for shootability. All this over here is getting the gun to operate in some measure of reliability that you're wanting to put your life on it. That's the difference. The trigger difference it ain't a trigger job that's making that gun $5,500. It's a gun that goes bang when you pull the trigger like a Glock does. That's $5,500. That's it. That's the je ne sais quoi that we're all talking about here.
Myself, Chuck, and some of the other guys on here have all got some really hopped up Glocks and other Palomar Wonder guns. I've got a whole slew of them. I don't care what barrel. I don't care what trigger. I don't care what's been done to it. Nothing gives me the margin of error for when I fuck it up, either cold, tired, wet, hungry, beat up, one-handed only, the worst of the worst case possibilities with a pistol in my hand at that point in time that I need nothing gives me that margin of error and the ability to deliver that round with that kind of accuracy as a 1911 does, especially based off the whole combination of the package. But that slide action of that trigger, that slide, not a fulcrum, that slide, and just the sheer inherent accuracy of a well-built pistol. I have, again, we've all got, an assortment of really super awesome guns. I can take my worst of my worst case 1911s and I will outshoot any of my Glock, M&P, H&K, CZ, whatever it is, guns that I have. And I've seen Chuck do it. Chuck has seen me shoot some stupid groups with it. There is nothing that will deliver the kind of accuracy that pistol does with my margin of error when I do something really stupid with the gun, like move the gun, and that timing sequence of the firing, locking, unlocking, everything makes up for that. It really, truthfully does in that gun. Nothing beats it, hands down.
Yeah, it's hard to beat the trigger action on a 1911. And somebody asked on YouTube, about the H9, and the H9 can have a really nice trigger. I did one. My H9 has about a 2.5, 3 pound trigger, and it's super smooth. It took me about 4 hours to make that happen. There's a lot of little parts in an H9 to make it happen. And I've shot Glocks, I've shot SIGs, HKs. I told you earlier, I traded a SIG 220 for a Kimber back in '97. But the straight back pull of a 1911, there is nothing like it on the market, in my opinion. And I've tried a lot. Now, I haven't tried the new Q5. I'm going to play with one at SHOT Show just because Chuck says it's the hot thing and Blauer says it's the hot thing. But as far as, this brings up an interesting point. We're talking about shooting, and I'll go back again to my previous lifetime of bullseye shooting. When's the last time you saw anybody win the national championships at Camp Perry with anything other than a 1911? It's never happened since the 50s. And then they were shooting revolvers. I rest my case. If you want ultimate accuracy and a great trigger pull, 1911's where it's at.
So I might get some pushback on this one, but I think one of the, I guess, worst things that has come out of the 1911 is this idea that this glass rod breaking trigger is so inherently more accurate. I don't know about you guys. I am totally a rolling break trigger guy. We talked about Jared Kiefer earlier. Talk about Warner, the true radius type sear system, the rolling break sear system.
And the true radius is complete horseshit.
You think?
Absolutely.
Ooh, let's talk about this. I want to hear this.
I knew this was coming as soon as AJ said it.
Yeah, let's talk about this. I want to hear it.
Are you a freaking Kool-Aid drinker?
So talk to me about rolling breaks versus true radius, Joe.
Delete this guy off the podcast. What in the hell just happened? Here I thought we were having an intelligent intellectual discussion on the shootability of 1911s, and he brings up something that's been around since the 1950s and somebody reinvented, quote unquote, so they could make a buck.
Bro, I'm not saying it hasn't been around since the 50s. Dude, I'm not saying it hasn't been around. Don't get me wrong. But I'm talking about the difference between the glass rod break and that. No, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
So here's my experience, okay? 1 year at Camp Perry, I did over 100 trigger jobs in 1 week, okay? And I would say probably 95 of those trigger jobs had some sort of roll in them. And 5 of them had crisp trigger pulls. There is a very, very small amount of shooters in the population that can actually shoot a crisp trigger efficiently. In 1976, there's a guy named Maxwell Maltz, and he wrote a book called Psycho-Cybernetics. And if you've never read it, you should buy a copy and read it. What it was is it's a study of the psychology of the mind, and he talks about the mind working as a servo mechanism. Basically, the premise is your mind is like a World War II style torpedo. It's moving like this constantly, and people go, oh, you got ADD. No, you don't have ADD. You just have a mind that works, right? So what happens is your mind can focus on 21 things subconsciously at one time, right? I'm talking to you guys. I'm moving my hands. I'm breathing. I'm smoking a pipe. I'm drinking some cold beers. And my mind is doing all of those things subconsciously. But you can only do one thing consciously at a time. That's it. Your mind can only focus on one thing consciously at a time, much like a torpedo. And so what happens with trigger pull from my perspective is when guys are shooting a pistol, we teach them primarily focus on the front sight, focus on the front sight, focus on the front sight. Because if you don't focus on the front sight and you try to shoot Chuck's no fail drill, you ain't going to shoot no 100. It ain't happening. You can't do it. I know I've shot Chuck's no fail drill probably 200 times in the past couple months. And if I don't focus on the front sight, I'm all over the black. It's all over the place. So we teach guys focus on the front sight, which means they cannot focus on the trigger press. It's physically, mentally impossible to focus on the trigger press and the front sight at the same exact moment. So what I found was if you put a small amount of roll, very small, minute, it allows your mind to press the trigger, to activate the finger, to press the trigger. The mind knows there's movement happening. And it takes your psychology, your psyche off of the actual feeling of the trigger because your mind knows it's pressing it, it's going to break, and you can focus on the front sight and boom, the shot breaks. And that's why I agree with you, AJ. I think a little roll in the trigger is way better for the majority of shooters. Now there's some guys out there who I've done trigger jobs for that are 5, 10 time national champions that they absolutely have to have a crisp trigger. Undoubtedly, that's what they've shot for 40 years and that's what they shoot. But the vast majority of people out there, they go really, really, really much farther along in their shootability of the gun with a just a little bit of roll. But I refuse to dig into this idea that the TR sear jig bullshit. John Giles started that in the 50s out of necessity by cutting a sear and brazing on a rod because the sears weren't long enough to give him a trigger like he wanted. And, some guys tried to re-engineer it, and I'm not going to go into all of it because Steve will laugh at me because he'll see that I get all, but it's bullshit. There are better ways to do trigger jobs that last a long time, and I've replaced a ton, more than I can keep count of, TR sears that were put in guns by professional gunsmiths even, because the geometry of it doesn't work out if it's done improperly.
Yeah. So, and again, please don't get me wrong. I am specifically talking about putting rolls into triggers.
Yeah, we're all good.
Okay. Dave, thoughts?
I'm pretty much on the same page as Joe is. The majority of shooters aren't going to know the difference between a roll trigger and a crisp trigger. I tend to try to lean more towards the crisp trigger, the clean break, the glass break, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I still kind of lean towards Joe. There is a small amount of roll in it. Most people can't really feel the difference. I'm not talking about everybody, but I'm talking about the majority of shooters that I'm working with. If I hand them a true radius sear trigger and then a good flat face, or not a flat face, but you know what I'm trying to say, seared, they're not going to really be able to tell the difference. So there is a certain degree of roll, yes, I think.
So while we're in the discussion of triggers, trigger press, prep, all that good stuff, I don't Chuck, myself, AJ, others, the way we interface with the trigger is based upon the size of the target, value of the target, what we're shooting, when we're shooting it, how we're shooting it. So like the video I did the other day, like I am a slapper. I will get on that trigger inside 10 odd yards and I will just roll right through that trigger like it owes me money. And that's the other beauty of this pig, is minimalizing gun movement and wobble while just taking this gun literally and being like, yep, trigger, press. because my grip is locked down. I'm on the gun, and I am going to beat it like it owes me money. Nothing gives you the margin of error again like a 1911 for that. Versus when I have to stack that trigger or prep that trigger for a 25-yard headshot, 50-yard, whatever it is, where I get on that gun, lock down the sights, and I'm like grip, and I'm like press, bang, break the shot. I can't do that as well with a Glock or any other gun as I can with a 1911. And the thing is, understanding, I guess, the time for the shooter when it's time to go Ricky Bobby and just rake the hell out of that trigger, get on it, make it go. Versus, oh, here I am. Let me lock this whole pistol down in a human ransom rest at that point. Because, like Chuck will say, failure's not an option at that point for that shot. And there is a time and place to interface and interact with that gun and that trigger completely differently. And I will get on that trigger and I will slap it like it owes me money. I swear I will. No doubt about it, especially if I'm running build drills, if I'm doing, even out 10, 15 yards. I will get on that. You give me an A zone and a silhouette, I will empty that gun in 1 second for 10 rounds right now or less, and I will get on it. So, Chuck, talk to us about it.
Yeah.
Like, shoot the gun.
I was shooting my Nighthawk all fall training season, and I got my Glocks in. And so, I'm shooting, I'll be shooting my Glocks until my night fighter shows up. So I got to reacquaint myself with the coping strategies for dealing with the Glock trigger. And I looked at just some of my times. I did some stuff with Blowers last year, and there were some drills that I flat out knew, that I'd beat Bill because I was running my Nighthawk and he was running a Glock, because they were drills that would showcase a striker fired pistol shooter having to take his time to ensure that he had a proper trigger prep, and I could just get on it. Like Fish is saying, reasonably small scoreable areas at close to intermediate distances, support hand only. If you grab a Glock and you vice up into that thing, get on that trigger. Do it. Protect and serve, motherfucker. But I take that exact same gun, I throw it in your other hand, I make this finger do all the work, and now you don't have anything to back up potentially those micro movements of you starting to do some wonky stuff, because now you're feeling some input on your finger, so your brain's deciding it's going to do whatever the hell it wants to do. Okay, fine. You're going to throw them in the white. So, if you can grab your Glock right now, throw it in your left hand and put them all in the 9 ring in the black of a B8 from 10 yards in under 5 seconds. If you could throw a 5-shot string, pop, 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 1 round per second at 10 yards and not shank a single one into the white, then you probably have enough trigger control that you're not thinking that all this extra money and all this extra effort or whatever is going to do you anything. But if you are finding, man, the dot or the front sight is where it needs to be, the gun has recoiled, I have brought it back, and I don't have 100% of the trigger pulled yet, I must now milk this thing until it bangs, lest I shank. That it's going to show on the clock. It's going to show on the clock. You're like, man, that's slow. It ain't no recoil mitigation. No, it ain't travel time of the blaster in your hand. You're not shooting a 45. You're shooting a 9mm, bro. And your splits, the time it's taking you to get that gun to go bang again without shanking consistently, is predicated on you pulling the trigger at a rate that you're comfortable with, that you're not going to induce any wonkiness in your thing. And there's just less having to worry about that with the 1911 style triggers, man. Is the dot there? Apply pressure. Is the dot there? Apply pressure. Is the dot there? Apply pressure. And I mean, it's pretty insane. So I was at the range today. Go back to my pictures here real quick. This is 100 one-shot draws, strong hand only, 20 yards. with a Glock handgun. 85 are in the black, 14 are in the 8 ring, 1 is in the 7 ring. I could beat that with a 1911, guys. I can pick up my Nighthawk right now and make this target feel fucking sorry. And we're not talking slow fire. We're talking draw, break the shot, less than 3.5 seconds. So 2.5 to 3.2 second discharge of the weapon, 100 separate retention to feet of the ALS, punch the gun out strong Herron only, fire a single round with a service pistol, a Glock 34. That's pretty darn good, guys. I can personally crush that target with a 1911. I can crush it. And it has to deal with how the trigger pull feels.
What's that shit in the 7 ring?
Huh?
What's that shit in the 7 ring?
That's
yes.
Well, I mean, really, though, Chuck, right, and everyone, what does this boil down to? At least as far as I can tell, right? The 1911 platform, 2011 platform, whatever you choose, is a more efficient platform. You know, especially on the shooting side, we talk about efficiency all the time. And yet the 1911 is a more efficient platform. It does more of the work. I don't have to work as hard to get this gun to do what it needs to do. And that's across the board, man.
At a price, though.
It is. It is at a price.
You can get you can get a Glock and then just get this shirt and you'll be fine.
You can buy performance, though. This is the whole thing with the 1911. You can buy performance. You can buy actual performance where everyone's like, oh, you can't buy performance. The hell you can't.
You can buy it to a level.
Yeah, absolutely you can. I mean, on some of the other bullshit as far as that goes. But I can take a new shooter, work them up with a Glock, whatever gun it is they have. I'm like, oh, at the end of the session, put a 1911 in their hand, and they go, did I just do that? Oh, yeah, you just did that. You can factually buy performance in a pistol if you buy a quality no shit gun. And here's the thing, 80% of the people out there, 90, whatever, it's not going to matter because they're all 5-yard fucking failures. They go to the range, they shoot their big ass silhouette, or most guys on the job go out, they shoot their bullshit qual. Anything inside the silhouette is good. Yay, us. We pass the standard. Ooh, look at us. You give them a no shit gun with shootability, you can buy the performance and make that better. They will shoot factually better the first time out of the gate with a 1911. With a quality gun.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah, I mean the 1911 platform, and you can try to prove me wrong, but I think you'll be remiss to try. The 1911 platform is probably, in my opinion, it is the most customizable, optimizable pistol platform on the market. Period. You want a cone barrel? Cone barrel, no problem. You want a bushing barrel? No problem. You know, you want a flat trigger, curved trigger, short, long, medium? What kind of trigger pull do you want? Oh, you want to put a red dot on it? No big deal. What kind of sights you want? You want a long slide? Oh, cool. You want a short? You want an offset model? Awesome.
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet I could take any viewer listening to this right now. Let them bring their Glock, any M&P, any whatever it is they've got. I don't care. And put a good quality 1911 in their hand. They are going to look at themselves. They're going to look at that gun and go, did I do that? And they're like, yeah, you did that. We've seen it time and time again. Look at the competitive field. Outside of some divisions, 1911 rules the roost. Nothing beats the gun. Nothing. If that was the case, Atlas, whoever, whatever, somebody, whoever builds custom 1911s for these guys would never sell one again. If a Glock was as good, or whatever gun, even like the closest gun coming to this is a Shadow 2.
Yeah,
well, that's about it.
Yeah, unless you're Dave Savigny, get out of here. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm like, Dave who? Yeah, I know that guy. Old school, old hat stuff. No, right. But it's true. AJ.
Bro, I mean, come on. You got your outliers. You got Savigny, you got Vogel. Cool,
Yeah.
right? But let's look at the overwhelming majority.
I
Right?
don't have a lead-weighted flashlight on my gun. Oh, wait, go ahead.
right. I'm not trying to turn my Glock into a 1911 is really what's going on. These dudes' competition market is driven by the 1911. Go look at open class. Go look at limited, right? Go, obviously, single stack, but go look at everything. Okay, go to the other sport that no one wants to talk about. Go to IDPA, outside of their little stock service pistol division, right? What's dominating? Okay. 1911. You got custom defensive pistol, all 1911s. It has to be a 1911. You go look at enhanced service pistol. Oh, yeah, it's all now 2011s and 1911s. It's everywhere, dude. It's the most dominant gun. You want to talk sport. CZ is making a name for themselves. Got it. They're great guns. But the 1911, 2011 is the most dominant sporting gun out there, period. End of discussion.
Yeah.
So, and I would say, since you brought it up, I would put a real wager out there that there's not a CZ built that can outshoot a properly built 1911 accuracy wise. Period.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, man, Angus is right down the road from me, and he builds some very, very nice guns.
Sure.
But I would put a 1911 or 2011 against it any day. You're 100% right, Joe.
Oh, and if you ask Angus, if you say, Angus, can you build a CZ that'll build a 9mm CZ that'll shoot 1 inch or less for 10 shots at 50 consistently? You know what he's going to probably tell you? No, because it can't happen. It doesn't have the lockup mechanism to make it happen. The barrel doesn't lock up in the front, it locks up properly. It doesn't lock up in such a way that allows that kind of minute accuracy. The barrel lug on the bottom of a CZ barrel doesn't lock up in a way that allows the barrel to optimize its accuracy potential. Even the new Q5 doesn't lock up in a way that allows it to shoot as accurately as a properly built 1911 or 2011.
And I mean, it gets stupid silly, man. I can remember taking guns out for test fire and just like Chuck, right? Like, okay, I'm at 100 rounds right now at 25 yards. I've yet to drop one outside the black. I don't feel I'm that great of a shooter, but this is happening right now, right? 150 rounds. You drop one round. Show me another gun that's even capable accuracy-wise of doing that. Yeah. At least shootability-wise of doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. So
you have to try harder with every other gun out. You have to try harder, and everything has to be even more critically correct than it does with the 1911. Period.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, guys, let me regress a little bit here. You know, we're talking about triggers, and everybody agrees that the 1911 has the best trigger out there. But what I have in my hand here is a perfect example. So you're standing on a firing line. Doesn't matter where it is, and a guy has one of these. So how does he shoot it? He goes, and he pulls the trigger. Very few people can shoot double action as well as they can single action.
Absolutely.
It's the exact same thing between the Glock trigger and the 1911 trigger.
Yeah.
The Glock trigger is a double action only revolver. The 1911 is a single action revolver. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact thing. You know, to Chuck's point, you know, and Joe's point, as far as that goes, you know, your brain's only focusing on one thing at a time. So if we're concentrating on that front sight, everything else is now taking a back seat. Well, that trigger press, if I have to go through that, I don't know, what's a good trigger pull? 3.5 pounds on a Glock? I don't even know anymore.
That would be acceptable.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I got to go all this distance on a 3.5 pound Glock trigger where I can go, you know, 20 thousandths at 2.5 pounds on a 1911 trigger. That's a huge difference. That's a huge difference. And everybody, almost always, if you're standing on a public line watching somebody shoot a revolver, they will single action cock that gun every single time they pull the trigger. Every single time. And that's the reason why, because they shoot it better.
Well, even back in the day, I had a revolver custom built by Jarvis for bullseye shooting. It was a slab side, bull barrel, Model 10, 38 special, 5 shots at 50 yards and 5/8 of an inch. It was phenomenal. Air gauge Douglas barrel. I mean, you know, Dave, you deal with this stuff. Just a phenomenal gun. It was single action only. It didn't have a double action. It had a wide hammer. It had a wide trigger, and you cocked it for every shot. It had a 2 1/4 pound trigger pull, and if you did your part, it would do its part. But you know, the double action was disabled on purpose. And if you look back in the day, in the 40s, 50s, even the early 60s, at the national matches at Camp Perry, the guys that won were doing it with revolvers back in the day, and they were doing it at the long line and during time fire, single action. The only time they fired double action was in rapid fire, and the only reason they did that is because they had a limited time factor. They had to, and you did not see clean targets at rapid fire like you do today.
Hey, Dave, I do have a problem with doing that with this 442, though.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Well,
You're using a double action trigger.
here's the other big thing. When you think about this, and you look back at the old videos and stuff like that were out, man, department quals were 50 yards. You know, we bred dudes that shoot. We bred shooters. And here's the other thing, man, a revolver is inherently stupid accurate because nothing moves other than the damn trigger press. You know, a revolver, I mean, I remember my PPC guns. I mean, they were stupid. It was like a Model 15 Smith & Wesson with a Colt barrel on it. I mean, there was all kinds of crazy stuff. Aristocrat sights, Wichita sights. I mean, I had all kinds of murdered out guns. I was like so stupid. I was like, why do I have this dumb gun shooting, you know, weighs 5 pounds with 38 special loads traveling like, thanks for the bullet. I caught that in the catcher's mitt, you know, kind of stuff. But again, you know, I mean, taking from the panel, I mean, you're talking to a dude who used a gun. I mean, Chuck used 1911s religiously in his job for a while. So have some of the other guys in our group. And I know coming from a place, you know, where guys have used both and they made that transition. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there a time frame that it was single stack, double stack Glock, or what was the transition point on some of those guns? And what did you see shootability wise, felt wise with those guns? I want to know about the shootability of the pistol, like between the singles, the doubles. I mean, for the guys out there that are asking those questions, well, double stack's just gonna be like a Glock, whatever. What was the big difference between the shootability of those 3 guns in that transition time in life?
And scores.
Chuck would know. He would have that data within reason.
Yeah, you know, your high-end shooters are gonna see your mechanical advantages. They're gonna make themselves known. If you took a police academy class and you handed them all 1911s that worked, or Glocks that worked, you're going to see some very rapid improvement on the low end. But if you had a proper marksmanship, and maybe police academy is a bad example since I'm saying proper marksmanship, but if you threw enough time and ammo at those people on the high end, the difference between the striker fired guns and the 1911s on quals actually, and this was very surprising to me, that actually not as much different as you would think. And that just shows me that with proper training, if you got people that are executing 90% of the time correctly, then 90% of your shit's going to be in the 10 ring X ring, regardless of what pistol you have. It's when you have people that are not executing consistently, you're going to see more gross departure from the X-ring than you would. If you close distances, if you increase scorable zones, now all mechanical advantage of one pistol over the other gets lost. If you start throwing shit onto a Q target, forget it. Forget it. You're not going to see any difference in qual scores, because you can go to Shanksville on a Q, and as long as your support hand grip is firmly attached to that gun, you got to do a lot. You have to do a lot to a firearm to make the bullet depart the barrel on an angle that will make it completely miss a Q target. And we have officers do it every day in this country. So that's kind of cool, or not. But if you accept mediocrity in your standards, then the need for excellence in firearms performance is just not there. It's not realized. So it's a wash.
Chuck, I've talked to some guys, I think, that have come kind of from where you've come from, right? And when they did that STI program, they were talking about their 25-yard bull quals, essentially, right? And when they went to that STI program, their bull quals went way up, 90, 98s, 97s kind of consistently. And then when they threw all the guns in the bag and moved away from that, all of a sudden the 92s, 93s became the standard. Can you talk to that a little bit? I think that's kind of what you were talking about before too.
Yeah, I don't, no, but Glocks are harder to shoot, but like I said, once you identify what's going on cognitively with a human being that's making a Glock harder to shoot, if you attack that with your training program, you're mitigating more of that and more of that and more of that and more of that and more of that. And that's why I can shoot Glocks pretty darn good. There are people that, have seen me shoot hundreds with Glocks, and man, how in the hell is he getting that plastic piece of crap to keep them all in a 10 ring? And he's doing it pretty consistently. If I shoot Glocks consistently for a couple months, if you see me drop below a 97 on a 25-yard slow fire, it's because I'm using some borrowed ammo for that class from Range Master 6 or whatever. And if I've got duty loads in the heater, you won't see me go below 97 very often with a Glock handgun. And that's not to break my arm, patting myself on the back. It's just to say, if your training program addresses the cognitive deficiencies and tries to disassociate pre-ignition movement with trigger pull, then all of a sudden this excessive trigger pull that is way less optimal than the 1911 platform is not as gnarly. If you just slap a Glock in somebody's hand and tell them to shoot it, and then tell them to shoot it fast under stress with no coping strategies or coping mechanisms for dealing with it, that's where we start missing Q targets. It just is what it is, man. I taught every one of my kids and all my spouses and former spouses how to shoot using the 1911 frame pistol. I've got a single stack Springer 9mm, 5-inch with adjustable sights on it, blacked out adjustable sights. And that is okay. It's time to go to the range and learn how to shoot a handgun. That's what they learn on. And once they can execute those fundamentals to standard, then I can put a striker-fired pistol in their hand, and we can talk about what this different feel of input is that they're receiving, and how to properly mitigate that tactile input to prevent you from making bad decisions before the bullet leaves the barrel.
Well,
So
Matt,
here's a question I have for you, Chuck and Steve. Do you think the trigger profile flat versus curved. And I bring this up because the flat trigger has been all the rage in the past 4 or 5 years. We sell a ton of them. I know Apex sells a ton of them for Glocks and M&Ps and all kinds of guns. Do you think the flat trigger versus the curve makes a difference?
No, not for that pistol, because the trigger thingy, you guys called that a trigger bar. There is a straight back thingy going on physics wise. Glock, Fulcrum, different physics. There's my blister on my trigger finger from shooting my Glock. ARs, Glocks, I'm going all the way to the bottom. So I have the most leverage on the Fulcrum because I'm trying to get the lightest damn trigger break that I can get to have the minimum amount of feedback going to my brain telling me that I'm about to have a controlled explosion in my hands. And so I drag the bottom of the trigger guard to apply leverage on that Fulcrum. Now, if that's kind of ingrained in me and you throw a flat trigger on there, I'd be like, yeah, that's sexy. And I just drag my shit across the bottom of the 2011 or the 1911 trigger guard too, just for the sake of consistency. But there's no mechanical advantage to doing that. That's just me, muscle memory. Ooh, I said it, muscle memory. See, nobody cares. That's me just pulling damn triggers the same way, whatever. So.
Okay, I have one more topic. And we've talked about red dots on pistols. Are there any specific go-to people to get 1911s, 2011s, and everything like that milled for red dots? And I understand there might be a new, better method of doing this, but I don't know any details yet. Joe?
Well, about 30 minutes before the podcast, I shared a picture of something I've been working on for a number of months, and I can't take all the credit for it. My buddy Steve kind of spurred me on with this, the new red dot mounting system, and I don't even have a name for it yet. Steve sent me a text with some silly ass, I don't know what it was, RO 1911. I don't know what that is. But we'll come up with something snazzy to call it. But it's a new system we're going to use on the Night Fighter pistols, and it'll be available down the road on other custom guns that we build. I've got a buddy of mine who I'm building 2 guns for. He has a pretty high profile protection gig that we're going to do it for him. But basically, what I did was I reverse engineered what has been being done on the Glock pistols for a while now, and put it on a 1911. The issue that you run into with a 1911 is space. A Glock has a lot more landscape on the back end of the pistol than a 1911 does. And Chuck and I have talked about it some briefly. There's going to be some guys out there that go, oh man, I don't have a backup rear sight. Cool. My personal feeling is you probably don't need a backup rear sight. If your red dot goes out and the guy is within 21 feet and you can't hit your target, you should probably spend some money on ammo to go to the range and some classes from guys like Chuck and Steve. That's just my opinion, man. We're gonna offer the plate to mount RMR style red dots, the Holosun 507C. Eventually we'll offer it for a couple of other options. It'll also be offered with an iron sight where you can put an adjustable rear sight on there, or you can put a fixed iron sight on there if you so choose. There'll be a number of mounting options. But the main thing was I wanted to make the interface user friendly. Trijicon has a mounting system out there now that works really well. I've used it myself, and I know Chuck has used it and Steve has used it, and it works good. The problem is if you want to change it out to something else, you can't do that. Once the gun is cut for that sight platform for the Trijicon mount, you're stuck with it. That's it. It's the end. And so I wanted to design something that would be more user friendly. You take one screw out, you pop the plate off, you put whatever else on there you want. I'm kind of, it's hard to tell probably, but I'm pretty excited about the process of it. It took me a long time to sit down and think about it, and looking at some pictures and some other designs and whatnot to formulate how to do it. And there's going to be some people out there that go, well, that's just like such and such. It's very similar. Yep, you're right. It's similar. It's not the same. It's different because it's on a 1911. And because of that limited space, there's only so much you can do as far as what you're going to put back there. And unfortunately, when you put a red dot on there with this system, there won't be a backup sight. There will be a front sight on the night fighter guns, because Chuck and I talked about it, and we both came to the consensus that if you have a front sight on the gun, you can use the rear optic if it goes out as a back sight. Put the front sight in the middle of the back sight, squeeze the trigger. That's all it takes. You're going to hit center mass. So that's, like I say, I'm pretty excited about it. A lot of people online have looked at it and just in the last couple of hours and been like, holy crap, why didn't I think of that? I'm like, I don't know. Why didn't I think about it 3 years ago when I designed a slide that took an RMR on it, and had other companies doing the same thing about the time I was doing it. I don't know, because, innovation comes, innovation is the result of need, really.
There's a lot of options right now in the market with plates. Obviously, Joe's. There's a couple releasing at SHOT Show that'll be coming up that I know of that are 1911 specific. Up until recent, you had two options. You had the, mill the slide directly. You had a custom slide that you could get done, or you had some of the older guns, bullseye guns, that had Picatinny rail slides.
Right. Yeah.
That you could mount. So this has been going on for a long time. I have several 1911s that have been done with the RMR mount system from Trijicon. The problems with it that were inherent to it were, one, my backup sights never married up with my point of aim, point of impact, because they were fixed. So I would have my red dot. Now that's baller. But now the problem is I'm looking at these things. I'm like, man, why is my dot so far over to the left or to the right or whatever? And they were totally not adjustable. Years ago, when some of the other guys were at Nighthawk, we had worked on some cuts and mills and some different things. And we had a prototype done of it that was made the rear at least drift adjustable. And then we had worked on one eventually that, for some odd reason, it just never went anywhere. And that's another long story in itself, that you could literally dovetail the rear to take a Glock rear sight. Because, well, that's the smart thing to do. Use somebody else's sight that's already existing, that works. And anyway, you have the Atom system from Unity. You have the RMR system. You have a direct slide mill cut. And there's two more that I can think of right now that'll be coming out at SHOT this year that I'm NDA'd on. But almost any reputable, competent machinist gunsmith, and I use the word machinist because that's important as all hell, can buy the RMR mount for you, which will take an RMR or a hollow sun. That's, great. But you're limited for either Delta Point Pros, Vortex, Burris, whoever else it is you choose to use there. So the only thing you have really right now, you have Joe's new mounting system that's coming out. You've got these other ones that'll be out at SHOT. You have the RMR plate setup, which is going to be totally antiquated in another 2 weeks. It literally is going to be an antiquated setup. And in 3 years from now, there'll be something else, 5 years, whatever it is. Somebody will figure something else out, and that's just the nature of the beast. But, Doug at ATI has done them. I'm pretty sure, I think Dave has done them before for the RMR mounts on 1911s. There's a lot of guys that have done them out there. But you're pretty much restricted to, and have been, to the RMR plate system, which takes up a lot of real estate. It's not a cheap mount either. It is not.
It's not cheap, and
it has limitations.
It has major limitations.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing to think about with the RMR plate is the RMR plate is held on, then the RMR is held onto the RMR plate. And I will tell you, because I just installed one of these on a gun for a guy down at Scallywag Tactical, you have to have some specialized machine equipment and have a creative mind to put one of those Trigicon mounts on. And that was one of the things that Steve really spurred me onto with the design of the one we're doing is Dave or AJ will be able to buy our mount, and with a 1/2 inch end mill, a 3/16 inch end mill, an 1/8 inch end mill, and a 1/4 inch end mill, and a drill and a tap, install one in a gun in about 30 minutes. Done and done. So if you have a 1911 and you want an RMR on there, and you want Dave to do it or you want AJ to do it, you send them the slide, and they spend a half an hour, an hour setting it up and machining it, and bada bing, bada boom, you have an RMR, you have an iron sight, or you have a Holosun, or you have a Delta Point Pro, or you have a Seymour Micro, or whatever the hell it is you want. Boom, finished.
That's awesome, dude. Like legit, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean that was the whole point. When I had to do the RMR, the Trigicon mount in this slide a couple weeks ago, the pucker factor was real. I mean, I had a boring bar with a dog leg at a 3-inch radius, and I thought, oh my God, if I screw up, I'm going to wreck the whole setup here. And so that, again, necessity is the mother of all invention. And, I wanted to make this as simple and easy to install as possible for all you guys out there. I don't, it's not a monopoly for me to install these things. I don't have time to install them on every gun that guys want them installed on. There's plenty of good gunsmith machinists out there that, like AJ and Dave, that can do this for you. And all you got to do is buy the plate and roll. And it makes the Night Fighter series guns really freaking cool.
I'm a believer in red dots on defensive weapons and duty guns because they work. They're providing a visible, tangible advantage.
Matt, didn't you have a question before in our thing about red dots on the 2011s, other than what we covered?
I think that was it.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, that was it.
Oh, okay.
My STI might need one. Because when I get my Night Fighter, the STI will most likely be turned into the wife gun.
STI's got their host system, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't have one of those, though.
Has anyone played with that yet? Steve, did you play with it? Or Chuck, did you play with it?
I have. I know, I think Jim Dexter's got one, too. I've played with the host. It puts a dot on the gun. It's cool.
Yeah, and I wasn't really a dot guy until I got to talking to Steve and Chuck and some of these other guys and started shooting one, and I was like, oh, that's legit. Mm-hmm. I'm not, I'm totally honest about this. I'm not super fast, but I am super accurate. And when I started playing with dots on guns, I became way faster and kept the accuracy, which to me, that's huge.
Dude, dots on 1911s and 2011s is silly. It's silly. It really, it's like, especially coming off of like, so I started on dot guns on like an M&P long slide, right? And then I built a 2011 and threw a dot on it. And it's like, really? Mm-hmm. Really? And then I got a single stack over there right now, full length slide. And it's like, come on, dude. Why even try anymore? It's ridiculous.
So here's a question for you that I always wondered, and I've never really posed it to anybody, but since I've got all three of you here, which is cool, accuracy differences between a full railed dust cover, non-railed, and a like 3/4 or half-inch rail. How do those make up any difference in stiffness, rigidity, lockup, any of that stuff? How do they affect accuracy of the gun? Because I know there's a lot of dudes out there. Joe's one of them, and some of the guys that absolutely hate them. Like if I were to bring like my TRP operators, which Joe, I had to beat him off the mill from trying to chop my dust cover off in my light rail. How do those affect the gun?
Well, it's my opinion they don't affect the accuracy at all. Zero, none. They look cool. Like Dave's holding up right now, like a monolith type frame, and it looks really cool.
Yeah.
if you're in a gunfight and your gun malfunctions, you're not going to rack it off the bad guy's head and eject a bad round, because it's like a full-length guide rod and you're stuck with it. But as far as accuracy goes, I've built them as bullseye guns, and I've built light rail guns as bullseye guns, and I built regular non-railed guns as bullseye guns. I haven't seen a difference in accuracy. Now, will some people argue and go, oh, they're more shootable because there's more weight up front? Well, why don't you just learn how to spring your gun properly?
Answers that.
Joe's got me all excited now. I just had a flashback from like 1997. There was this tactical gear company. No, it was even earlier than that. It was earlier than that. Early 90s. It was a tactical gear company. I think they were like out of Chicago or something called like Schumer Tech. And they had this thing that attached to the dust cover of the 1911 and then came up on the front that had like track spikes on it. And it was
stand off
for fucking tuning dudes up with your gun.
I totally remember
they had the
that.
GG. That was the GG&G standoff device that Karachi had, and then Shomertech started carrying it, dude.
Yeah. I remember it had CQB in the name, so you knew it had to be good, right? But I was like, man, I don't know if I want to be punching somebody in the face with a loaded gun. I think there might be some liability there, but I can fuck somebody up with that gun. Like I don't even own a 1911. I want to buy one just to put that on there, just to tune somebody up with it. But anyway, sorry, I digress.
Those things are horrible.
No, they're legit. Especially if you can get a quick detached bayonet.
Those things are almost as awesome as that bolt-on plastic body that's made in Israel that allows a non-light railed gun to become a light rail.
Oh my.
Woo. But remember, it's a chamber, bro, so it's okay.
Those things are horrible.
Hey, that wasn't just Israel. Don't make me go back in the bin. I've got bolt-on plastic Surefire rails for the Millennium Series lights for the 92F. For
226.
Yeah, it was either Dawson or what? Yeah. So, hey, Surefire needed to sell them lights. They knew Picatinny was the future, and unfortunately the gun manufacturers were not on board. So, like, fuck y'all, we'll make our own Picatinny team. Decide to put it on something. So good on you, Surefire.
Somebody needs to make an M-Lock one.
Key mod. Make a key mod one. Go way back.
Key mod dead.
And that's why we have custom holster manufacturers right there.
That's why I got an Omnivore.
Oh God, that's tomorrow's ModCast.
Oh, is it?
I'm doing 2 hours. I'm doing 2 hours with Bill tomorrow for his patrons. And we're talking about Omnivore. It's on the agenda. Omnivore and shooting through your shield with your rifle.
I can't wait till the shield does this.
Hey man, Bill's done it. It's like one of those things where I'm like,
what are you doing? Stop.
But whatever.
It's okay.
We'll talk about it.
It's all right.
Well, I think it might be that time where we'll just do final plugs and final thoughts, and then we can keep on going though, but we'll just end the official whatever this is. Oh, and I did find out that my first 1911 was built in 1918. That's kind of cool. So Steve,
what
plugs, final thoughts? What do you carry for your 2011?
So I am almost.
Which one to choose?
That's the key thing. I've got a lot of 2011s in the safe. My current 2011 style gun is a Nighthawk built on the Phoenix Trinity setup. It's the Shadowhawk upper with an RMR system on it. It's like my mainstay fun Ricky Bobby stupid Super Blaster 7000 kind of gun. If you ask me what I carried every day, it's generally a 9mm Commander, or a 9mm government gun. Sometimes I get froggy, I'll carry the 10s, I'll carry the 45s, whatever it is. But you know what I would tell people? Stop believing the internet for the most part. Go out and get a good quality 1911, shoot it. I guarantee it'll change your life. No doubt about it, it will. Yeah, on top of that, first half of the year here, right after SHOT Show, I'm on the road. I'm on it for about 35 days straight, plus 4 states teaching. And I'm running all single stack guns because I'm going in occupied territories on a couple of them. And I'm running single stack commander, single stack government guns of dots, no dots. And I'm loving it, man. It's great just to run that gun again and to make people feel bad about themselves. Yeah.
And people can find you where?
SentinelConcepts.com on the web, on the website with the calendar schedule, all that good stuff. Instagram, Facebook, all the usual on there. So,
cool.
And they can find me in primary, secondary. The training calendar has stuff that's there. If you guys haven't seen that, get over on primary, secondary. All the dudes who are worth a shit, who teach, train, instruct, whatever, are on that calendar. So get out, look at it. Not just me, Chuck, Bill, everybody. They're all there. Go do it.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Chuck.
Yeah, I've got shot. I got a pretty light training schedule this spring. I'm really not all that busy. I'm doing probably 4 classes before June, and they will be dropping. I will be doing my spring calendar this week, as far as like putting it out, getting everything posted to the store, whatever. I got some closed enrollment stuff that's, open to cops, but it's being hosted on a police range. So it's got to be, government or whatever. I'm doing a no-fail pistol in Orange County, California in March, going back to Oklahoma in April. And that meat hall range in Oklahoma is really coming across. It's going to let guys like Steve and I do a lot more than a normal average range because of the steel, because of the 300 yard. It's going to have movers, so I'll be able to incorporate shooting moving targets with the no-fail pistol. So guys are going to be able to keep the gun moving, apply leads and things like that I'm just not able to do at handgun courses right now, where we're stuck to either stance or fixed steel. So that's going to be a really, really exciting range. The casino where you could stay at, it's like 5-minute drive away from that guy's property. It has bathrooms like Alliance, as far as, like being able to, flush and not be in stinky porta potties. It's just a great range. So I'm going to be doing Mead Hall. I've got no fail pistol in Chicagoland area, I believe, beginning of June or sometime. I don't know. That's why I got to post all this stuff this week. And then I'm checking out for the summertime. I'm taking 15 June to 15 August. I'll be going to get some medical stuff done, and I'll be living in California while I go through 8 weeks of treatments. And I will probably, the plan is right now, Aztec. Aztec is going to host a San Diego class, a Los Angeles class, and a San Francisco class during the 2 months that I'm stuck in California anyway. So, and then it ramps right into a what I hope to have a full up fall calendar. If you're still looking to host me for a class, reach out. I absolutely have white space open. That's pretty much what I got going on. I am going to do a Hangouts, Presscheck Hangouts, and it'll be posted to my YouTube. I'm not going to do it for my patrons. I'm going to put it out there because I think it's important material. I'm going to do a panel discussion with combat medical providers and trauma doctors. And the subject is going to be killing fucking people with firearms, because there's not enough understanding yet about what it takes to make somebody die in less than 10 seconds with a weapon. And all of this good enough accuracy, fast center of mass, upper body shots, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm going to have some doctors. We're going to bust open some chests and have images, and we're going to show you people exactly the size of the human heart. And if that doesn't put it to bed for you, if you don't understand that blowing a dude's liver out is a fatal gunshot wound, that will not stop him from shooting you in the face in less than 10 seconds, then I don't know what to tell you after that. So everybody that listens to that Google Hangout panel is going to have a much better understanding of human physiology and what it takes to physiologically stop a suspect by using deadly force, as opposed to applying deadly force and hoping, much like a taser, hoping that they psychologically check out of the gunfight. Obviously, the taser's physiological, but it doesn't always get you the physiological response you want. So it is an intermediate use of force that is a hope. And we have a lot of people using firearms and dispensing pills in a hopeful manner. That, man, that bullet that went through that guy's lung is going to make that guy decide to quit shooting me in the face. And that dude gets a vote, and he either will or he won't. And so we're going to talk about what it takes to actually cease human function with firearms. So that should be pretty cool. And I will post that up, and I'm sure Matt will forward it on primary and secondary and everything. We're going to get some of our moderators from the primary and secondary medical group. They're going to be invited. Some of my students that are doctors will be invited. We'll get some PAs, maybe a couple 18 Deltas in there. Maybe I'll ask Carrie Davis to come on, and I will just kind of frame and facilitate a discussion about, hey man, how many of you have seen an expanding hollow point bullet go through one or more ventricles of the heart, and the dude's alive to talk about it? Let's discuss that. So that's pretty much what I got going on. My Patreon is still going good. I've been putting more content in there since I've taken a break from training. My last class was in early December. So if you're not a patron subscriber, you might want to go over to the Presscheck Consulting on Patreon and sign up. I've got videos documenting. I showed you guys some stills. I've got a couple of videos on there as I'm getting back into it after taking a month off of firearms and not shooting Glocks since September. Now I'm back to figuring out that striker fired trigger again, going into this spring until I get the Night Fighter tested and in my hands. I'll be shooting my Overwatch 34 and maybe my 19X a little bit. So there's some pretty good content on there that's not available on the regular YouTube channel.
Overwatch 34. One of your recent videos I really liked because it was real. It wasn't flash. It was pure substance, and it was showing the real shot process. What you were really doing and what raw performance looks like. And I don't think there's enough of that, unfortunately. And everyone wants this flash and quick, immediate gratification. Sadly, not enough people want to emulate real performance and emulate what it really takes to get there. It was a great video. I really liked it. When will that medical video be?
I don't know. I got to assemble the panel and put it on the calendar. Probably sometime in February.
Cool.
So yeah, probably sometime in February. February's a light training month. I think I got one class and no travel outside of the state in February right now. So just to speak to what Matt was talking about, my Patreon is very kind of it's low numbers, so there's not a lot of guys in there, and I have ebbs and flows with my shooting proficiency based on how much I'm practicing or not. Oh my God, there's a revelation. So I didn't shoot Glocks in September. So right now I'm not shooting Glocks good. I didn't shoot at all since December because I went on vacation and spent some time with my family. So when I come back, sight unseen, pick up the guns, and then start trying to perform, there's some absolute expectation management there. But I know what I can deliver on most days because the red dot tells me. And so if I need to be able to perform accurately, I have to do that much slower. If I need to perform quickly, I must do it much less accurate. And my posts and my content and my video documents what I'm doing to get back into the training season. When you see me on the range and I'm just performing, okay, that's cool to do a demo, but how did I get there? So the guys that are watching my Patreon are actually able to kind of go on this journey with me, range day by range day, where I talk about some of the drills I did that day. Why did I do it this way? Hey, look at this target. This is how many I'm throwing, and this is what is going on. I've got some issues with vertical string into my dot or whatever. So I'm talking my audience through what it takes for me to actually make myself better. And I think that's a better lesson for those guys that are not able to actually go to a class from me than watching a Dazzler video. The no-fail shot video, that's cool and all, but you're just seeing the end product. You have no idea what it took for me to be able to put 10 rounds in that damn black circle with a stupid ass Glock pistol. You have no idea what kind of trigger control and consistent practice I had to have to be able to pull off a shot like that. Coming up, no fail shot one-handed. I'm going to do a strong hand only no fail shot probably next month. I need to get it knocked out before the Night Fighter shows up, because I got a feeling when the Night Fighter shows up, I'm going to put my Glocks in a Pelican case without any maintenance and just let them sit in their own carbon all summer. So before my Night Fighter shows up, I need to go ahead and knock out some strong hand only no fail shot video for you guys.
Yeah, there's so many videos that are just, it's the highlight of, okay, this is what the test is, but no one's showing how to study. And your videos are showing this is how you get there. That's what I appreciate. Dave Laubert had to take off. You can find him at Defensive Creations on Instagram. He's also on Facebook, and he posts some cool stuff. You guys probably should follow him and like his stuff. He has a really cool, as a matter of fact, I'm looking at a picture that he of some of his work right now, a Smith & Wesson 19-3. It's a nice looking revolver. He does some really nice stuff. He's been on the show a few times. I like having him on, but sadly he did have to take off. So I guess we'll have to pick on AJ now.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah, final thoughts, plugs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, really coming from both sides of this, gunsmith and shooter, it's all about the efficiency of the platform, and nothing else touches it as far as I've come across. Maybe someday something will. I don't know. I haven't found it yet. 1911 to 2011, I'm more 2011 these days than I am 1911, especially in a carry capacity. So, love the platform. It's the best thing I've seen yet. So when something else comes along, maybe we'll find something else, but nothing else has touched it yet. First off, Matt, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it, dude. I had a great time. I know we lost Steve and we lost Dave. Dave, Joe, whether you guys know it or not, I look up a lot to you guys. I've seen your stuff for years and years and years, and it's driven me, and I've tried to figure out things you guys have done and discussions you've had, and it's a great honor to be on with you guys. And Joe, I promised myself I was going to do this because I didn't want to miss the chance, right? I see you're smoking your pipe, and I'm a pipe guy as well, but I feel I have to Hans Lander you and get my pipe. You know it, brother. So, and again, Steve, I know we lost him as well, but Steve, thank you very much for setting this up. Chuck, it was great listening to you and hearing your perspective on stuff. If you guys want to find more about me, I'm on Instagram, or you can find my website at practicalperformance.org. That's where you can find the training as well as the gunsmithing. Or you can find me on Instagram at practical_performance_org. It's the longest Instagram handle ever, so you shouldn't have a trouble finding it. Or you can find me on Facebook under the same stuff. So again, thanks guys. Really appreciate it. Had a great time. Looking forward to talking to you guys again. Thanks.
And then also, don't you do some work with Colt Single Action Armies with red dots and weapon lights?
I do. That picture went very viral. and I am the originator of that. So yes, you want to send me your single action army, throw a red dot, throw a X300 on it. I'm your guy. Let's do this. Let's make it happen. It is, sorry, Chuck, the original Roland special. So we'll hook it up.
Nice. Joe.
Well, first of all, Matt, thank you. Thank you again for having me on here. It's always an honor to be a part of your podcast. And I appreciate the opportunity to come on and share some knowledge and also to gain some knowledge myself. You know, it's not every day that you can sit down with a couple of other very accomplished gunsmiths and two of arguably the best trainers and gunfighters of our modern era and just have an open conversation about what works and what doesn't work and why it works and why it doesn't work. And Chuck and Steve really epitomize that. I mean, these are two guys that are truly at the top of their field when it comes to gunfighting. And, you know, 2019 is a year for me to expand on that and to become more proficient with the pistol that I build and I love so much, which is the 1911 and 2011 platforms. And I think it's remiss of anybody that enjoys carrying and shooting and building the gun to not be as proficient as possible with the platform. I think you owe it to yourself to buy some ammo, take some classes from these guys. They're pros. They know exactly what they're doing most of the time, and go enjoy yourself. Don't be afraid to fail in the classes and in your endeavor, because that's how you grow and that's how you learn and that's how you get better. And so I appreciate that opportunity. You know, AJ, I'll tell you that, you know, a good calabash is hard to beat. I have one that I've smoked very rarely. It's one of the best smoking pipes money can buy, if you can buy one. Dave is gone now, but I would say this to Dave. He's an incredible, innovative guy. I follow Dave in multiple mediums and watch his work, and I'm just astonished by some of the stuff he does. He truly has a mind for innovation, and he, above and beyond that, Dave is one of those guys that I've had conversations with over the past 2 years that I can throw a piece of information out there and we can conversate about it, and whether we agree or not, we both come away positively with something new that we can use in our trades to better the product that we're putting out there for our clientele. As far as plugs goes, you know, you can find me on the internet, chamberscustom.com. That's where you can learn about the 1911 University, where you can come and be a student in my shop and learn how to build 1911s the way we do here at Chambers Custom. There's also information on there about the professional series. The first gun we're featuring this year is with Chuck Pressburg, the Night Fighter, which you've heard us talk about quite a bit this last couple of hours, which is a 2011 style. Some guys say I should call it the 2019 because I changed some stuff on the frame and improved on what was already awesome. So, you know, it's a 2019 style wide body 9mm RMR mount with a light rail. I mean, it's got all the wingdings that a guy wants if you want to use it for duty, or if you want to just, you know, you want a nice carry gun or you want a nice gun to take classes with. On March 1st, we're going to announce our second Pro Series gun, and I will tell you that it's a carry gun specifically. I can't tell you who it's for yet, but I can tell you that the person that it's for is really super awesome, and we're excited to work with them. And I'll be at the SHOT Show. So, you know, if you want to hang out or catch up with me at the SHOT Show, look me up. Chuck and I will be hanging out some. I'll be shaking Bill Blowers' hand. Steve and I will be running around a little bit. Heidi will be there with me. And you can find me on Instagram and on Facebook as well. But most of all, thank you for having me. It's been an honor.
Yeah, that Pro Series pistol, the new one, is not me because I'm going to be invested in a Pressburg pistol. So.
You don't want a Bobtail Commander 9mm anyway.
Not overly, no. I need the full-size, manly, everything. Yeah, big thanks to the panel. Great discussion. Way focused, the way it needs to be. I like it. A lot of potential good sound bites also. Let's see here. How long have we been on? It's been a few hours. Good show. Good show. Big thanks to our sponsors. Big thanks to Filster Holsters, Appendix Holsters. Yeah. Universal, near universal, compatible with Surefire X300s, ambidextrous. That's the floodlight. Check it out. You probably need one. As a matter of fact, if you happen to be using a 2011 style or any Glock that has a weapon light, let's see here. What other pistols do I have? All kinds of pistols around me. Even my CZs. Everything's working with this. It's a great pistol, or it's a great holster. FacSun Firearms. If you need a new rifle barrel, pistol barrel, AR-15 parts, FacSun Firearms is the place to go. Walther Firearms. The episode is brought to you by the letters P, P, and Q. Without a doubt, I would pick this over a Glock 19 if I had to choose just one. I have multiple of each. If you happen to be nearby and you know me, I'll be happy to loan these out. If you are near a gun store that has PPQs available, or just Walthers in general, check them out. I really think they're worth getting a little bit of attention. Just the features of them out of the box put them ahead, in my opinion, of many, many, many pistols. Nice trigger. The grip is just slightly larger than the 19, which for me is a huge plus. They shoot very nicely. I'm a fan. Also excited to check out the Q5 metal match. Also, big thank you to our Patreon subscribers. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to do all of this on a regular basis. The Patreon page is patreon.com/primary and secondary. If you are a supporter, you have all kinds of benefits, all kinds of resources. If you're interested in finding out a little bit more, check out our forum at primaryandSecondary.com/forum. Also on primaryandSecondary.com, we have a ton of articles, but through that forum, if you're on a website or if you're on a computer, at the very top is a Discord link. You can check out our Discord page. We have a ton of channels just waiting to be used. And if you happen to be a regular forum user, and you don't have access to all those Discord channels, I will be happy to get you some more access because it's kind of nice. And also that Discord, it is not intended to replace Facebook, and it's not replacing the forum. It's just a chat. The forum, however, the activity on there has grown dramatically. That's going to be basically our little rescue area when Facebook removes all gun content, sadly. I've been saying this for at the end of all the podcasts. Support the sources that you find to be beneficial. If you're a fan of Bill Blowers, if you're a fan of Chuck Pressburg, you know what? They have Patreon pages. There's a way that you can support them. Same with primary and secondary. Everyone on the panel has some form of social media. If you like what they had to say, make sure you're following them. Make sure you're giving them likes and share their information. And I'm going to just speak for primary and secondary. We really strive to get the best of the best out, and the best examples of professionalism in the gun industry. We strive for that. We're trying to get the best representation of every facet, and all the people that we've relied on have gone far beyond what we ever could have hoped for. So everything's going very nicely with this, but it is a big team effort. So we have a lot of businesses that help out on primary and secondary. It's just awesome to be part of. We do also have all kinds of swag on the website. If you go to the primary and secondary website, left-hand menu, near the bottom is a store. The old Roland special shirts are available, also available in sweatshirts. What else? And I don't know. I don't think we may not have a episode next week just because it's so close to SHOT Show. We'll see. We might just do a spur of the moment thing. I think that's pretty much everything I have. Thanks for watching and thanks for listening. This was a great discussion. I suspect I'm going to get a lot of feedback on this one, that it was one of people's favorites because there's a lot of misunderstandings with this. And it's, I think the 1911s and 2011s are here to stay. So that's it. That was 3 hours, 52 minutes. We are still live. If you guys want to talk about whatever, we can keep on going. It is completely up to you.
I'm down. I ain't got shit to do.
At least you're honest.
Chuck's looking svelte, somebody says.
Svelte. Ah, very nice.
Oy vey.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, I have not consumed any calories today. And
that would be why.
Yeah, I blew my 1 hour window to eat by about 3 hours. So I've got to go cook a steak and then consume it before, I like shank Misha and start gnawing on her tail or whatever.
Shit got serious.
Yeah.
Misha might take umbrage to that.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. I'm hangry. That's my new life, like constant hangry.
I need to do that.
I was frustrated and whiny about being broken and not being able to exercise like I want to, because I want to be able to exercise and then be a foodie, but I'm too broke to exercise enough to be a foodie. And I just had this realization, like, if you just had the discipline that you do if you're like working out, like when you commit yourself to goals, whether it be bench pressing, running, whatever, and you have that discipline and that drive and that focus to just kind of punish your body at the gym and do the right thing. If I can't go in the gym, can I just throw that discipline and focus towards not cheating on my diet and ensuring that with the limited amount of physical exertion I have, that I don't exceed the caloric intake? It's a simple math equation. This is the part where we screwed up. We're not disciplined enough. So now I have to shrink what my foodie tastes are to what my body's physically able to do in any given day. So it's a shitty way to look at it, but welcome to old age. Most old age people are not trying to burn 3,000 calories so that they can drink a 12-pack of IPA and eat a whole pizza. Now, I don't drink a 12-pack IPA anymore, but I don't have the ability to work out and burn 3,000 calories in a day doing PT anymore. So I just can't eat 3,000 damn calories. It's that simple, and it sucks and it's miserable, but I'm seeing results. So I'm about to punch out of here, but yeah, I'm thinking as of yesterday's weigh-in, I was down 34 pounds since Thanksgiving.
Dude, that's legit, dude.
And I will probably be at shots at an even 40 if I stay on my glide path. So dumping 40 pounds between Thanksgiving and SHOT Show is not bad, but nothing comes without sacrifice. The Jim Jones guy can be here and be like, yeah, you know how much it took to get that? And I'm like, hey, you know how much it took to not be fucking fat anymore? I mean, it's called not eating. Like I had Thanksgiving meal and now I'm at SHOT Show. So here you go.
So you're probably going to lose even more at SHOT with all the walking and lack of breaks and lack of meals.
Yeah. I'll have a couple cheat nights. I ain't gonna be counting no calories at a nice dinner at SHOT Show. I'll let it roll. But you can have a nice damn meal for an 1,800 calorie meal if that's the only thing you're gonna eat in a whole day. Like bring them 18. Yes, porterhouse, bone in, please. Yeah. Oh, let me get some of that cream spinach over here. And you're still coming in sub 2,000 for that meal. And as long as you didn't eat no breakfast, lunch, and snacks, you can throw all your calories into one pile. That's why I get to be a foodie for 1 hour a day. And
Kritzer's a good friend for that. So. He is a major foodie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the same thing, Chuck. I've lost 12 pounds since the first of the year, and my kryptonite is chips, dude. I can literally sit down and eat a bag of potato chips. I'm not like a junk food guy, but potato chips, I just murder them. And I just had to put them down and go, okay, no more chips, dude, because you're getting fat and you can't afford to be fat. I mean, Eric made me buy a weight bench and a new bar to go with the 600 pounds of weights I got sitting here in the shop. And he's like, okay, Monday, we're making it happen. We're going to start slow and work back up because I don't want to be fat, bro.
Chuck, are you working a booth or are you walking the floor?
I am. I was not planning on working a booth. One of the companies that I'm a brand ambassador for, B.E. Myers, they asked me to fill in. They just needed some more help. So I'm working 9 to noon Tuesday, 9 to noon Wednesday, and 1 to 4 Thursday. So I'm giving them 9 hours, or roughly a half day schedule for 3 days. That allows me the other half of the day and Friday to do any meetings or business development that I want to do. I'm not going to be able to get to as many places and see as many people as I wanted to, but B.E. Myers was good to me when I was a consultant for them. They're still good to me now that I'm a brand ambassador for them. And when they called and said, we need, can you? Yes, I can. So
they're great people.
Yep.
And are you going to be able to make the official primary and secondary social?
Wednesday.
Tuesday's Verstaleca.
Yeah,
that one, if you can make the Tuesday one too, that's
I've got to go. I was asked specifically by my wife to take her to the cry party. She was sick last year. So
are you bringing your pro?
Yeah. I'll have my Silinx. So yeah, I'm like 2 events daily the whole week. I think I've got Glock and Danger Zone Thursday. I've got Firearms Policy Coalition on Monday. And then maybe Shake Shack before that. Tuesday, I've got a dinner. I was invited by Nighthawk to go out to their thing, but they do it off-site down in an off-site location. And by the time I got done with the dinner meeting that I have locked in, there's no way that I can make it out there in time. So I think I'm going to have to respectfully decline the Nighthawk guys from going out there.
Is everyone doing the Firearms Policy Coalition thing? Everyone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe, are you going to that, or?
I don't even know when that is.
I'll message
Monday?
you.
Yeah. Hook it up.
Monday.
Leatherneck.
Oh yeah. I'll be at the Leatherneck. Yeah.
Yeah. You're gonna be there whether you know it or not.
Yeah, I think Heidi and I get into Vegas at 4. We check into the hotel. We're staying at the V, and then we're rolling over to the Leatherneck Club. Alan has asked me to come to that for like 6 or 7 years. And every year that we end up going to the show, something happens and I don't get there until late. And so this year we got early flights in, so I'll be there. The only reason I'm going to that is to meet Pat Mack.
He'll be there. Chuck will be in a corner. He'll be in a corner. Other people will be in their corners.
Yeah, Steve told me, come in the door, turn left, go to the back corner. Chuck, me, Pat, we'll all be there. You're welcome to hang with us. Okay. I'm down. Heidi and I'll roll up in there.
That's really accurate.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
Nice.
Yeah, so I'll be there. And then Tuesday, I'm not sure what's happening, but I know Wednesday I've got a dinner that I have to go to, which it has to do with the second person that we signed on for our Pro Series. And then Thursday, no, it's not you. And then Thursday, I don't know what's happening Thursday. And then Friday, I don't even think we're going to go to the show on Friday because Friday is Friday at the show. If you've been to the show, you know what Friday is.
Yeah.
And so Heidi will probably make me walk from the V all the way up to the M&M factory like she does every time we go. I told her, I says, why don't we take a cab? It's like 10 freaking miles. She says, yeah, you need the exercise. So there you go. We walk to the M&M factory and buy M&Ms.
Nice. All right,
Mark,
guys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna
Take it easy, Chuck.
Gonna
We'll
go
see you
cook
later.
a steak. Yep. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Take care.
Now I'm
Man,
just
we're
staring at
9 days out. What are we at? 9 days out?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Dude, I didn't
It's
even
coming.
get my acceptance until like 2 days ago.
Oh,
Yeah. I was like, I've been to the shot like the last 10 years. I figured this would be faster. But
I got an email basically saying you're already in. Okay.
Well, I had to supply a copy of my FFL, my website address, and then for Brandon, because him and his wife are going, I had to supply paycheck stubs for them, showing that he's an actual employee. And then I had to pay $70 for each ticket for me, for Heidi, and for both of them. I was like, what the hell happened to the SHOT Show, man? I mean, used to, you paid your $25, you got your pass in the mail, and bada bing. So I guess when we get off the airplane in Vegas, we're going to go right over to the kiosk and get our badge, because I ain't all about waiting on Tuesday morning in line.
Yep.
Me and lines do not agree. I'm not about that.
yeah, it's going to be nuts, man. I mean, just like every year, you see Tuesday morning, that line out the door.
Yeah.
It's nuts. So,
Yeah, it's I don't know. I like staying at the Venetian because I can get up at 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, get cleaned up, walk down there by 10 o'clock, have a little breakfast with my wife, walk down there, do the show, 4 o'clock, leave before all the crazies are leaving, go back up, take a shower, use hand sanitizer over my whole body, and then, go to dinner or do whatever I got to do for the night. And otherwise you're feeling grody all night. And I don't want to do that.
yeah. Yeah. The only time I ever even went into a suite at the Venetian was when I was doing stuff for Under Armour, and they had this like multi-suite. It was nuts, dude. I'm like, hey, can I crash on this floor? Is that cool? I know it's marble. I don't want to mess it up, but yeah, dude, that place is nuts.
Well, and the thing is, the regular rooms are like 790 square feet. They're huge for a regular room. And we don't take many vacations, so it's worth it to us just to spend a little extra money and enjoy ourselves.
Oh, for sure.
I told that to my wife. I wouldn't mind if she actually came to SHOT Show and we hung out and she got to see all this stuff. And I told her we could stay somewhere nice, and she's not interested. So I'm going to not stay at such a nice place. Just stay in some alley.
True story. I've actually slept in my vehicle in an alley in Las Vegas for 2 nights.
In a van down by the river.
Yeah, I was actually when I was traveling back in 2006, I went through Vegas, and I had my truck and my dog and everything, and I didn't have a place to stay, and I had what I called get home money, which was just enough gas money to get back to Atlanta, and so I just there's no place to camp in Vegas, right? You can't pitch a tent nowhere, and I darn sure wasn't going to lay out on the street, so I just pulled up in an alley and a vacant lot and parked, and I slept there for 2 nights. It was all right.
The worst I ever had it, for SHOT at least, was we stayed out in Henderson. Henderson? Is that the name of the town outside?
Yeah. That's way out there.
Yeah. At Sienna Suites or some local thing, man. And it was like gats at the ready to go, because this ain't no joke, bro. Okay. And then it was my buddy made the reservations. He's like, dude, it's like a mile and a half off the strip. And we pull in. I'm like, bro, it's like an hour and a half off the strip. I don't know what you're talking about. So every day, like 45-minute drive to the Aria and park our car. But that was no joke. Like, Temple Index that shit, bro.
I'll tell you the worst staying experience I've ever had was the first year I went to the SHOT Show after I opened my shop, which would have been in 2011. I decided, I didn't have hardly any money, but I had to go to the show to promote the shop. And that was the year that the Mirror Image Duo was on the cover of American Handgunner. Mm-hmm. And so I had to be there. And so I booked a room at the Flamingo. I thought, the Flamingo, classic Las Vegas hotel and casino, this will be cool. It's not too far. The year before I had stayed at Circus, which is like 10 miles from the show. You don't think it is. You look at the map and you're like, oh, it's like 1.7 miles. I can walk there, no problem. No, you ain't walking from Circus to the show. Not unless you need a Segway or something or a skateboard. So anyways, I'm staying in Flamingo. I get in on Monday morning, and I'm staying there at the Flamingo, and I had a meeting that night over at the Orleans for the Guild, and I come back to the room, and it's like 900 degrees in the room. So I call down. I said, hey, man, it's a sauna up here. I need some heat. I need some air conditioning. And the guy says, okay. So he sends a little guy up, and he works on my AC, and he turns it on. And I didn't realize it until the next day. I couldn't turn the AC off. It was on, full blast, like 60 degrees. Okay, I'd rather be cold than hot. You can always put more clothes on. You can only take so much off. So anyways, I get up on Tuesday morning to go to the show. I go into the bathroom. I turn the water on. Nothing. I'm on the 14th floor, and there's no water. So I'm like, what the heck? So I call down to the desk, and I say, hey, look, I'm on the 14th floor, and there's no water. And the guy goes, yeah, we had a water main break on the floor below you, and so there's no water from 14 up. None. And I says, well, dude, I gotta go to the SHOT Show and walk all day, and I at least need to brush my teeth, right? Deodorant, okay, cool, whatever. But I need to brush my teeth at least. He goes, all right, go down to the housekeeping, and they'll give you some bottled water. I'm like, all right, cool. So I go down the hallway, and there's a room there of maids, and they're all pissed, right? Because there ain't no water. They can't do their job. And I says, hey, I called down to the front desk, and the guy said that you guys would give me some bottled water so I can brush my teeth. And this lady looks at me, and she was about 380 pounds and about as black as the night sky in Nebraska. And she goes, baby, what you think this is? You think this is a convenience store? And I looked at her. I was like, no, ma'am. I just need some water to brush my teeth. She says, well, here's 2 bottles of water. Don't be bothering me with this no more. Yes, ma'am. So I stayed at the Flamingo the entire week with no water for the whole week. I went down to the Walgreens on the corner and bought some baby wipes so I could at least wipe myself down every day and make sure I was clean. And they ended up comping my stay because I didn't have no water. So I got to stay at the Flamingo for free, but I was dirty the whole time. It was pretty terrible.
Wow.
I won't stay there again, I promise you. Ever. But we've stayed at Caesars. Caesars is nice. We've stayed at Bally's. That's nice. I haven't stayed at the Bellagio because it's too far away from the show.
Matt, when's the primary and secondary get together? It's Wednesday, right?
Wednesday. Yeah, at 7:00.
Okay.
How late are you guys gonna run, Matt?
To be honest with you, I don't know. It's pretty much till when everyone's tired of it. So it's not the cry party, that's for sure. But I've been there. It was interesting. I'm in my 40s. I want to keep my remaining hearing. I don't need to go. And I also don't drink. So there's no reason for me to go anymore because you can't have a conversation because it's so loud. It is cool, though. It is a cool sight to see. I took a lot of pictures just because it was a sight. It was neat. But yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, you see, us lowly 1911 guys, we don't get invited to the Cry party, the Glock party, none of that cool stuff.
Well, you'd think that there would be like a 1911 party if there's a Glock party, but
Yeah. A couple of years ago, we had a party. I hosted a party. It was 2013. And we hosted a party over at the Wynn at Parasol Up. One of my clients is the head of security for Steve Wynn. And so we hosted a party there, and it was pretty awesome. We had a couple hundred people come through there. The problem with it was I think everybody thought it was open bar. And yeah, it wasn't open bar. I ain't got that kind of money.
Yeah.
yeah, the primary and secondary thing is it's at a restaurant. It's BJ's on Decatur. So you're going to need to take a taxi or an Uber out because it's just far enough away that it's kind of low key. It's quiet. There's good food available. Not an open bar. That's just nice. People getting together, good people getting together, nice conversations, networking, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if we get out, I don't know how long this dinner goes, but if we get out of this dinner in time, maybe we'll run over there and hang out a little bit.
Yeah.
If not, I'm sure that we'll. You need to PM me your cell phone number so I can text you while we're there, and then that way we can hook up. And same thing with you, AJ. If you're going to be there, shoot me a PM with your cell phone number, and I'll text you while we're on the floor, and we'll hook up.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Matt, I'm guessing I'm definitely going to be there. So
starts
sure.
at 7. I wouldn't be surprised if it's done by like 10 or 11.
Sure.
It's nothing late night partying or anything. It's just people getting together to talk.
Dude, the more and more I go to SHOT, it's like, okay, I'm ready to get out of here. If we could wrap this up, cool. It's like 10:30. I go to bed at like 8:30 normally. I'm good with this. So, good seeing you. See you next year. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
You go to bed at 8:30?
Yeah, man.
I would love to be able to do that. I've been at work every morning. Not every Monday through Thursday. I'm at work at 7. So, and I'm done at 6.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in bed at 8:30, and then I'm up at 4:30, pretty much every morning, and start my day then. I love it, man. I mean, it's super productive for me.
Yeah, I usually get up about 10 in the morning.
That sounds nice.
Serious business. I get up at like 10, sometimes 11, and I have a cup of coffee and relax. I have a standing rule in the shop: no questions for the first hour that I'm in the shop, because I'm just not functioning. I'm a non-functional morning person, and then I work. Typically, I try to knock off about 2 or 3 in the morning and go to bed. That doesn't always work. The last week and a half, well, I've been sick a bunch, but the last 2 or 3 nights I've been working on some projects. So I've been up till 4 or 5 in the morning, and I go to bed, which drives Heidi nuts because she gets up at 6:30 to take care of the kids. So she's like, maybe I should just switch my schedule around and stay up with you, and then just take the kids to school and come home and go to bed. And I'm like, hey, that works for me, whatever's clever. Yeah. But, the main reason behind that is from about 10 to about 2 during the day, I answer calls, I make calls, I answer emails, I deal with Facebook, Instagram, I do book work, I ship guns, all that kind of stuff. And by about 2 o'clock, people have pretty well chilled. And by 7 o'clock, I have dinner with the family around 6 o'clock. And by 7 o'clock, people are like you, AJ, they're going to bed. And so I can actually work in peace for 8 or 10 hours and not have to deal with anybody calling me and wanting something.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you, dude, it's 100%. My wife goes to bed at 8:30, which means I go to bed at 8:30. And the only way to combat that for me is to get up at 4:30. Because if I don't get up at 4:30, it's like, okay, it's 8:30. Now it's 9:30. Now it's 11:30. Now it's 1:30. And I'm like, I need to go do stuff. So go to bed at 8:30, get up at 4:30, go out to the shop, do stuff. It's good to go.
Now, have you ever, you were talking about this Colt Single Action Army thing, and I'm kind of scrolling through your pictures to see if I can find something. Have you ever done that to a Ruger Super Blackhawk?
No. No, but I'm totally down. Dude, you know what the craziest thing about that? And Matt, like a lot of it came from, I don't want to say the primary and secondary crowd, but just all around the tactical crowd, like legit death threats over that thing.
Oh,
Like,
really?
that would not have come from us then. We would not. We would recognize the artwork and also how funny it is.
Like it was a joke. And you know how it started to begin with? It was between me and Lee Gullett. And, after I think it was after Steve's class, we were just talking shit. And he's like, oh, I'm going to smoke you with a wheel gun. And I was like, boom, let's do this. And it was just a joke. Yeah, it was just a joke. And then all of a sudden, people are like, you should kill yourself for making this thing. And this is ridiculous, sacrilege. And you don't deserve to do anything. It's like, bro, chill, homie. It's a joke.
Do you want to put a red dot on this?
I'm all about it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Awesome. Because it basically doesn't have sights anyway.
Listen, it's only going to be an improvement. So
it's true.
You
I
know,
do like that gun, though.
A couple of years ago, I took a Model 10 that belonged to a friend of mine, of Vietnam vet, and I chopped the top of it off, and I put a little micro laser on it, on a dovetail, and he loves the hell out of it, because he can't see no sights anyway. I just chopped the front sight off the damn thing. People get all up in arms about having iron sights on a gun with a red dot, and I'm over here like, why? When I built the Night Fury set a couple years ago with those slides that we did, there was no sights on those guns, and people lost their minds. And I'm like, look, this is a $30,000 set of guns, and the guy didn't want sights on it.
Yeah.
So what? Why crowd up the gun and make it look like trash? And on the Night Fighter guns, we're going to put a front sight on there, like I said, because for a duty gun, you do need 175 or 180 front sight. It needs to be holsterable though, and that's one of the things we didn't talk about this, but one of the problems with every single RMR red dot type gun on the market is people put suppressor sights on them. Show me a holster.
Safari 6390 RDS is what I use, and that's basically my duty gun. This is the 34, but
that's the only holster made that will handle that without tearing up the holster or screwing up the front sight on the gun. So why not learn to shoot the gun with just a regular height front sight of 175, 180, and the red dot, and know that if it's a critical threat and your dot is gone for some reason, and it's a critical threat within bad breath distance, you're just going to point shoot that sucker.
Well, I think one of the main, especially for me, one of my main concerns with that is I would not at all be confident enough to do any type of precision point shooting.
Dude, and this is how I look at it, right? I don't point shoot shit. But kinesthetic aiming, I'm kind of down with that, right? Yeah. Legit, right? So I'll reference the window. I'll go super soft sight focus on stuff. But true point shooting, and this is the thing, right? Like, what's one guy's understanding of point shooting is really kinesthetic aiming, which is really soft sight focus on another dude. So it gets super blurred. of what is actually what, depending on who you talk to.
I like Cowan's definition of it, where it's we're still referencing something.
Yeah.
Well, and I think I have a distinct advantage over a lot of guys out there when it comes to the point shooting thing. And years ago, when I was poor and living in Georgia, I lived in this house up in North Georgia by myself. I didn't have any money, and I had a Fire 40 cal gun, one of the worst pistols ever made, and serious business. They're horrible. And I traded it to a guy for a Rossi 6-shot 22 revolver, which might be the second worst pistol ever made.
I was going to say, I'm not sure that's a super upgrade there.
No, the only upgrade was it shot 22 ammo, so I could practice, right? And so every day when I came home from work, I shot 50 rounds right-handed and 50 rounds left-handed at cans that I laid all over my yard, just point shooting, because I wanted to learn how to point shoot out to 25 yards. So I did that. That kind of ingrained some stuff in my brain. And then now, with building guns professionally, I might shoot 1,500 to 2,000 rounds a week on my range here in the yard testing guns with no sights on them. And so when I go, I can take a 1911 style pistol, 2011 style pistol, and at 25 yards, don't tell Chuck I said this, but at 25 yards, I can shoot the no failed drill with no sights and keep them all in the black. It's retarded, right? And guys come over and they watch me shoot and they're like, that's insane. How do you do that? Well, 11 years of shooting guns with no sights, and you learn how to shoot a gun with no sights, And so for me to pull the gun up, and we were talking about this in PMs the other day, guys give me a hard time. Oh, you're just a 1911 guy, whatever. But to me, the advantage is I feel very comfortable with a gun that doesn't have sights on it. It doesn't bother me at all. Now, will I take a precision headshot at 25 or 50 yards with no sights on a gun? No, because I know that's not realistic. That's outside of the realm of reality. Nobody should do that. But if you look at, we were talking about shooting, and I think Chuck brought up, that back in the day, or maybe it was Steve, back in the day, cops and soldiers were really taught to shoot. There's some vintage footage out there of the Los Angeles police shooting team. And, we joke about it. Eric and I were joking about it yesterday on the range. He's like, you want me just to hold this target up for you real quick? We joke about it, but they used to do that.
I've seen those videos.
Yep.
Yeah, a guy would stand down there with an ace of spades at arm's distance and let his partner shoot the pistol and
with
shoot the ace of spades. Yeah, with a revolver. They used to sit there legit and hold a cigarette in their mouth, lit, sideways.
With a Model 10, bro.
Right, with a Model 10 with fixed sights, and let the dude shoot the freaking cigarette out of his mouth. So, we're in a totally different era where speed is king. Everybody wants to be super fast. To use his nomenclature, everybody wants to be Super Dave and shoot 10 targets in 10 seconds on a treadmill. Okay, cool. Do you know how long it took Super Dave to perfect that? Probably a minute. He didn't wake up one morning and go, I'm going to shoot a video of me walking on a treadmill super fast and shoot 10 targets in 10 shots with a mag change. He practiced that forever. And, so I think, point shooting, I think it has a place, but I think you have to put your time in. You have to learn your weapon, and can I point shoot with a Glock? No, I can't. I can point shoot with an AR. I can point shoot with a bolt gun like a mother. I've shot a number of deer, with a scoped gun running across the field and never looked through the scope. Just pulled it up, put it on them, and squeezed the trigger. But you have to practice. You have to get proficient. Otherwise, you don't have no business trying that.
We had a discussion on this a few years ago, and basically what it was, and I'm going to use me as the example. I've been using Glocks for ever. I did go through the academy with a SIG. That was in '98. That's another story. But I didn't start getting custom any custom anything until 2015 with the Roland Special. And that was the first pseudo custom. Here it is right here. The first pseudo custom pistol I had. So I'm dealing with stock Glocks. Where's my, there it is. Okay. Stock Glock 22. One of my duty guns. I carry a 35 though. So this is what I'm dealing with. Your normal sights, nothing fancy. And in order to shoot this accurately, I needed to have proper stance, trigger control, all that, line up the sights, and did that for 17 years. And then however long prior to that I was messing with guns. So I had all this background in, okay, line up the sights and shoot properly and all that, trigger press, blah, 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 blah. That provided me with an awesome frame of reference to where now, you know what? I have this I was going to say muscle memory. I have this procedural memory ingrained. I have the frame of reference. I have those references where, you know what? My sights right now are where they need to be. Yep, they are. And it's because of that. Because I've done all that, all those reps and all those years of training, my natural point of aim allows for decent point shooting. Now, I'm not going to promote point shooting, but I'm also not going to, I'm not going to promote, let me take that back. I'm not going to promote people to practice point shooting, because if you practice point shooting, it's not really giving you a frame of reference for anything. However, I think if you're practicing using your sights and jumping through the hoops with that, that's going to reinforce point shooting, but it doesn't work the other way around. It could, but not as effectively.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think if you focus on your front sight, you're going to get more proficient with the repetitions. And you guys will have to excuse me. I'm not in on the joke about muscle memory.
It's people getting upset about terminology.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think there is such a thing as muscle memory. You know, I mean, I see it every day in my shop here with my guys. You know, you either learn to file, you learn to use a file, or you don't have a job here, because I can't employ.
No, dude. So seriously, right? I work at the college, right? And I have approximately 25 students a day, right? Gunsmith students a day. And getting them to run a file straight to begin with. Yeah. Oh, dude, I could teach a semester class on just like, guys, we're going to run a file straight today. We need to fix this.
You want me to tell you how to fix it really easily?
Yeah, dude.
This is super easy. Okay. Have each one of your students buy a number 00 Gorbet narrow Swiss file. All right. It looks like, hang on.
Yeah.
Looks like this.
Yep.
Right. Not super wide, not super skinny, just a regular Gorbet narrow file. Give every student in the class, the day they walk into class, give them a block of steel that is not square. Okay, this is what I had to do when I worked at Marvel. Give them a block of steel that, just cold roll, right? And make sure it's over an inch, like make it 1.25 inches, right? Because you don't want to frustrate people. And tell them, look, here's the deal. If you want to be a professional gunsmith, if you want to have any proficiency at all, turn this block of steel in your spare time, whenever, turn this block of steel into a 1x1 square. When you think you have it as a 1x1 square, bring it to me and I'll look at it and we'll go from there. And tell them, I want you to start with a 00 file because I don't want you to struggle with the damn thing. But this is what I want you to start with. And the closer you get to 1 inch square, go to a number 1, go to a number 2, go to sandpaper, whatever. And then once they get close, right? I worked on mine for 3 years. Right?
Wow. Yeah.
I never got a perfect 1 inch square, but I came very close, right? Mm-hmm. Once they get very close, then you can teach them bevels on that 1 inch square, right? Because now they have 16 edges that they can bevel. And you say, I want a 25 thousandths bevel on this one. I want a 50 thousandths bevel on this one. I want an 85 thousandths bevel on this one. And in a matter of no time, what you'll find is the students get really proficient because it becomes a competition. You put it out there as a competition. Who can make the most square block? And they get to the point where they got to make a square block because their buddy's doing better than them.
Dude, I'm writing this shit down. That's awesome.
You know, it's really sad. What you just said about the joke with muscle memory. We're living in a time where people without any skill, with nothing to show for a certain skill set, all they can do is call you on terminology. Oh, that's the improper terminology. Who cares? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Why is this an issue?
That's
but you said this and this. Yeah, it is. It is. It's ridiculous, and that seems to be most of the hate that's out and about. It just makes no sense.
And I'll tell you, dude, legit, I'm a terminology Nazi kind of guy, right? Like words mean things and shit.
Oh, absolutely, they do.
But sometimes, like it's like, come on, man. You know what? Again, and at one point I was very much against the muscle memory thing because muscle memory is a different thing than myelination, whatever. The reality is, like, seriously, whatever. We get it. We know what you're talking about. It doesn't detract from the point that's trying to be made here and the information that's trying to be passed on. So let it go. Let it go.
Yeah.
People just want to have power.
Well,
that's how they do it.
We deal with this some in the 1911 university classes. I've had a couple of guys that call me and say, oh, man, this is so cool. I'm going to come to your class, and I'm going to take your class, which is 6 days plus a half a day for shooting. And I'm going to take your class so I can open my own shop.
Oh, my.
Really?
Wow. Okay. I mean, there is a lot of information in the class curriculum that would help somebody, and like, for example, and I've made this offer to other professionals in the past, I get scoffed at. I've told guys, look, if I have an open spot in the class and you're a professional and you want to come take the class, buy the parts, bring your tools, you have to buy the parts that we use in the class, bring the tools, come take the class to help yourself because you're a professional and you think there's something you can garner from it, come take the class. I'm not going to give up a paying seat for that, but if there's an opening, why not offer it? Especially if it's somebody that I like. If it's somebody I don't like, I'm not going to make that offer. But it's not, these kinds of things. It's like going to Steve or Chuck or Bill's, shooting classes. I'm going down to the shooter symposium in April, and I'm not going to the shooter symposium to come home after a weekend of taking awesome classes and be the world's greatest gunfighter. That's not how this works. I look at 2019 as the kickoff for me. Eric, one of the guys that works for me, he has a training company. He was a cop for 17 years. He was the head of firearms training for the police department here. And so Eric teaches me stuff all the time when we're on the range. But I look at it as a lifetime journey. And it's kind of like what I said when I posted up about the new RMR mounting system, the red dot system. It's you have to be a student, you have to be innovative, you have to be moving forward. And when you stop doing that, you just become irrelevant. And we see a lot of guys in the industry, not to name any names, but there's a lot of guys in the industry, trainers and gunsmiths alike, that somewhere along the line, somewhere along their path, they went, oh, yeah, I'm cool. I do this, I'm Mr. Badass. I've worked for this company or that company, and they don't continue to grow. And then where are they now? They're teaching on a local circuit, or they're building the same guns that they were building in 1985. But they're charging 2018, 2019 money for it, and that goes back to the whole barrel fit challenge. And I didn't even get into the details of hood fit and chamber depth and bushing fit and link. The entire industry has been paralyzed
for 40 years on how to measure a link. Measuring a link is the easiest process on the entire gun. How tall are your barrel legs from the link pin hole to the flat where you want the barrel to rest on the slide stop? Then how thick is the bridge on the link? The bridge on the link has to be, I'm giving away a trade secret here, but it's late and nobody's watching. The bridge on the link has to be 2 to 3 thousandths shorter than the height of your barrel legs. The end. That's it. If your barrel legs are cut properly so that they rest on the slide stop with light pressure, not hard fit, so you don't wear your slide stop out, just taking the ink off. If they rest like that, you need 2 to 3 thousandths difference between the link bridge and the barrel legs, and you're done. Now and there's another part of that, which AJ, I can share with you offline, but there's another part of that helps to mitigate barrel bump and also properly times the gun. But I'll give a clue to it, and that is the hole in links that manufacturers put in links for the slide stop, which is typically 204 to 205, is not correct. It's not the right size. It's too small. And the hole in links that you get when you buy a barrel, like if you buy a Barstow barrel and it comes with the link, those links usually have a hole that measures 212 to 215. That link hole is way too big. And when you have a gun, and this is getting into more technical stuff that is probably over some people's heads, but when you have a gun where you leave the link pin hole at the factory size of 204 to 205, the gun unlocks too fast, right? The barrel unlocks too fast. It drops too fast. And that causes a whole litany of issues. When you have a gun where the barrel link hole is too big, greater than the set of specs set forth by proper timing, then you have a gun that unlocks too slowly. And that can cause a huge issue because and you get the same problem that I'm going to describe if you use a link with too long of a bridge. What happens is the barrel is unlocking too slowly when the slide comes back. And because barrels are typically harder than slides by about 10 RC points, what happens over time, and it's not a lot of time, it's not like 100,000 rounds, it can happen in a few hundred rounds, is the barrel will round off the rear lug in the slide. Now you have a big burr, which is going to cause malfunction issues right up front until it wears off through repetitive firing. And number two, you no longer have the rear lug intact on the inside of the slide, and so now you lose your barrel fit and your slide is ruined. And the most expensive part of the 1911 pistol in parts is the slide, bar none. Frame, when we're talking about a single stack, talking about a single stack here, the most expensive part on the entire gun is the slide. And we talked about this in the ModCast. You modify or you ruin the cheapest part, always. Right? Never ruin or modify the most expensive part first.
Totally.
Right? I mean, that makes perfect sense to most people.
Yeah, absolutely.
When people, this is why they make tires the way they do. This is why them little flat tires are really bad on cars that people can't drive, because they ruin the rim and they go to the dealership and the dealer's like, yeah, that'll be $1,000. Well, if they had a regular tire on there and they hit a curb, it just ruined the tire. Same philosophy with the 1911. So the link is absolutely imperative that it's fit properly. Otherwise, you end up ruining your slide in really short order. And you have a gun that shoots like hell.
I got to tell you, Matt, like I do this for a living too, right? Both training and building guns. And I cannot wait to go to Joe's class. Like I am super looking forward to this. I have been waiting for when a time matches up with funds kind of thing. Because, I mean, just like anything, just like the shooting world, the gunsmithing world, at least as I'm approaching it, is like, oh, I can go learn from this guy. Oh, Hell yeah. I'm going to go learn from this guy. Oh, I can learn from this guy? Yeah, I'm going to go learn from this guy. Because it's like anything else, right? You learn from one guy, you learn one way to do things, and that's not so bueno. But
Yeah, and
Joe, I can't wait for your class, man. I honestly, I'm super looking forward to it whenever I get there. So,
well, I think it'll be great, and I think in the gunsmithing world, and I tell people this openly. I am the pariah of the 1911 gunsmithing world. Okay, I mean, you either like me or you hate me, but you better learn to love me because I'm here to stay. I mean, it's just true. But, I've made some really, really great friends in the industry. Terry Tussey called me the other day, and Terry and I have been friends for, as long as I've been in this game. And Terry called me to ask me about something, and we laughed and shared some info back and forth and whatnot. Terry's a great guy. I consider him one of my dearest friends. Bill Lawfridge, one of my best friends in the industry. Bill and I have been through a lot together, and he's a super nice guy. But I've also made some real enemies in the industry, like TR Sear guy and some of these guys.
really?
But
Really?
Oh yeah, we won't talk about that online. But the sad thing about the industry is, and it's industry wide. It's not just in pistols, but it's in shotguns, it's in rifles. You don't see this in knives though. Knives seem to be the exception. We don't get together and share information, right? Because we're all afraid I'm afraid that AJ is going to steal my stuff. I'm not afraid you're going to steal my stuff. I just have a caveat that I don't want you to put it out there for the rest of the world. You want to learn something from me, I will be glad to teach you. Call me, email me, whatever, and I'll be glad to share my information with you. But just keep in mind that I want you to keep that for your own betterment so that you can make your clients' guns better yourself, right? But you don't, knife makers, I got a bunch of friends that are top-end knife makers. They're always going to each other's place. They're always trying new techniques together, playing with new steel, sharpening, whatever. You don't see that in the gun industry. Everybody's like, ooh, I got the secret special sauce. Don't come near me. I'm not going to tell you anything. Okay, whatever, dude.
Dude, that is 100% true. Like, guys that will share information in especially the 1911 world, but the gun world in general, like, it is crazy how many dudes will be like, no, man, that's my magic. I can't give that shit to you. Like, no. And it's like, dude, seriously? Like, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, you go to my website, you see stuff on there, and it's like, hey, man, I give credit to everyone that I learned stuff from. You'll see it, like certain cocking serrations and stuff like that. It's like, bro, I put their name right on it because I didn't come up with that. I got that from him.
Well, and I've been criticized over the years on my website, because I have on there that I learned from Marvel.
Sure.
And, I mean, people think what they will about him, but Bob Marvel was my friend. And, I basically lived with him for 3.5 years. There's a lot of guys out there that when I first opened my shop, they says, oh man, who are you? How did you get all this knowledge? Who do you think you are? Blah, blah, blah. And it drove me off the forums. And, the way I got that knowledge is I literally, this is no lie. There's 168 hours in a week. Okay. Do the math. And I literally worked 120 to 130 hours a week for 3 years. Now, they say that to be a subject matter expert takes 12 to 15,000 hours. Do the math. That's how I got here. That's how I did it. And then after I left Bob and I continued to work 80 hours a week, not only do I work on guns, but I sit here and I think about guns. And I think about, if I do this, then what and why? Yeah. And, it's a mindset, and I think it crosses over into anything if you want to be exceptional. If you just want to be good, okay, anybody can be good. There's a lot of good instructors out there, a ton of them, right? The market is flooded with good tactical or shooting instructors. But if you want to be exceptional, truly set apart in your field, like Chuck and Steve and Bill and some of these other guys, you have to really, really work at it. And you have to put in the dedication, the time that it takes to be that exceptional person.
Well, and that's the thing about anything, right? And I'm sure Matt will say the same. Like, you don't get good at shit by just like, oh yeah, I figured this out one day. Oh, I just figured this out. It doesn't work like that.
No.
Right?
Well, even if you figure something out, you need to be able to practice it and show it.
Of course. You know, and I think, I forget who said it, but one time's a party trick, right? Multiple times, you know, consistency in that skill set, that's talent. That's the real portion of this. By anything, shooting, training, building, any of those things.
Yep.
I did that once with a clay pigeon. I don't know how far, maybe it was 100 yards away, and a handgun.
Mm-hmm.
Total draw shot, put the gun away and walked away.
And see, that's the thing. I'm not going to lie. I may have done that in a class, you know, been like 150 yards. Beep. Yeah, that's sights and triggers, bro. And walked away and been like, damn.
It giggled the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and guys like Steve and I, we get a lot of slack on the interwebs for some of the videos we put up. You know, I put up that video of me shooting his WMG at 175 yards. And people were like, that's impossible. You can't hit anything with a pistol at 175 yards. That was a trick shot. How many times did it take you? I had witnesses there, you know, and what's funny about that, what's funny about something like that is that's not the first time that I've done that. Like, I've done that at that spot dozens of times. But that's why I can walk on camera, raise a gun up cold, and do it.
Sure.
Because I've done it dozens of times. And it goes back to that practice thing. You know, if you do it enough times, you're going to get good at it. I'll tell you a funny story about that, actually. I have a gun here. It's really a sweet gun. It's a Ruger Mark II pistol. It's integrally suppressed with a brass suppressor tube on it. It was my idea for my buddy Brandon, made it for me.
Brass suppressor tube?
Yeah, the tube is brass. It's super sweet. Yeah, because the PSI on brass is higher than aluminum but lower than steel.
Yeah.
Right, so it works perfectly. And it has a low, yellow brass has a really low stress factor. If you think about it, what do we use for brass for pistols and rifles? And you know, it's all yellow brass, right? So, and a 22 is low pressure anyway. So anyways, I have this gun. There's no sights on it yet because I haven't had time to finish it up. And my buddy Herb was over here, my shooting partner for rifles. And I said, let's go shoot this so you can see how quiet it is, because it's like movie quiet. And he goes, okay. So we walked out back and we shot a little bit. And I said, I think I'm going to shoot that gong. And he goes, what gong? And I said, the one across the river on the dam wall. And he says, you're not going to hit that gong. You don't even have sights on that gun. I went 7 for 10 with a 22 that has a 2-inch barrel inside of a can at 175 yards. And he looked at me and he was like, and Herb never curses, ever. And he says, he looks at me and he goes, holy shit, that's amazing. And I go, no, that's just a lot of practice, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, when you live in the country, you get bored and you just go out and do stuff, you know?
Yeah. Matt, is it cool if I gripe about shit in the industry in this?
Well, just so you know, we are still live.
Oh,
we still have we still have people listening. We got 90 viewers right now.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Wow.
Dude, the 1911 is king.
If you want to, you are welcome to. Just be aware. People are watching, and this is recorded.
Okay.
Matter of fact, yeah, see, and live chat is going to start saying, yes, please.
Okay. Gripe time.
Yeah, see, there's 2 or 3 people already that are like, yeah, do it. I'm like, nah, never say anything on the internet that you don't want to be forever.
That's fine. I'm cool with this forever, right?
Unless it's about Steve, then it's fine.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and gripe about Steve. I would be very cautious about griping about Chuck though, because he's a good shot. Just saying.
Also, Steve.
I
Steve's pretty amazing.
love me some Steve. Not gonna lie. I mean, he's why I'm here. So.
Oh, and he
No doubt.
caught major hell on that video he posted shooting that WMG at 300 yards. There were some serious haters. I'm like,
Dude,
the guy's amazing. He can just shoot.
but I mean, let's be realistic about this, right? Like, if you can align sights and you can press trigger, this isn't a magic trick.
No.
Everyone is capable of doing this. You just need to apply it when it happens.
That's it.
So,
Or you can just speed up your video.
Yeah.
I mean,
Do that.
I am currently working on trying to figure this out because apparently my 1 second draw has not gotten me the IG followers I thought it would. So
Oh, don't I know?
if we could just like get me down to a half second, I'll be good. Follow me.
Look, you are not Tim. Okay.
I love
You're way
Tim.
too
And Tim's going to be out here this year, so I'm very much looking forward to having Tim out here.
Tim's a badass.
Yeah,
If he's still awake, we might be able to get him on here.
Tim, wake up.
He's not on
No.
Facebook chat
He's probably sleeping.
because if it's the Tim Herron,
Yeah, Tim Herron.
yeah, he's a primary and secondary moderator. He's one
yeah.
of us.
Matt, I think you underestimate the amount I am on primary and secondary. I may
think
not
I am.
post. It's funny because I was talking to Jedlinski yesterday about this.
He's a moderator too.
I do know that. I was talking to him about it yesterday. I'm like, man, I don't post because of these reasons. He's like,
Why?
dude, just post.
Just post.
Yeah. So you will see a lot more of me on it. Guaranteed. Especially, Lee talked to me about it too. So you will see more. But Joe, ransom rest, bro. Like the amount of dudes that aren't ransom resting their shit out there. You tell me. I'm like all about the ransom rest, 50 yards. Let's see what it can do. 1.5 inches is my minimum requirement.
Well, the ransom rest, there's roughly 30 things that can go wrong with it between setup and pulling the trigger.
Sure.
And I'm not gonna.
They're right down the road too, so like it's a good deal.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm not gonna sit online and tell everybody that I'm the foremost expert authority on a ransom rest, but I've probably fired 500,000 rounds through one, at least. That's a lot of bullets. If you do the math, 500,000 times 185 grains is a lot of lead. And I've seen the good and I've seen the bad. I've seen the awesome and I've seen the nasty. I've had guns that I absolutely positively 110% know shoot 1.5 inches or less, and put them in the rest and they shoot 6 inches. And that's a mind blower. You just sit there and you look through the scope at the target and you go, what just happened to my life? And I've had guns that you look at and you go, there's no way this gun's going to shoot less than 5 inches. And you put it in and it shoots 2.5 inches. And you're like, wow, okay, I'm duly impressed. There's a lot of things that can go on. Most of it is procedural issues. People will use multiple magazines. That's a big no-no. You heard me talk about that earlier in the podcast. I use the same magazine. I've been using the same magazine for 15 years just for ransom rest testing now, personally, before I started gunsmithing and then all through my gunsmithing. I've seen guys bolt a ransom rest to their truck tailgate. I've seen them put it on a picnic table.
Sure.
I've seen them do all kinds of silly stuff like that. there's a guy on YouTube right now that just did the math. That's 13,214 pounds of lead. That's an ass of lead, I'm telling you. So yeah, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you have to have a proper podium, preferably concrete. The one that we use right now is an old concrete bench rest shooter's bench. But we're fixing to build a new ransom rest stand here at the shop in the spring when the ground thaws out, and we'll probably put 380-pound bags of concrete. What's up, Timmy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, Tim.
Can you stand up so we can see you?
You shut your whore mouth.
One of the guys that works in the shop with me, Eric, he's like 5'6", and he was having a problem sanding one day on his bench because the benches are not made for a 5'6" guy. So I brought over an MSC catalog, which is thick. And I said, "Here, sit on this," which is horrible. But anyways, back to the ransom rest thought.
I'm 5'7", so this is very demoralizing to me.
I'm not very tall myself. I'm 5'10", so
I won't say anything.
Anyway, yeah, I know Matt's a shorty. So, yeah. Anyways, there's a lot that goes into it, and I think that a lot of guys shoot their guns at 25 yards on the ransom rest, and they see what it'll do. And they go, "Yeah, I'm not shooting this at 50 because I don't want to know, right? I don't want to know what it'll do." And people have asked me over the years, will you shoot your guns at 25 yards on a ransom rest? I did. I did that a couple of times, and I got tired of bullet hole groups. And so I just said, nah, to hell with this, But when you set up a ransom rest, the long and short of it is, the plate, the wooden base that the rest is screwed to itself, it needs to be torqued properly for your stand or whatever you're mounting it to. And I use a torque wrench for that. And then when you put the gun in the rest itself, the 3 screws that hold it on have to be properly torqued. And if they're not, what'll happen is either the gun will be too loose and you'll get vertical stringing, or the gun will be too tight and you can't pull the trigger. That's a problem. On 1911s in specific. If you have a ransom rest, take the little trigger pulley thing and throw that in the trash can, right?
The first thing I did was throw that shit away.
Yeah, you just take that off, throw it in the trash can. You're never going to use it again, ever. Use your finger. That's the most tactile thing you have to pull the trigger with. Jerry and I experimented for a little while years ago with using a string and pulling the ransom rest straight back. That doesn't work very well either. It gives you too much, each arm, my right arm is way stronger than my left arm. So when I'm pulling the string straight back, I'm not pulling it straight back, I'm exerting side pressure. I always ransom rest test guns with triggers around 2.5 pounds because I want to just be able to give it a bad look and have it go bang. I don't want to, serious business, I don't want to exert any pressure unduly side to side, which you can do if you got a 3.5 or 4 pound trigger. The ransom rest inserts that are currently being produced are good, in my opinion and experience, for somewhere between 5 to 10 guns with approximately 50 rounds per gun. That's it. The old ransom rest inserts made back in the early 2000s, before the EPA got onto them about the mercury in them, they were good for hundreds of guns and hundreds of rounds. And I actually, the inserts that I use now are an old set that I bought off of eBay for $200. A guy had a set new in the box, and I just kept bidding and bidding and bidding until I bought them. So if you see a set of the old style, they're kind of greenish looking. Those are the ones you want. They're really good. But yeah, I mean, the ransom rest is good for proof of concept to make sure you're doing things right. It taught me a lot early on about building an accurate gun. There was a time in my career going to the range with Marvel where I would put a gun in that was built, I would shoot a group, it would be amazing, and Bob would go, "Here, put this mag catch in that's not modified and shoot a group." And so I would shoot a group, and you would see that the third round out of the mag every time was a flyer, and not a specific location flyer, but just a random flyer. And so that showed me, that mag catch makes a difference. Then he would say, okay, put the regular mag catch back in, the real one, and shoot 5 shots with this magazine and 5 shots with that magazine. And you would see that at 50 yards, 2 different magazines would group in 2 different places. We did the same thing with slide stops. We did it with guide rods. Basically, over the course of 3.5 years, going to the Rent and Rest range, he would have me replace different parts with the parts that I had fit to the gun already and see the results of what it would do. And what that did for me was it not only gave me the what it will do, but the why it does it, right? People don't realize that most 1911 single stack guns, the follower, when it comes up, as the rounds are feeding, the follower will bump the mag catch at some point if both are not modified properly. And if the follower bumps the mag catch, the round that feeds, whether you're shooting 5 shots or 7 shots or 8 shots, however many you got in your magazine, if the follower bump, the round that feeds when that happens is not sitting in the chamber in the same exact position as the rounds before it or the rounds after it. And when you're talking about a platform that is reliant on absolute consistency, if the rounds aren't sitting in the chamber the same from shot to shot to shot to shot, now you get flyers. And the average shooter is not going to notice a difference, okay? But you take somebody like Jim Henderson, Brian Zenz, Jim Leonardson, Steve Ryder, Ruby Fox, any of these national championship winners at Camp Perry, Lee Fleming, or not Lee, but his brother Wes Fleming, any of these guys, and you put a gun in their hands, and this actually happened with Wes and me. He calls me and he says, my gun that I'm shooting currently, not a gun that I'd worked on, I'm having a flyer every time at 50 yards. And I says, what round is it? He says, it's the 3rd round. And I says, it's your mag catch. So he sent me the gun. I did some modifications. I sent it back to him. No more flyers. And, so a guy that can hold the 10 ring at 50 yards, they can tell the difference. The average shooter, it doesn't matter. And that's why, this is a segue into a totally different subject, but that's why I think a lot of gun companies get away with doing what they do. And people look at me like I'm a retard when I tell them, yeah, we shoot 200, 250 rounds through every gun before we ship it out. And they don't realize that, I won't name any companies, but there's some really big, really popular semi-custom manufacturers that only shoot 1 magazine of 7 rounds through their gun before it ever leaves their door. And you're paying $4,000 or $5,000 for a gun that has 7 rounds shot through it before it ever left. That's insane, right? I mean, these are companies that have $1 million budgets, and you're talking about griping. Here's a gripe. These are companies that make millions and millions and millions of dollars a year, and the guys shooting their guns only feel necessary to shoot 7 rounds. Go buy a Ruger, go buy a Springfield, go buy a Glock, go buy a SIG, an XD, whatever, because they're not test firing any more than those guys are.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and the same thing goes when you're talking about building the guns. And I got in big trouble for this back in 2009 with the Guild. They asked me to write a article for the Guild newsletter when I was still in that, and so I pick a topic and write an article. So I did. I picked a topic of barrel chambers. Would it surprise you if I told you that 95% at least of 1911s on the market from all manufacturers and custom shops do not have a finished ream chamber?
I mean, I wish I could say that would surprise me, but no.
Right.
No, that does not surprise me.
So when let's talk semi-custom and custom shops, for example. So I wrote this article and talking about, the necessity to finish ream a barrel chamber, right? And people came out of the woodwork, and I won't name any names because, it's not how I do things publicly. I talk about that stuff privately. But people came out of the woodwork, professional gunsmiths, calling me crazy and saying I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And one guy went so far as he called Fred Cart, and he told Fred that I was talking crap about his barrels. And Fred called me, and he was pissed. And I'm like, Fred, I says, I didn't talk crap about your barrels. All I said is that the barrels have to be finish reamed after you cut the hood and everything. And he goes, well, of course they have to be finish reamed. Who doesn't think they have to be finish reamed? I says, well, the guy that called you telling you this, he's somebody that said that it's not necessary. He goes, are you crazy? How do you know how deep to cut the chamber?
Yes, absolutely. Like, right? That's kind of the whole point.
Right, exactly. I mean, do you buy a barrel from Krieger, for example, or Bartline or Brux or Rock Creek or Saturn, right? You're going to build yourself a custom rifle. Do you buy a barrel, put it in the lathe, turn the tenon, thread it, and screw it on? No.
No, you do not, sir.
That does not work well. You have to cut the chamber, right? And so
I'll tell you, it won't load at all. So
yeah, so I mean, this is the same thing. You see these guns, and one example is the SIG. People like to talk about the SIGs, and SIG makes a decent gun for the money. All right, I mean, SIG, Ruger, they're all about the same to me. They're all chock full of MIM parts, and they're production guns, whatever. SIG guns, typically guys call me and they go, I have a problem. The gun won't go into battery all the time with certain kinds of ammo. I go, okay, that's because the chamber isn't finish reamed. Well, what do you mean? Well, it's not finish reamed with a finish reamer. They don't have time to finish ream these guns, right? They just simply don't have the time in the day to do it. And so they rough cut the chamber to a SAMI spec with the hood length that they desire. And they cut the chamber to 898 from the back of the hood. That's SAMI spec, okay? And it's a little bit undersized, whatever. As their reamer that they're using or their tooling that they're using gets on in the process of, oh, we made 150,000 barrels in the last 6 months. What do you think happened to that piece of tooling? It got dull, right? So now it's not cutting the same size chamber. Okay, who cares? So if you got a gun, if you bought a production gun or a semi-production gun from one of these companies and it's on the tail end of when that barrel manufacturer made that barrel, the chamber is going to be exceptionally tight, and now you got a gun that won't reliably feed all kinds of ammo. Versus if you finish ream it, that problem's gone. And when you look at when you look at cart barrels, for example. Just as the example I use, because that's the barrels that I use. Cart barrels, when they make those, the last thing they do to them before they sandblast the hoods and ship them out is they roll mark the barrel hood with the caliper. Okay, this is done after they've pre-chambered it. This is done after it's been turned and all the stuff is done. They roll mark it, they sandblast it, and they send it out. When they roll mark it, have you ever seen a roll marking process? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you know how it works. It's matter of fact, hold that thought. For guys that don't know, this is a roll marking stamp. Okay. This is my old one. And it says in reverse on here, you can't probably see it, but it says Chambers Custom, Crete, Nebraska. So this part, this piece of tooling goes in a giant press, and it comes down on the barrel and it presses cart 45 NM into the barrel metal. Okay. When it does that, what do you think happens to the metal that it displays? Yeah. Absolutely, Tim. Yeah, it presses it in. And Conrad over at CART, we've talked about this in the past. They can't put a mandrel inside the chamber to keep the pressure off, because if they do, they can't get the mandrel out.
Right.
Right. So this is just part of the process. It's an accepted, issue. So here we go. I'm going to take you down the rabbit hole of chambers. you have this barrel, brand new, you've got it fitted, you didn't finish ream the chamber, it's roll marked, so you have a depression inside the chamber. However microscopic it may be, you have a micro depression inside the chamber. You put a loaded round in the gun, you fire it. What is brass? What is the word that describes a property of brass?
Soft.
No, that's one word. Yeah. The word we're looking for is malleable.
Malleable. Yeah.
It's shiny. That's the word he's looking for.
Shiny. Yeah. Like a penny. So yeah, it's malleable. So when the gun goes off, the brass expands to the shape of the chamber.
Right.
And at the exact same instant that the brass expands to the shape of the chamber, the slide is coming back. The extractor is hooking the rim of the case and trying to pull it out. But instead of your brass being straight like this, your brass is like this because there's a bump in the chamber from the roll mark. The chamber's not round. So now your extractor is trying to pull this piece of brass out that's misshaped, and it can't get it out of there. And people go, well, I have problem extraction. I fit a brand new barrel and the gun won't extract new brass. Of course it won't. Because it's shaped like an hourglass. It can't get the brass out of the chamber, right? Well, okay, I'm gonna put me a dot of oil on the top round. Great, you just tripled your chamber pressure. Are you trying to blow your hand off? That's not a good deal. That's not a good deal at all. So that's the whole deal. And somebody Matthew mentioned on the YouTube chat, could a laser be used to roll mark instead? No, a laser can't be used to roll mark because it's a roll mark. Could you use a laser to mark the barrel? Absolutely. And some companies use a laser. Some companies use an engraver, whatever. But CART doesn't. Okay, that's the bottom line. CART has invested in a roll stamper. They've been using it for 40 years, and that's what they use.
Right.
Regardless, though, if you don't finish ream the chamber of your barrel, you're going to have an issue. And it's an $80 tool. Literally, it's an $80 tool. Buy one, learn to use it, learn correct chamber depths, and you're off and running. Or send it to somebody like me and pay me $80 to do it. So that's my tirade on chambers in the industry. Chambers.
Joe, I'm sorry if I missed this. Are you doing your chambers in the lathe, right?
No, I do them by hand.
You do them by hand? Okay.
Yeah. We just started making some reamer stops, and I won't get into all the numbers because, well, whatever. But we're just finishing up making some reamer stops to put on the reamers because 45 has a specific chamber depth that it needs to be for maximum accuracy, plus or minus a couple thou.
Sure.
9mm. 38 Super, they all have lengths of the chamber from the rear of the hood given a proper hood gap of less than 1/1000. They have a proper chamber depth. And if you don't meet that, then you lose accuracy. If you're too short, then there are some bullets that won't chamber in the gun. A lot of guys like, bullseye shooters and guys that are shooting high volume, they want to shoot lead because it's cheap. And lead has to stick out of the case a little bit. If you ream a chamber to 898, that's not going to feed. Not now and not ever. So anyways, that's barrel chambers 101 in a nutshell.
Tim, so let me ask you this, right?
Okay.
On your, and I know this is a little off topic, on your match ammo, are you doing new brass on all your match ammo?
I have been last year and 2017, 2018. So with Federal, it was all new brass, or I've been using new brass, new prime brass, and then I'm loading the ammunition to my specs based on the components that they send me. So,
Gotcha.
What are you using to load, Tim? What kind of press are you using?
Dillon 550.
Once you go blue, you never go back.
I've had that press since I started shooting. And I don't know. Everybody gives me a hard time all the time. They're like, why don't you do a 650 or a 1050 and automate it? And I'm like, man, the 550 is perfectly suitable for me. So,
I've used all three. The press we use in the shop now is a 550 that I've had since 1998.
wow.
And never been back to have work done. I've done a few tinkering to it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But in my experience, the 550 for progressive loaders loads the most accurate pistol ammo I can load.
I would agree with that completely.
Yeah, it's super consistent. If you keep up with it, you maintain it. Don't let it get all wore ass out. All these groups. Let me grab a target real quick. I'll show you something.
Tim, I think you should probably do a podcast.
What? Oh, man,
Tim.
you don't say.
Tim, I got to tell you, bro, I can't wait for it. Yeah, honestly.
I hope I don't
excited.
I hope I don't disappoint everybody. So it's something that it's not my idea. My buddy Eric Steiner, it's more his idea than anybody else. And he did. It was kind of one of those. They reached out. Him and Kenny Platt kind of reached out to me. We're like, "Hey, you interested in doing a podcast with us?" And I was like, "Sure. I'm not doing anything else on a Monday or Tuesday night. Let's do it." So.
I would tune into that podcast if you're going to teach me how to shoot fast. Pew, pew. Can you teach me how to shoot like Angelina Jolie and throw bullets like that?
Probably. Well, it starts with not finish reaming the chamber.
Boom. Yeah, exactly. So I'll show you guys a target. I made this target public a couple years ago, and ASIM Ammo actually used this for one of their advertisements when Stan's still in the company. This target is the best 45 target I've ever shot out of one of my guns.
Oh, wow.
Man. That's at 50, right?
Yeah, that's 10 shots at 50 yards and .86, I think it was. And that's pretty phenomenal. Once in a while you get a good one that does something special for you, but not always. But the other side of it is, I know maybe 5 shooters in the world that I know personally that can capitalize on accuracy like this, and even they can't shoot one-handed like this. Nobody can. I've got a couple of guys out there. There's a guy, his name's Alan Barcone in Ohio, and I built him a couple of guns. He's a bullseye shooter, and he shot the first practice session. He took his new wad gun out. He shot a long line target of 109x.
Wow!
And I was like, whoa! And then he went to a match and he shot a 106x, and then he went to another match and he shot a 103x. At the long line, and I'm like, holy crap, that's really amazing. And then he got his ball gun from me, and he went to a match with a ball gun with iron sights, and he shot a 109x.
Damn.
At the long line. And but here's the deal, Tim, like how you practice all the time shooting and drawing and everything. Uh-huh. Here's a guy that 6 nights a week, an hour a night for 6 nights a week, all he does is dry fire.
Yeah.
Rack to slide, click, rack to slide, click for an hour a night, 6 nights a week. Alan dry fires. Mm-hmm. And that's why he's one of the best. That's why he's a 2650 shooter. You cannot get that good without practice.
No, you're right.
I had a great conversation. My job in my previous life in bullseye shooting gave me some really neat opportunities. And I used to get to go down to the AMU a couple times a month and spend time shooting bullseye with the AMU guys. And I was the only civilian that they allowed to go down there and do that. It was a lot of fun. And one of my trips down there was Bill Blankenship was there. And Bill's, 5-time national champion. He's passed away now. But Bill was there, and we were talking one day, and he said, civilian shooters have a huge advantage today over military shooters, but they won't take it. And I says, really, why do you think that? And he goes, well, because these guys, they get up in the morning, they do their PT, they have a little breakfast, they check their guns out from the armory, they come over here, they shoot for 4 or 5 hours, they take their guns back to the armory, they check them back in, they go back home. They're not allowed to take their guns home because they're military property. Civilian shooters have their guns all the time. But civilian shooters don't want to be disciplined. They don't want to spend time dry firing. They don't want to spend time doing what the difficult tasks are in order to best the military shooters at the Nationals. Right. And you finally saw it a few years ago when, what's his name? He shoots for Rock River. He's a cop down in Mississippi. Anyways, he was the first true civilian to ever win Nationals. And the guy's a vice. I mean, he's like a 10-time PPC champion, and he's a ransom rest. He's a human ransom rest, and he won. And he said, yeah, I dry fire a lot. So, you want to be good, you got to practice.
Yep.
Wait, so you're telling me this dry fire thing works?
Yeah, apparently.
That's a thing?
For the most part.
Yeah. It
now,
sucks, though.
What if I record it? What if I do a video of me doing dry fire and I speed it up?
I don't think that helps.
It works even better.
Oh, okay.
Means you're faster.
No. And one of the greatest things anybody ever told me about dry firing when I was a young shooter coming up in the bullseye ranks, and I was talking to Bob Marvel one night because he built my guns for me, and I was dry firing like 30 minutes a night, and I says, man, dry firing sucks. It is really boring. And he goes, yeah, what sucks more, losing every match you go to or dry firing?
Touche.
Okay.
Fair point.
I mean, one of the things I got to see down at the AMU was I got to see Travis Tomasi doing his reload drills, and dude standing in a room by himself with a mattress there, reloading his gun. That's all he was doing. That's it. Like for hours and hours and hours. And I got to see him do in real life that famous YouTube video that's out there of him changing mags, and he's like,
yep.
And I talked to him and I was like, Travis, that's amazing. And he goes, yeah, that's what about 6 hours a day for 5 days a week for 6 months will get you. I'm like, yeah, I ain't that dedicated.
I am. That video was for me. That was the catalyst for me wanting to get good at practical shooting. And in fact, it was that video. I was like, oh my God, okay, so in order to get good at this is what I've got to do. And, I didn't have a double stack open gun like Travis did in that video. I was doing this with a 1911 and an SNA magwell. Right. It's not even a good magwell. It's just so it was, I practiced same thing, 2 to 3 hours a day, 5, 6, 7 days a week, just mag change after mag change after mag change, and not trying to like brag on myself or anything, but that's kind of what's given me to one of the kind of the unofficial titles of one of the fastest like single stack reloaders there is. And dude, I'm still nowhere, I don't think on the same plane as Travis, and Travis is one of my absolute heroes of the sport.
So, he's an amazing guy. Travis is an amazing individual.
Yep. So, but yeah, like I said, that video, it was it for me. I was like, okay, to get good at this, I got to do it, and doing it from single stack versus open where the mag is like right on the front of your belt, and it's like, I'm doing it from the mags being behind the hip on the sides. And it's cool.
Well, and I should say this up front, a lot of guys, and I see it, and I even sometimes participate in it a little bit, on the interwebs, a lot of people, they give you a ration of crap, Tim. But the bottom line is, for those guys out there watching this now or in the future, Tim is truly a master of what we've been talking about this evening, which is find something that you want to be good at and go do that. If you want to be good at something, put in the time, put in the effort. Chuck and Steve, they didn't become master gunfighters because they woke up and they took a couple classes from a guy and said, I'm going to go be a gunfighter now. No, they spent thousands of hours, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of hours doing this. And Tim is one of the best at what he does. I watch your videos of you shooting a single stack and I'm like, holy shit.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, man. Tim is getting it did. I mean, it's amazing, man. And those kinds of videos for guys like me that are sitting out here, watching that stuff, that's the kind of thing, just like with you in the Travis video, that's the kind of thing that spurs us on to go, yep, I'm going to get better at this. I'm going to do whatever it takes, to get as good as I want to be and to, be able to be proficient with what I want.
Oh man, I'm truly, truly humbled. Thank you very much. Man, that's nice to hear.
Hey, it's true, man. I mean, and there's a lot of cats out there. I watch the Instagram and the Facebook feeds from time to time. There's a lot of cats out there that, they talk a lot of crap. They talk a lot of smack about, watch this drill. What? Get out of here, man. There's a couple of guys out there that are truly professional, and you're one of them. And, you're good natured about it, which makes it even better, to be honest with you. Because some of these guys, if you give them a hard time, they get red-assed.
Right.
And they get ugly with everybody. And what's the point of getting red-assed?
I agree.
We're in this industry together where we should have fun. I mean, that's just the way it should be.
Well, one of my biggest goals too, and I don't know if I'm doing it right or wrong. I mean, it's still yet to be seen, but and not like, I don't want to put myself on that pedestal of being better or greater than anybody else, when it comes to shooting. Like, I'm just a dude with the same likes and interests that I share right here, in this podcast with everybody. I mean, we all love guns. We all love shooting, and for me, it's like, I found one or two things that I excel at a little bit, and that's great. But at the end of the day, for me, and if that means giving up, like a paid position with within the industry as a quote unquote sponsored shooter, I would give it up in a heartbeat and always will for the sake of actually being, like attainable to people, and accessible to people. I don't want to be that guy, and no offense at all to guys like say Jerry or Robbie or, other guys that have been shooting, practical shooting for years, like it's hard to call, like Rob Latham or Jerry Mitchell, and get them to come on podcasts or to get them to answer your questions all the time. Unfortunately, they're just not super accessible, and at the same time that's what I strive for. At the end of the day, like I said, I'm just a guy with like-minded interests of everybody else, Well,
and I think people talk about this all the time. I get asked this question at least once a week. How did you know? How did you know when you were there? And there's a great scene, one of my favorite movies. It's a cheesy ass movie, but it's called The Knockaround Boys, and it has Vin Diesel in it. And there's a great scene in the movie. Vin Diesel goes into this bar and he says 300. And the guy's like,
yeah.
And the guy's like, what? And he goes, 300. He says, when I was growing up in the neighborhood and seeing all the tough guys, I used to tell myself, 300 fights. That's how many fights I need to be in, and I'm going to be a tough guy. And then one day you just wake up and you realize you are that guy.
Yep.
Right. And the reason you realize it is because everybody around you is going, you're that guy.
Yeah.
And the people that stand on their little tower and go, I'm that guy. They're not that guy.
Right.
You don't ever hear consummate professionals stand up and go, I'm that guy. Right. When I got the cover of American Handgunner, after only having my own shop open for 18 months, there were a lot of pissed off people in the industry because who is that guy? Well, I became that guy. I didn't even know I was that guy,
Yep.
But other people saw that I was that guy. And so then you're that guy. And I think part of what we deal with in the industry is there's a whole lot of this to our buddies, whether they're good or not, right? I see it in the 1911 world on the forums all the time, going back to the barrel fit challenge. That really woke a lot of people up. There were people that were sending me PMs like, dude, what in the hell? I had a lady come to my shop. She brought me some custom guns. She came to order a couple of guns, and she brought a couple custom guns from some high-end makers. Some big name players in the custom 1911 world. She says, will you look at them? And I said, yeah. So we dicomed them up. We checked them. There was no barrel fit on any of them. And we're talking $7,000, $8,000 guns. Wow. And, this is a lot of the, because you think he's a cool guy and you want to be his buddy. Man, just do good work.
Right.
Do good training, teach good classes. And those of us who have also been told that we're that guy will come out and say, you're that guy. You're good stuff, And that's the cool thing about primary and secondary. I don't post a lot on primary and secondary on the Facebook pages because I understand my lane of travel. Yep. My lane of travel. This right here is my lane of travel. That's my lane of travel, right? And Steve and I have talked about this. I don't post about that stuff because it's not my lane of travel. But I recognize guys who are really good at their lane of travel. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm the same way. The funny thing is talking with Matt. Geez, I don't know, Matt. How long have I been on primary and secondary? I think 3 years, 4 years now.
It's been a couple.
It's been a few, and I just remember like you and I kind of having that conversation. Like before I ever even posted anything. At first it was just like, hey, just know your lane, stay in that lane, and if there's anything you question or anything you're unsure about, don't say a word. Let other people talk, and like that type of shit will sort itself out. Amongst, and man, that's been the kind of the mantra ever since. Like I've got a very narrow lane, and that's what I stay in.
And the best information is from those people that focus on that lane, and they don't stray, because I don't stray. Half the groups that I run, I don't participate in because I don't know anything about it. Right. I'm going to let the people that are qualified give their 2 cents, and I'm going to learn from that. And I'm not going to look like a dumbass for saying the wrong thing.
Yep.
Exactly.
So I have a question for AJ. What's it like teaching at that school? Now that I'm teaching myself, I got to ask, what's that like for you?
It's weird, man. It's different because I have essentially 16 weeks, right, to teach guys how to build or work on guns, right? So the things we cover, right? Single action armies, Smith & Wesson double action revolvers.
Now, wait a second. You have 16 weeks to teach them how to work on multiple kind of guns? Oh, damn.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. And you got to figure, I've got 1 hour of lecture time a week. And it is legit, like, straight up, guys, I cannot teach you everything about this in this time. I just can't. There's not enough time for me to give you 16 hours of instruction on at least 4 different platforms in order to get you to a custom level. But what I can do is I can teach you, the theory and the essentials of certain things of these platforms. And I mean, this past semester, I spent 11 weeks on the 1911, right?
Wow.
So, and trying to, essentially dumb down a 1911 into 11 weeks, 11 hours of teaching it's hard, dude. I had 3 classes, 3 hours on sear geometry, right? So, and then you had 2 classes on essentially barrel fit, lower lug barrel fit. So it's like, man, how much can I really give you in this short amount of time?
Right.
So,
well, and that's one of the things, and I haven't talked publicly about this a lot yet, but I'll talk a little bit about it here. One of the things that we're gearing up to do after I get home from the SHOT Show is I'm going to have a videographer come to my shop and sit here and spend as much time as it takes me to shoot all the videos of everything that I teach in the class. And
please do that. Please do that.
Yeah, and then we're going to, on 1911university.com, we're going to have it set up to where you can download, if you just want to learn how to fit a trigger to a 1911, that's all you want. Well, for X amount of dollars, you can download the video that teaches you just that. If you want to learn the whole module of trigger work and how I do it on a 1911, you can download that module. If you want to download the entire build series, you can pay the money and download the entire build series. Because I think, we sell a ton of triggers. And I'm sure there are people out there that don't realize that you only take material off the top of the trigger shoe when you fit it, right? Because I see them online sanding the living doo out of the whole trigger, trying to get it to go in the gun. I'm like, yeah, no, that you're doing it wrong, But there's a lot of guys out there that give away information for free, and that's cool. But I think the best information sometimes is you pay a little bit of money for it, and it makes you appreciate what you got. So
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you were so condensed out there with so many different things. I kind of had the impression that you had different modules, like you had a month on the 1911, a month on a Smith & Wesson's, a month on,
No, man, it's tight. And that's the thing, right? So I get them for 2 semesters essentially, right? I get them the second semester of their first year and the first semester of their second year. And in the second semester of their first year, I essentially have to go through disassembly, reassembly, functionality, parts replacement, typical issues with like 6 different platforms: single action Armies, Rugers, double action Smiths, double action Colts, 1911s, striker fire, typical striker fire, Smith & Wesson, Glock, so on and so forth. And then the next semester I get them for custom work, which is no joke, and it is not enough, and I recognize that. Changing hands on single action Armies, doing trigger jobs on single action Armies, same thing on Smith & Wessons, and then essentially the basics of building a 1911.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's a lot. And it's like this semester I ran over because there was just so much stuff. I got to week 17 or 16. And I was like, okay, here's the last bit of it, sights, so on and so forth. Because the way I set it up, like I do all the mechanical stuff and then I deal with like more of the cosmetic stuff at the end. So it's rough, dude. It's rough. Like I wish it was 2 semesters, honestly.
I mean, I can tell you from my own experience here, it took me more than a week to teach a guy how to do rear sight cuts.
Don't be jealous, Tim.
Steve, are you in a Snuggie?
No, man, this is a big fuzzy ass bathrobe, dog.
That's his deer hunting robe.
It is. Joe has seen me kill deer in a bathrobe off my deck. That's fact.
He has.
It is true. I do. I've killed a lot of deer off that deck in a bathrobe and slippers.
Yeah.
I know it's warm. I ain't stupid. I can put 2 of Tim in here with me. It'd be like a threesome.
It'd be a double snuggie.
It'd be a double snuggie. It'd almost be like it was an ND. The problem, I can't believe you guys are still up. What the hell's wrong with you all?
Bro,
I'm a night owl.
1911,
What do you
homie. 1911
right?
their life.
2 World Wars.
I can open up the 1911 safe if you want.
2
Your
World
safe is
Wars.
missing shit, Steve. I'm just saying.
Hey, bro. Just saying, AJ's my hero. I'm just telling you right now, he's faster than Tim. I know that.
We're gonna find out this year.
I know. I know. It's all good.
I don't have a cool safe full of all kinds of cool custom guns.
No, you've got like 2 Atlases. I'm sorry about you being poor.
Yeah. Where's my poor sign? It's around here someplace.
Steve always flexing on the pump board.
Not me,
Yeah.
man. Hey, I'd take an Atlas gun. They're cute. I mean, for a plinker gun, they're awesome.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, with those game loads, it must be nice to run like an 8
Shut your mouth.
I mean, I get it. You got to have little hands. The gun can't recoil as much. I understand, Tim. It's I want to see Tim shoot with a 10 millimeter. That's what I want.
I'll shoot a 10 millimeter. Wouldn't bother me a bit.
I know you would. 10 millimeters vicious, bro. I read it on the
Steve.
internet. You can't-
Send me yours. Send me yours for a week.
I'm gonna rechamber my shit, my competition shit in 10 mil, and I'm gonna give it to Tim when he comes out here.
Yes.
When's Tim coming out there? That's all I want to know.
Tim, May or July? Whatever
May.
you want, bro.
May-
Whatever you want.
May is full.
Okay.
I'm full right now. February.
April?
I'm February all the way through June. I've got a couple openings in July, and then my schedule opens up a lot August through the rest of the year. So
September?
I don't go to Arizona.
September would be beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't go to Arizona anytime after May.
Bro,
No,
we're gonna
I
do
learned-
it
I
in
learned-
September. It's gonna like be under 100.
Yeah. September would be great.
Okay. I'm gonna write that shit down.
You're
September's
shaking your
not
head.
bad.
Yeah, you're shaking your head. No, September in Arizona, it's dry. It's awesome.
It's a dry heat, Steve.
Yeah. So sticking your head in the microwave. I got news for
It's
you.
a dry 100 degrees. Yeah,
Dude,
whatever.
listen.
It was 105 when I taught my class in July in Salt Lake City. That was hot. But
Yeah.
unfortunately it was dry with just a couple so I had a couple of guys with just canopies, and we put canopies at the 10-yard line, and we would just move them back at 15 and then 20. And we just, as long as we stayed under the canopies, just in any amount of shade whatsoever, dude, it was, for me, it was like, I'm looking at my students. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you guys? They've got wet towels that are wrapped around their necks, and, they're drinking all this water. I was like, I'm barely even sweating out here. And about that time, my knees start to get a little weak and I get a little wheezy. And they're like, hey, Tim, why don't you come over here and sit down? And here's 3 Gatorades. Start drinking. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It almost got bad.
This high desert bullshit.
Yeah. That's a clue. You should try Iowa in the middle of July.
Oh, dude, it's no worse. Yeah,
Dude.
that's Kansas City in July. That's Nebraska in July.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dude, every year in that Brownells range, I would just get cooked. I mean, 3-4 days straight of teaching. There's no shade. The nearest cover's 200 yards because they want all the targets down on the berm. I mean, we had the same thing. We had base camp growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
This year I finally got smart. I told Romp, I'm not coming out after May. I've had 4 years of that place, and I didn't give it to Blowers now. So Blowers gets all the July, August classes there. So
And he does most of his classes in full kit too, doesn't he?
I don't know.
Sucker.
I mean, not
That's
after
what I
that
think.
shit. So
I'm out there in a Columbia fishing shirt and our shorts, flip flops on, and I'm like, yeah, bro, this is, I'm gonna train like I fight. Watch this. So God.
You guys are a bunch of sissies, man.
You're sitting in the shop with AC. I don't want to hear it, gun plumber.
Let me tell you something.
Plumber.
The first time I ever went to the AMU to shoot, it was July in Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. The red dust and the sweat and the mosquitoes and the gnats and the no-see-ums and the black flies like to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
And I told those guys, I said, you know, I really appreciate the opportunity you give me to come down here and train. It's a lot of fun. But I think I'm going to have to wait until like September to come back down here. They said,
January.
Yeah, they said, are you busy? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be busy until September, man. I can't do this.
Oh, man.
Joe, as someone who was stationed in Georgia, there's no time in Georgia, period. Don't go. Don't go.
Smells like cabbage. I don't get
What the hell is with that? Why does it smell like that?
I was at Fletsy. I was at Fletsy and like this was like 93. And I'm like going, what the fuck is that?
Georgia, bro, I'm telling you, you hit the border. Even coming from like South Carolina, you hit the border and you're like, Georgia. What
Dude,
the shit?
I know I'm in Georgia. The minute I hit that, I'm like, no, it just makes me want to drive faster. No.
Yeah. I lived in Georgia for nearly 20 years, man.
Oh, man.
And people all the time, they go, oh, when are you coming back? Never. That's when I'm coming back. Never.
Living in Kansas. Never.
No, there's nothing in Kansas.
No.
Oh, crap. Now, you know, I like where I live. Nebraska's good. I got all the hunting property I want. I got a river to fish on. Steve's seen it. I got the ideal property, man. I got a rifle range out to 485 yards out my window. And I got pistol ranges 20 yards from the house. Tim, you should come hang out, man.
Yeah, I should. I'd love to.
We're just gonna do a ModCast live from Joe's shop.
I am totally down with this. Let's do this.
Right.
The only bad part will be is I get dibs on the couch and I'll just sit there at the table full of bourbon because I'm good.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. Joe and I will be on the mill on that shit all night making shit.
I don't know what this Joe and I stuff is on the mill.
Yes.
You have no idea. I'll roll into Joe's house like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning on the road. I'm like, here, fix this.
He does.
And Joe we'll already be a bottle deep at that point. I mean, I've been driving, Joe's been drinking. It's great. And the next thing you know, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. And like, are you going to actually turn that thing on? Yeah, I'll get to
it. Steve, this is your fault.
I know.
Right?
I'm an influencer.
What the fuck, man? Why you got to give me this shit?
You don't want me to turn this thing around and show you the bottles next to all that?
Bro, you can't get me hooked on this stuff anymore. Seriously.
On the shelf, that's even better. Well, I know
there's some really good ryes.
Let me see what. Oh, whistle pig.
It's on your ammo shelf too. This is glorious.
It is. It's part
Every
of
shelf is an ammo shelf.
It's right where it belongs.
Books, ammo, and bourbon. They all go together.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Tim, I drove through your new residence not too long ago.
I'm sorry.
Did you get carjacked?
I did not.
Then it was successful, wasn't it?
It was. Seriously, dude, what the hell was that snowstorm crap?
Dude, they're calling for it again tonight too.
What?
Where do you live, Tim?
Albuquerque. I moved from Kansas City. So I've lived for 41 years in Kansas City, Missouri, and decided just like, you know what? A change of pace is different for me. Let's do the Albuquerque sounds good. So
that usually involves I'm running from the law or a woman.
You shut your mouth, sir.
Guilty.
So you're running from the law?
So I'm running from the law.
He doesn't get far with those little legs, though. His face is terrible.
I couldn't quite make it to Mexico, so I had to settle for New Mexico.
Dude, I was driving through Albuquerque, we went down and we shot the F-Class Nationals down in Ben Avery. And me and my shooting partner, Herb, we were driving back home, and we were both falling asleep at the wheel. And we're coming through Albuquerque, and I've got family in Albuquerque. And I said, man, let's get a hotel room. I'll pay for it. And he's like, okay. So he pulls over off the interstate through this back-asswards alleyway to a Motel 6, right? And I get out. I'm like, ooh, this is shady. And, of course, I'm strapped. It's Albuquerque. Are you kidding me? So I get out, and I go in this Motel 6, and there's a bulletproof glass, and there's a dude standing outside in the lobby that looks for all the world like fucking MS-13. Right?
He probably was.
Yeah, he probably was. And he looks over at me. Yeah, he looks over at me and he goes, what's up? And I'm like, what? So I buzz the little thing, and this Hispanic girl comes out, and I swear to God, this is what she did. She comes out from behind and she goes, what's up, man? You need a room? And I was like, no, we're good. Thanks. I went out to the car and I told Herb, I said, look, man, there's a Hampton Inn right up the road. I know it's 3 times the money. I do not care. I do not care. I do not want to be robbed trying to get a hotel room in Albuquerque.
Look, you got to appreciate that in Albuquerque, because it's the only place that's ever had in the United States had a police helicopter shot out of the air.
Are you kidding me?
Whoa! Cut loose on one of their PD choppers, like a 30-06.
Bro, that's insane.
You need to Google that shit. It is hysterical. It's like the only one in the U.S. It's the only law enforcement agency in the United States that's had a helicopter shot down.
Yeah, that's insane.
And unfortunately, like the city, like since I moved here, like I love, like just like it's awesome. Like the layout of the city is great. You can get from one side of town clear to the other side of the city in like 20 minutes. Everything is fairly convenient. The scenery is beautiful. I mean, like the Sandia Mountains are great. The weather is fantastic 95% of the time. But yeah, I mean, the problem is like the city is what, 850 some odd thousand people. But the Albuquerque, like APD is only staffed right now to like basically handle about only half of that population of the city. They're so understaffed, but they're budgeted for, Jesus, I want to say like 600 and some officers, or maybe 700 or 800 or some officers, something like that. But they're like 300 shy.
Damn.
So
I know the times I've been there, I've just been very aware of my surroundings. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Bro, I drive through that shit and I don't stop. I mean, I'm just like, oh, look, Albuquerque, where's the big hill? Okay, drive up the big hill. We're good.
Yeah.
Roll out.
All I know is like between there and Flagstaff, there's like one gas station open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I just hit that meteor crater thing and just keep going.
Yep.
Like, okay, well, I might make it that last 218 miles. I don't know about this. I tell guys this, like, so I would rather drive through the Indian res at night.
Ooh, it depends on what res you're driving through.
Hey, trust me, I've gone through them. There's a reason why there's a rifle in the front seat of the truck.
Do you guys know, well, you probably don't, Tim, but AJ, do you know where the Homavali Indian Reservation is there? It's just
Homavali?
Yeah, it's just east of Flagstaff up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I camped and stayed in that campground for 3 nights.
Bro. Why?
Because, man, I was on the road. I didn't have no money. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, I was totally packing. The lady that was the camp supervisor there, she was living in a fifth wheel, and when I pulled in, she goes, "Oh, I'm so glad to see somebody." And I go, "Really? What's up?" She goes, "My husband and I, we do these campground things, and he left me 3 weeks ago." Right? She had no vehicle or nothing. And she had been there for 3 weeks by herself.
Holy
she goes,
shit.
She goes, is there any way I could give you a list of stuff and you could go get me some groceries? And I says, yeah, whatever, man. She goes, I'll let you stay here free if you'll go get the groceries for me. And I'm like, yeah, I'll go get the groceries. But yeah, she had been stuck there.
Dude.
Hey,
God.
I would have took her trailer and left. I would have hooked it up and just left.
Cold-blooded.
She was a pretty rough gal. I don't think I would have stole shit from her.
No, I would have stolen it.
But yeah, that area is rough.
Yeah, dude. Dude, when I used to drive up to when I was teaching in Grand Junction, man, you go straight through Raz. And I mean, 4 points, all that thing, man. And son, you hit the one gas station before like Mexican Hat. You hit that shit and you keep rolling and you don't stop other than that.
Did you ever shoot down in the range in Ajo? The one that like sits right in the middle of the road down there?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, the 1 year I was down there teaching, this was like 2012. I was doing a class with Border Patrol guys, Phoenix dudes, all kinds of stuff. And literally like I'm sitting there and I'm like going, One of the guys from the Border Patrol looks at me and goes, no, that one's not ours that's watching us. Yeah. That one's ours that's watching us. That's them watching us. I'm like, okay, cool. I said, hey guys, tomorrow as we start getting this stuff, I said, don't wear your greens, blah, 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 blah. We're going all night. Bring a rifle. I literally grabbed my host's rifle. I had him bring me one of his SBRs, Schmidt and Bender short dot on it, and goggles. And I sat there the whole night just watching this. Dude, you would not believe the shit that was going on. It was great.
Dude, so that's one of the good things, like, right? So a bunch of my homies obviously are Border Patrol guys, right? You go down to like the Sierra Vista ranges, and it's like, that's our checkpoint, lays that shit. That's not ours. That's not ours. That's ours. That's not ours. It's like, that's right.
Well, it's like staying in Casa Grande.
Right. Exactly.
There's only one hotel to stay at that's worth anything, unless you do like what I did, like crash.
Well, you stayed at the resort and shit, didn't you?
Yeah, well, you got to stay at the resort. If not, you end up like me and you sleep in the hospital. And you just kind of lie to them and tell them that you've got like your grandfather's in the ICU section, so they take you upstairs so you can get a good bed.
What the shit?
Listen, you gotta flex on them pores, okay?
Well, the problem is, unless you get into the resort at the right time of year, it's nothing but pro sports teams in for summer training, or it's the national soccer division guys. They're all there, and you're like, because 1 year, I think it was Freddie Blish or Jeff Cahill, we were down there at Casa at a class, and they were running a scam with the cleaning crew or somebody, and we were running a reverse schedule, and like they opened up the door, and they're like, oh, sorry, we're just here to clean the room. He's like, yeah, my ass, you were here to clean the room. You ain't the cleaning crew. It was bad, man.
Damn.
That town is another exciting place after dark.
Dude, the last time we were there, right? I didn't stay at the resort. I stayed at like that mobile 8 or mobile whatever the shit that was. And I was like, bro, like no bullshit. Like, okay, sleep time.
Oh yeah.
We doing this? We doing it?
Oh, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
I'm ready.
It was bad. It was real bad.
It was nuts, dude. Leaving in the morning, I was like, I better
Don't leave anything in your vehicle. Don't leave anything in your vehicle. It won't be there. But there is a Whataburger.
That's right.
So that counts. There's a Whataburger. So, Tim, when are you going to shoot like a man gun with an 18.5-pound spring and 230 hardball?
Why would I want to?
Because.
Tim
I shoot 230 hardball.
Stop it. It's like 700 feet per second.
No, it's not.
Tim,
no.
What recoil spring are you running?
Well, an 11.
I mean, just because he has to have his gun rebuilt every 6 weeks.
No, I do not either. No, I run an 11. But it's because the slide is
I'm
light
the 45.
Yeah.
That's because he doesn't understand spring weights.
Dude, Tim, I wish you were there, bro. They hammered me on this shit.
I know, it was great.
About what?
Spring rates.
What about them?
About running.
Beat Tim up like you beat me up.
It ejects.
I'm not going to lie. I learned a ton of shit.
It ejects the brass, and it feeds reliably.
It does this.
It does what?
It just like kind of flops out of the ejection port.
No, not with an 11. With an 11, it comes out about 8 feet or 9 feet or so.
Yeah, that's because you're beating the shit out of your gun because you don't understand spring rates.
See, I told you, Tim.
Here we go.
If your brass is going more than 3 to 4 feet out of the gun, you're beating the shit out of the gun.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes fast.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, but I would bet you dinner at the finest restaurant in Vegas that if I built Tim a gun that was properly sprung, he would shoot faster.
There it is. Yeah, but the recoil might hurt his hands.
Recoil's not going to hurt my hands.
Hey, Joe, I got a question for you. And you don't have to put it out there, but how are you tensioning your extractors? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that. Let me show you.
Ooh.
So let's see. Tim's power factor is like 112.
No, it's not.
Come on, man. He's at least 170. You know it.
175.
But
all the MOI loads 175 power factor.
That's not bad.
The stuff I shot at Nationals was 179.
Hold on. I can't see it, Joe. Say
Really?
something.
179?
Why don't you click on the picture? There you go.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, so this is a new fixture that I designed.
Yeah.
And Stephen Bender's making them for me.
Yeah.
And I think they're like $50 or something, but man, they are the bee's knees.
Really?
Oh yeah, and yeah, exactly. Yeah.
God damn it, Steve.
Master. But what's really cool about them is we use a brass hex bolt on the top here. Hang on a second.
Oh, I know that sound.
Like an air compressor kicked on.
Turn your compressor off.
Yeah. So we use a brass bolt with a hex head on it. So if you want to, you can use a torque wrench and torque it. Make a note of the torque setting you used for that gun in your notebook, and then if you ever have to retension it, you can just retorque it to that tension. Because extractor tensioning is one of those things. People go, oh well, what Wiegand, which end of the Wiegand fixture do you use? What? What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The brass, and we teach the feel method here at the shop. People go, well, how many pounds of pressure on your extractor? I don't know. I can't tell you that because I don't know. I mean, I'm honest about it at least. At least I'm not blowing smoke up people's butts. But, it has to go in with a certain amount of feel and not too hard. And if it doesn't, then okay, cool.
Joe, do you see chat?
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
AJ, is it just me? Do you know what that's from?
Yeah.
Are you hearing that, or is it just me?
I can read the second one. I'll read the second one.
Yeah.
There's only one thing that I hate more than lying: skim milk, which is water that is lying about being milk.
You sound exactly, at least to my ear, you sound exactly like Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec.
I love it.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. I don't even know who Ron Swanson is.
What? Bro.
He's that guy everybody uses for memes, right?
Yeah, pretty much. He's a character from Parks and Rec.
Oh yeah. He's the guy that talks about bacon, and there's a video of him with vegetarian bacon.
And he keeps saying, "Can I have another piece?" And he throws it in the trash. And can I have another piece? And he throws it in the trash.
That's him.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, so let's hear it. Everybody's ready to kick me in the nuts about proper spring rates.
Oh,
dude, they kicked me in the nuts. I'm, How
about this?
Okay.
Normally, if given the choice between doing something and nothing, I'd choose to do nothing. But I will do something if it helps someone else do nothing. I'd work all night if it meant nothing got done.
Sounds like Tim.
Matt, are people still watching this?
There's 81 viewers.
Wow.
81?
Yes.
Yeah, because the 1911 is king, yo.
That's right.
Hey, I ain't going to disagree with that. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not.
What that means is what Terry Tussey told me years ago, and it applies to all of us. If there's 81 people watching at 1 p.m. Central Time, it means we're effing famous.
Or there's a lot of bored people.
Terry Tussey.
Bored insomniacs, yeah. All right, Tim. So you want me to beat you want me to beat you up about spring rates?
You beat me up. You beat me up about everything else. So let's go ahead and
it's kind of easy when you're picking on a 14-year-old.
Steve is the worst, man. He's the worst.
He loves me.
I do. I love Tim. I carry him around in my knapsack. Tim fits in my Arc'teryx pack.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Is that the 60 or is that the 120 liter?
It's the 20. I got to give him room to breathe.
So what caliber are you shooting primarily?
45.
And what bullet weight and velocity?
230 grain at about 790 feet per second.
Stop it. I didn't know you were in the women's division.
Here, help me validate this. What is your powder and charge?
4.6 grain of WST. And the overall length of the bullet or whatever is 1,250.
Okay. All right. So you're 10,000 shorter than normal. Are you running a 469 crimp, 470?
Yeah, 470.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, and in the guns you're shooting that aren't finish raimed, you'd have to run a 470 crimp. So. So can you tell me what the weight of your mainspring is?
I want to say 19.
Yeah, that figures. So here's the deal. I would bet money on this. You're overdriving, you're having to subconsciously overdrive the gun because the recoil coming back is not being mitigated by the mainspring. The gun's probably going into battery fine, even with an 11-pound recoil spring, which on a non-optic slide gun, like a bullseye gun, is way, way light. And I would venture to say that if you looked at your recoil rod and if you looked at the front of your frame rails and the inside of your slideways, what you're going to find is over time, you're going to find quite a bit of battering going on there, even if you change your springs out fairly regularly. Mm-hmm. Here's my suggestion. Okay. You don't have to take my word on this, but I would challenge you to try this. Get a 23-pound, and I'll even send you the springs to try it if you want, so I can make sure they're right. Get a 23-pound mainspring that's proper length. Put it in the gun. Okay. Then put for what you're shooting. You're not shooting an exorbitantly hard load, so you could go with like a 17.
Phrasing.
You know, I mean, you're not shooting a wad load, right? A wad load runs around 720, 730, mm-hmm. But you're not shooting. Quite honestly, and the guys are going to laugh at this, you're not shooting a true hardball load. Right. I mean, a true hardball load, you'd be pushing a 230 grain bullet at 820, 830.
Right.
So you're not quite there, which you don't need to be. Fuck it, you're making power factor. To hell with it. What I think you'll find is the gun is going to track more straight back into your hand. So you're not going to have to control recoil as much, which will fuck you up at first. I'm not lying, right? Because you're used to controlling the recoil of the gun and having to drive it. If you change the spring rates up, what I think you'll find is the gun will drive itself, which is going to allow you to stay on target and get on target faster and move from shot to shot to shot. But that's just my experience after having built a couple hundred guns for people.
With a 17-pound recoil spring?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see it with a 23-pound mainspring. I could see that.
Yeah.
He could probably get away with 16.
Yeah. Is your slide lightened?
Yeah.
Do you know what it weighs?
This is a great point.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. I want to say, God, I don't know. I'd take it back apart and put it on a scale and see.
Standard slide with sights weighs roughly 14 ounces, give or take.
Yeah, I think this is like 12 and a quarter.
Yeah, you could probably run a 16 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the light and
Joe.
slide.
Joe, are you, for your competition guys, right? Do you put any weight in that whole 11-ounce slide thing, or is that bullshit to you?
For what kind of competition?
Specifically like USPSA limited single stack.
Nah, I don't give a shit about that. All I care about is that the gun tracks straight and moves quick. And if the gun's not tracking, and we learned this, where all this came from is on the bullseye circuit. If you shoot the gun, right, you go bang, and the gun hangs here too long, now you have to pull it back down to get on target.
Sure.
And you don't notice it as much when you're shooting two-handed. When you're shooting one-handed, right, you got 5 shots to shoot in 10 seconds on a turning target for rapid fire. If that gun hangs here too long and you got to drive the gun down, you just lost a second. Now your mind, instead of your mind focusing on the dot or the front sight, your mind's going, shit, I'm running out of time, right? And every time the gun comes up and it hangs there, you're thinking, get the gun down, I'm running out of time. And so you fight the gun back down. The flip side, the reverse of that, is if the gun's oversprung and you shoot the gun and it goes boom and it comes down, right? Now you've got to fight the gun to bring it back up, which is completely abnormal, right? Pushing the gun down is a relatively normal exercise. It's a natural reflex to the recoil that's just happened when you shot the gun. The gun goes bang, your natural reflex is to push the gun back onto target. But if the gun is oversprung, or if it's undersprung and you're overdriving it and you force the gun down, now you're having to do an unnatural reaction, which is to pull it back up to realign the sights. And so we did this for years and years and years. Matter of fact, let me back all the way up. I'm going to back all the way up to 1911. When Browning designed the gun, okay, first of all, smokeless powder was relatively new on the market, okay? We are talking about just 12 years after the invention of smokeless powder, roughly. And for pistols, there was really only one real type of powder on the market at the time, which was what we know of today is called bullseye powder, okay? Which is a fine powder for universal use, but it's relatively dirty. And you have to really load it up to get a serious load. Also, in 1911, they did not have jacketed bullets. Okay, there was no such thing as a jacketed bullet. They had lead bullets, lead and antimony, and the most common designed bullet. Browning designed a 45 ACP cartridge, and when he designed it, he did it with a 200 grain lead round nose bullet. All right, so and you have to look really hard to find any 200 grain lead round nose bullets today.
Sure.
They're basically made of unobtainium. There's a couple companies out there that'll pour them for you, but not many. So this goes into a whole list of things like feed ramp geometry, which 99% of companies are wrong. companies are still cutting their feed ramps for a 200 grain lead round nose bullet. Why? Who shoots that? No one. I mean, even Steve Fisher with 500,000 rounds of pistol ammo sitting in his den doesn't shoot a 200 grain lead round nose bullet. So, anyways, you have a 200 grain bullet, lead, loaded with bullseye powder, and I actually have some ammo from like the 20s and 30s. It's corrosive as hell because of the primers. But when you chronograph that ammo, you find out that it's only moving at like 750 feet per second. It's just pooping out, right? Mm-hmm. It's nothing. And so when Browning designed the gun, he designed a gun with that bullet in mind, and he spec'd out an 18-pound mainspring and a 16-pound recoil spring, right? Because there was no recoil. You're shooting a wad gun load, basically, for all intents and purposes. Fast forward to, the modern era, if you will. We have jacketed bullets, which attain a higher velocity easier with less powder because there's less resistance in the bore. Mm-hmm. And you have higher compression, right? You have higher PSI because we're using faster burning powders, more modern powders that are cleaner, better, all this good stuff. The spring rates totally change because of all these different variables that we have to deal with now. And so you see a lot of guys out there, like we were talking about before, a lot of guys, and even factory guns, except Springfield and Ruger, they have really strong mainsprings because they want to pass the drop tests in some of these states that require that. But the vast majority of 1911 companies out there, they're still putting a 16-pound recoil spring and a 18 or 19-pound mainspring in their guns. And you hear people online, still to this day, you hear people go, "Oh, I shoot a 45. That's a man's gun. That's got the real recoil now." Okay. Well, the reason is they're shooting a factory gun with a factory setup with not factory ammo, right? Go grab you some Winchester white box and chronograph it, and it comes out at 810 to 830, depending on the lot, if it doesn't blow your gun up. And you'll find out really quickly that you're not shooting the same kind of ammo that the gun was set up for. And, people talk about, the recoil of the 45. Man, I'm telling you, I shoot thousands of rounds of 45 a month, thousands. And I don't have any problems with no recoil because the guns are set up right. But when I shoot a gun, and I actually, it's really nice because I'll have friends come over to shoot, or Eric will shoot, and I'll stand just like Steve does, and you probably do when you're teaching a class. And I'm like this far from the gun, I'm like 2 feet away from the gun. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching the recoil impulse of the gun. And when Eric shoots the gun, if it goes like this, if it rises and drops and comes back up, the gun's not sprung right. Something's wrong. We got to make a change. And there are other things that go into this. The barrel fit absolutely goes into this. If you don't have any lockup, you're going to have more violent recoil. And I've seen a couple of guns of the brand that Tim shoots, and I know what the barrel fit's like or not. And sorry, I don't mention names on podcasts for a reason. If you change the springs up, I think most people, I've never met anybody that I've given them a spring setup, where they went, "Oh, that was shit. That didn't work." Okay. So, I mean, they tend to work pretty well. Now, I say all this, and the caveat to this is, Tim, in serious business, I say all this, but you got to understand there will be a learning curve. Right. When you take the gun out with a different spring setup, it's absolutely going to feel different right out of the box. Right. And if it didn't, you should be worried. Mm-hmm. Right. So when when you respring the gun, if you decide to try it out, understand that the first day or two you go to the range to practice, you're not going to be your normal self. Right. It takes a minute to relearn a few things and to understand what's happening with the gun. But I would bet serious money that you would find an advantage. And I've gone round and round of this. Me and Manny Bragg talked about it one day because he shoots a 40 for limited, and he runs like a 17-pound mainspring and an 11-pound recoil spring. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Manny, how often do you have to have the gun rebuilt?" "Often." because it beats the shit out of it.
Right.
You know? Well, okay, cool story. If you got a company that's willing to rebuild your gun every 2 months, that's awesome. Why? Right? Now you have to relearn the gun. Why not just set the gun up properly to begin with and roll?
Joe, he's running that on a 40 setup? Or is he? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I was stunned, man. And
That's a pretty popular setup, though, for a limited or even a single stack gun, 40 or 45.
Sure.
17 pound mainspring with an 11 or 12 pound recoil spring.
Yeah, and what we talked about earlier, you weren't on, but a lot of guys go, "Well, I got to have that light mainspring because I got to have a light trigger pull."
Like for the trigger pull, right?
That's complete horseshit. Steve's yawning at it.
I am yawning at it because I've got those guns, and I laughed when I got those guns fixed. I'm like, oh yeah, wait, I don't need that.
Steve has literally sat in my shop and watched me change a 20-pound mainspring out to a 23 and do a trigger job that was 2.5 pounds that was perfect.
It was amazing.
Because it's all about hammer and stick geometry. And
and that's the reality of it, right? It's the geometry over the weight.
Oh yeah.
Anytime.
Yeah, because Tim, this is what we were talking about earlier, and I won't go through all the process of it, but I'll just give you the Cliff Notes version. The purpose of the mainspring, the primary purpose of the mainspring, is to slow the slide down.
Right.
That's it. The primary purpose of the recoil spring is not to mitigate recoil, but to put the slide
gun to battery.
Right, exactly. So if you understand that, and you're shooting a major power factor 45 load, there's no reason to beat your hand up or to have to overdrive the gun when the gun will drive itself for you.
Yeah.
Tim doesn't believe you. He says you're full of shit.
Probably. It's okay.
No, I'll give it a try.
No, he won't.
Lies.
Don't look at the dog behind the red curtain either.
Yeah, exactly. She's generally out by now. I don't know what her deal is.
She's like, it's 1:30. Come to bed, Tim.
Yeah.
No, 1911 calls.
I got a WMG here in my hands. It's pretty freaking sweet. Can't believe it's back here already. I traded it to a guy as part of my Hudson deal, and he got it, and then he shot it a couple matches, and he sold it to another client of mine for a loss, which I couldn't believe. And the other client got it and shot it in a couple matches and was like, "Oh my God, why would you get rid of this gun?" So then he sent it to me to customize it to match his 9mm one. So he'll have a matching set.
I'm shooting all XPs this year.
I believe that.
Yeah.
No. No, never. It's the best gun that ever blew up in my hand.
Did you put a sheetrock screw in the grip safety so it's disengaged?
Pretty much. I started with rubber bands.
Hey, man, look, I remember when the XD was some Czech piece of junk pistol that we were selling at the gun shop.
$29.
Yeah, we couldn't give them away for $150. We could not give them away. And the other day I was on Gunbroker. I was just goofing around, and I looked up the original model. I forget what it is now. I had to actually Google it.
Yep, the HS2000.
Yep, the HS2000. Do you know that new in the box HS2000s are selling for almost $1,000
now?
Yes, they're collector's items.
What the shit?
That's insane.
They used to give away those and Sigmas at the local PPC matches prize tables.
Dude, the Sigma.
Yeah, you used to have your choice of like a Sigma or an HS2000 during the local PPC matches here. I used to be like, gun buyback month.
I had a buddy of mine when I worked at the gun shop. He had a Sigma and 357 Sig, and he shot through his hand with the damn thing.
Wow.
That was horrible. It worked. It did its job.
Obviously, went through his hand.
Yeah.
Fuck those.
God damn.
No. Joe, how many guns am I going to bring in next week?
You're just bringing me that small FN to leave here for a month or two.
Okay. I don't care.
You got anything else that needs worked on? Too bad I don't have time.
I know.
Joe, what kind of life do you see out of like Bomar style or LPA style rear sights on a 1911?
Oh, that's a good question, Tim. I'm glad you asked that. The only sights I use on my guns are the Kinsight brand from DAW. And I've never had one break personally, all right? And I've got guns with just hundreds of thousands of rounds through them with no breakage. I see them break often. Mm-hmm. And the reason I see them break is because they're installed improperly. Mm-hmm. What happens is guys put them in a sight cut that's too loose, and then the recoil of the gun breaks them. And I've seen that.
What's it typically break on them? The front like aperture pin or the elevation screws or?
The aperture pins die sometimes. I've had a couple that I replaced for guys that the back blade broke off, which is super unusual on the Kinsight because the blade and the tenon on the inside are all one piece. They're all EDM cut. Mm-hmm. The old Bomars were famous for that because the tenon was silver soldered onto the blade.
Right.
Sure.
But that's why the Bomars had that protected cut after a while.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But the new ones, that's pretty rare. Usually that happens. The last couple I've seen that did happen on was the cut for the rear sight. It wasn't a buried and protected like I do. It was hanging over the back of the slide. Mm-hmm. And the hammer was actually impacting the rear of the blade.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, no.
That doesn't do your rear sight any favors. But yeah, I don't see them fail if they're installed properly. But again, that we when we install them, we measure every single sight and cut the sight cut to that sight because every one of them is different. But most everybody in the industry, well, everybody that I know in the industry, they have their sight cuts done by somebody outside the shop. And they slam them boogers in there, and they use a little tiny screw to hold it in place with some Loctite and carry on.
Right.
Matt, there you go. 1911 round 2. Rear sights. Protected. Bomar. Fixed.
Yes.
It's all mine are.
What? Protected Bomars or fixed rear sights?
Protected.
Yes.
I've got a bunch. I've got probably 25. I have to double check that. I've got around 20 to 25 guns with protected Bomar types, but they're mainly all Ken sights. I've got a couple older Bomar stuff, some Packmeyer, sight stuff on guns. I like my old Swenson gun and stuff like that. But a vast 20 to 20. I'd probably say around 25 of my guns have all got a protected Bomar type.
Both my Atlas have got Ken sights on them.
Yeah.
Generally within, I don't know, what is it? I put up 25 or 26,000 rounds through my first one and broke the elevation screw.
It's because the gun's not sprung correctly.
Yeah.
That is part of the problem.
AJ knew that was coming.
I knew it was coming too.
Yeah.
There's no winning, Tim. There's no winning.
No.
AJ, what springs do you run on your gun?
Me?
11s. 11s and 18s.
He just got schooled tonight.
Dude, I did. Him and Dave were just like, no, AJ, you're a shitty Smith. Don't do this.
What are these?
I was like, oh man, what?
230
What
grade
happened?
bonded at 1,000. That works.
AJ,
Why?
AJ, let me ask you a question, AJ.
Man load.
Sir.
Man load.
Are you ever going to build a 1911 without the Marvel disconnector slot cut again?
Oh, no. I mean, I don't build them without the Marvel disconnect cut now. So,
Oh, that's good. Whew.
I mean, At one point, I truly, and I'll tell you, I'll be honest, right? I was like, well, if it needs it, I'll put it in. And then like the last year, I've been like, yeah, every gun needs it. So period. It's going in.
Did you see Dave? Did you see the look on Dave's face when I said that earlier?
Does he not put them in?
No.
Oh, yeah, dude. Like, yeah. I mean,
it's legit. It works.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's hands down. Like, okay, gun without it. Okay. Slide retards right here. And then with it. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Why wouldn't you put it in?
Yeah. Now, Tim, to your problem there with breaking the rear sight screw, is the screw itself breaking or is it just popping out?
No, the screw itself is breaking.
The head's breaking off?
Yeah. And then I just extract the stud out and put a new screw and spring in it. And so I did have an aperture at the front near that pin, but it was after, of course, that it broke. It broke during a match. I probably shot the last like 10 targets with just the sight like completely just flopping back and forth. So it ended up cracking the elevation aperture halfway across the pin. So of course I had to replace the aperture, the pin, the elevation screw, and the spring, put it all back together, and it's been fine ever since. And then my other gun, I actually broke. I broke the elevation screw on that one after about the same number of rounds, about 25,000 rounds or so.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I think that's happening. It's your spring rates.
Yeah.
So here's what goes on with that screw. Well, it's the root problem is the spring rate. The other issue with those sights is if the screw hole A isn't drilled and tapped the right diameter, because it's a really odd screw. It's a 648. And if you look it up on the chart, it says use a 32 drill bit. Well, 32 drill bit's too big, so you have to use a 31. Otherwise, the threads are too loose, and it lets the screw rattle around in there. But the other issue that comes into play is the hole on the top of the sight where the screw recesses,
right,
is really tight, right? And you want it to be tight with the detent in there. If the hole isn't drilled and tapped in the proper place, then the screw actually will impact on the back of that recessed cut inside the pocket.
Okay.
All right. And if you look at your blade, if you take the screw out and you look at the blade at the elevation assembly, you might see that on the back crescent of that cut where the screw is impacting over and over and over again.
Okay.
So combined with spring rates that are too light for the load you're shooting and a sight assembly that's probably not rock solid, if I had to guess, which I will. And then the screw is basically beating itself. It's beating the head off the screw is what's happening.
Okay.
So Joe, let me ask you this, right? Because I've yet to have the problem that Tim has. I'm using someone else's rear sight. I love Ken's sight. I'm using someone else's that uses a lug, not a dovetail. Do we know who I'm talking about here?
Yeah, Wilson. They suck.
Yeah. Okay. So are you seeing issues with that as well? I'm about 15,000 rounds in on mine without an issue, but anticipating shenanigans.
I don't use those sights, nor would I ever.
Okay.
So I can't ascribe you an answer for that.
Is that a professional reason or a other?
It's a professional reason because I don't buy into the whole I'm going to sell you a magazine for $40 that has a follower in it that only lasts 50 lockbacks.
Sure. No doubt.
That's bullshit. You know, and the thing is, guys ask me about other people in the industry, and I respect all these old guys. You know, Bill Bill, Ed, all these guys, that they are the reason that guys like me and you are able to do what we do.
Sure.
Right? If there was no Bill Wilson, there would damn sure be no AJ Zito.
Absolutely. 100%.
Be no Joe Chambers.
But the good news is
No,
that
mad
there's no Bill
props.
Wilson, there'd be no IDPA.
Exactly. There would be no IDPA. There might not even be a USPSA.
What would I do on the second Saturday of my month?
Go practice instead of shooting. I don't practice anymore.
Thank you. I was going to say you'd actually practice a real sport or go shoot 3-gun.
Yeah.
We don't have 3-gun.
3-gun? Who wants to stand around for 8.5 hours to shoot 30 seconds worth of rifle, shotgun, and pistol? Ain't nobody got time for that shit.
It pays more than USPSA does.
Not anymore, it doesn't.
Not up here, dude. It doesn't pay shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Not here either.
No,
I think the sponsor money on 3-gun is about to dry up too.
It is.
the other reason I don't use them is because I can't bury them down like I do. You know, I actually have the ability, and I do it on certain special guns, that I cut the dovetail off of a Kinsight LPA design, and then I bury it down in there with no dovetail. You've probably seen me do it. And that's one of those proprietary things that Marvel taught me, and I just kind of carried it over. But when he came out with the buried and protected adjustable rear sight back in the 90s, people were like, holy crap, what did he just do? That's amazing. You know, because up until that time, the only way you saw an adjustable rear sight mounted was hanging over the back of the slide.
Right.
And people would go, well, I would never have an adjustable rear sight on a duty gun because I don't want to break the blade off. Okay, that's justifiable, right? And that's why Novak has sold over 1 million rear sights. That's why Novak's a millionaire off of rear sights, because the only way people thought about installing the rear sight was, you know, over the back. And also part of that, it's interesting to note, part of that was because during that time frame, when Bomar and some of these other companies came out with the adjustable rear sight, what was the number one, well, the only really commercially available 1911 on the market?
A Colt.
A Colt 80 series. Have you ever tried to install a buried and protected rear sight like I do on an 80 series?
Yeah, not with the firing pin stop.
You cannot do it. Okay, so it was out of necessity that the adjustable rear sights were set up the way they were, because commercially you couldn't install it.
Joe, when you cut and bury a Kinsight, like obviously you're burying it a lot further down into the slide than like a traditional, like say Bomar cut or LPA cut for a Kinsight sight. Then how much shorter of a front sight can you get away with running on them? You know, like a traditional, like a 180 height. You know, do you run a 160 or?
It depends on how deep I bury them and how many clicks up you go.
I like that, Steve.
Typically, the guns that we build here, we bury them 100 thousandths deep for the Bomar style Kinsight. We bury them 100 thousandths deep, and I come up 15 to 18 clicks off the bottom to set the front sight. And that puts us in the 165 to 175, 80 range.
Okay.
If I drop it another 10 thousandths, if I go to 110, then obviously I'm going to get what is my optimal front sight for myself, which is like a 155, 165.
Okay.
I like a short front sight. I'm not going to lie. I like it to be on my personal guns. The way I like them set up is so that you don't see the top of the slide, because that's an absolute no-no.
Right.
To me, when you're sighting the gun, you can't see the top of the slide. That's a major distraction. But if you adjust it, you're going to see the top of the slide. Yeah. Right. And I find that for most people, and like the WMGs and most of the guns that we build, we go with that. It ends up being about a 175. I think the last 5 or 6 that we did in the past 2 weeks have all been 175s.
Okay. And
that makes for a very holsterable gun too, by the way.
Right.
You know, nobody wants a 200 front sight anymore. That's retarded.
Dude, that's the key, right?
They look dumb though. Like 200 heights rear sight or front sights just look horrible to me.
Yeah, and the other thing you run into is if you look at like Steve's gun there that he's showing you, I'll show you this one here. This gun is 15 clicks up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you don't see is you don't see the rear sight sitting like this, right? The rear sight's not all jacked up in the air, which looks terrible.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, we preach and we beat into people's heads reliability and accuracy. Those are the two primary things. But I also want it to look really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Truth.
I'm gonna pull Matt back into this. Matt, you got Novaks on yours, right? Your little 4 1/4.
Hold on 1 second. Let me check it. How about on this one? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fancy.
How do you shoot that damn thing?
Oh my
Point
God.
shoot, bro.
He's a point shooter.
Hey, just remember, you can mix and match sights all you want. It doesn't matter. was it AJ? Was it you that I was talking to after the California class last year? And I was like, bro, I had this dude with a government gun, 45, and like could not hit the broad side of the mountain.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is going on with this dude and his gun? I'm like, I've gone through everything possible. And I grab his gun and I shoot it again. And I'm like, I got to be missing something. This gun just can't be this bad. I'm like, oh my God, yeah. I'm like, and I look at it and I'm going, who did your sights? Oh, local gunsmith here. And I was like, he had like a Heine rear and like a factory Colt, like middle.
Like the nub?
Yep.
Oh, dude, that was like the half moon sight kind of deal. going on.
God.
Dude, I'm like, okay, so you got this 105 front height, maybe.
It was glorious. Glorious.
Oh my God. And he's like, yeah, well, I got this other one that had like a Trigicon HD front on it with like, I don't know what the hell it was in the rear. I'm like going, yeah, we need to talk about your life choices here in sights. And Matt's gun reminded me of that just all of a sudden.
Oh.
I mean, come on. Let's face it. Front sight and rear sight height don't mean shit. Right.
No,
I just throw a sight set on there and it's good to go.
Bro, if you
So-
go to the Pincus School of Gunfighting, man, you're legit.
Well, and one of the things I find really interesting is, you know, there are a massive number of people out there that go, oh, I would never have an adjustable sight pistol like that because I wouldn't want to break it. And I go, but do you hit anything? Well, you know, I shoot it enough to know where my point of aim is supposed to be. Bro, seriously. That's not how life works. That's not how any of this works.
Look, I'm sitting there putting clicks on my gun between 9 a.m. in the morning and 2 o'clock in the afternoon just because of the lighting conditions.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you go to a match somewhere and you're shooting in the morning and the sun's coming up behind you and you're shooting in the afternoon and the range is different. Now the sun's going down to the left of you and you don't think you want to make a sight adjustment there? Come on, Roscoe.
Yeah. It's fact. It's true.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You know, and do I think there's a place for fixed sight guns? Sure. You know, I have an officer model 30 Super that I built for myself. It doesn't have adjustable sights on it. Why? Because it's an officer model 38 Super. I don't need sights on it. If I don't kill you with it, you'll be deaf and I'll burn your eyebrows off. Okay? Got a 3-inch barrel. I'm shooting 7.9 grains of power pistol out of it with a 125 grain hollow point.
And if I don't hit you, not only will I burned your eyebrows off, I'll have blinded you with the flash.
Right, exactly. I mean, I'm not making any bones about it. But for the average combat, tactical, gaming, fighting gun, I think an adjustable sight is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I've built, you know, Chuck and I've talked about this, and you know, his thing is, you know, most people in the industry know me as a guy that builds really nice guns or, you know, competition guns or whatever. But because I don't talk a lot about it, but I've built a number of guns over the years for guys that actually have used them military-wise or whatever. And every single one of those guns I've ever built has an adjustable rear sight on it. And every time I ask one of those guys, why? Their answer has been the same thing every time. Hey, I don't know what kind of ammo I'm going to be shooting. So I need to be able to adjust POI to POA. And, I got to have an adjustable sight to do that. So why does every company that comes out with a tactical gun put a Novak on it?
Because nobody knows how to shoot because they're all 5-yard failures.
There you go.
No. You know why? Because it's easy, dude.
There it is.
Well, yeah.
Someone tells me you need this sight relation, this front sight, this rear sight, buy it in a set, and it's easy. Okay, my gun's zeroed. No, bro, it ain't zeroed. You just don't know how to shoot.
I've done this demo like bazillions of times for guys, and it's the same thing over and over. And it's like, yeah, your 115 bottom feeder 9-ball, that's awesome. And then your 147 or your 124 plus P, and now you've got a 5-inch shift in impact. Even at 10, 15 yards, we see some weird impact changes. And
Sure.
It's like, yeah, sure, dude. You're awesome. Just keep with your combat effectiveness or whatever the hell you want to call it this week while you're at Walmart. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's combat effective, dude. Yeah, sure. I don't know if you're fighting in a bathroom stall with yourself. Sure.
minute of duck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've missed a lot of ducks with a shotgun too. I don't want to hear about that. Yeah.
So again, I don't have adjustables on this, unfortunately.
Well, that's because you just got to screw it in your ear when you press the trigger.
Matt, we're going to fix that. We're going to throw a red dot on that bad boy, an X300U. It's going to be good to go.
I love my
set the internet on fire. They're going to hate us. It'll be great.
If
Hey,
you get
Steve.
Yes.
Here's a question for you since you've been using it for a while now. Why don't you tell people what you really think about the DDS?
I like that DDS sight. It is extremely fast. That the way that notch is set up, the ball that my front fiber just sinks right in, and for anything 0 to 10ish 15, it's just there. It's eating up A zone stuff. And when I really want to get on it for 25 to 50, I just simply line up those damn wings, those notches right with the top notch of the blade like I normally would. But like when I really want to get on the gun, man, I just toss the gun out there, drive the gun straight out. The ball sits right in the notch and it's done. But it's fast. It sucks the eye in really quick, almost like a German 4-post optic does, right to the middle. The old German 3 or 4-post, real heavy optic on scopes.
Oh, yeah.
It just drive the eyeballs right into the middle of the damn sight. And it reminds me, reminiscent of, but better, the old goofy Steyr sight.
Yes. I love the Steyr sight.
That is a fast sight. That is a very fast iron sight. But this one's a lot more refined. I like it a lot better. But it's a very, very quick acquisition for a sight picture. For being an adjustable sight gun, it is fast, where most guys will complain about that. Like, oh, my notch. Like, stop it with your notches too wide or not wide enough and just knock it off. It's quick. Everybody who shot it has loved it. So
cool. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Tim,
it reminds me a lot of the old buckhorn sights on a lever gun. They're just fast.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
What's up, AJ?
Are you a U-notch guy? Or are you a square notch guy?
I don't like U-notches. I'm a square notch guy.
Thank God.
Now he's sitting there thinking, I wonder if I can get Chambers to put a DDS on my gun and respring it while it's there.
It hurt his brain. It would hurt his brain. There's math involved. It hurts.
Got any extra? Here's Tim now. He's like, you got any extra cart barrels laying around, man?
He only shoots Schumann's.
No, I've got one gun's got a cart in it. My other gun's got a KKM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is both guns, I've chronoed both with the exact same load, and they're within 5 feet per second of each other. Standard deviation numbers are the same. I mean, they chrono the same. I was amazed, like, to two completely different barrels. And
Same twist rate, though, right?
yeah. But generally that you don't find two barrels that are so close or so similar, just like that are completely separate manufacturers or separate, separate machining, that you can get away with the exact same ammo. And I don't care what gun it is, whether it's my primary or my backup, they both chrono exactly the same. The guns feel exactly the same in the hands. It's, they run the same. It's awesome.
So if they run the same and they're exactly the same, why is one a primary? Why do you have favorites?
I don't really have favorites. I'll pick up.
You have a backup one, and the other one's your primary. So
well, it's just I have two guns. I take two guns with me to a match. So
I have two guns.
One for both. One for each of you.
Right. I pick up. And that's the thing. I can pull either one out of the box at a match. Throw a loaded mag in it, put it in the holster, and I'm good to go. Like there's no.
Tim, it was a joke. Stop being serious for that. I don't really care which gun is your primary and your secondary. I don't give two shits.
Okay, so I'll ask.
Okay.
Tim, are they really that similar? Like, I mean, recoil, impulse, everything about those guns are that similar to each other?
Yep.
Not after he changes the springs out on the other one. He's going to go, oh my God. This is what I've been missing.
Yes, actually, though, yeah, they're so similar. I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, my times with either shot splits are the same with either. Even trigger feel is almost completely the same.
Almost completely, he said.
Well, almost completely. I mean, it's as similar as it can be for being not the exact same gun.
Notice he said almost. He said almost completely the same.
Completely the same. Almost.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, it's 1:00 in the morning here. There's no time for being pedantic.
It's 3 a.m. here. I don't want to hear it with you and your frenetic movement.
Whoa.
Whining.
Whoa. Frenetic movement.
Joe, is that a brogue? What do you got there?
A what?
A brogue?
The pipe?
Yeah.
No, man. Now, this is one of my favorite pipes. This is the first real pipe I bought myself, and it's a Peterson made. It was made, best guess, sometime before 1890.
Oh, dude, that's legit.
Yeah.
An estate pipe.
Oh yeah, that's almost all of my pipes are estate pipes.
Nice.
They're about as old as his pistols.
Yeah. I like my pistols old, my pipes old, and my women young.
Truth.
Yeah. It's okay. My wife's like 10 years younger than me, so.
Spoken like every cultured, dirty old man.
Absolutely. The best thing about Tim is he controlled the local middle school. So rough.
Mother of God.
I'm up to high school now.
If I let him take out mom's car.
You shut your mouth. I can't patrol the middle school anymore. I've got a daughter that age.
I know.
Fucking sick
God,
bastard.
That's right, dude. What is she now?
She'll be 14 the end of this month.
Oh, man.
And my oldest just turned 20.
Jeez.
You got a 20-year-old daughter?
No, I got a 20-year-old son.
Yeah.
And an almost 14-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
My oldest just turned 14. Whew. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what. There's been a couple of days. I used to be a school counselor and a youth pastor, and if I didn't have that background, I might have already taken her down to the river and drowned her.
You know, I can't say the same about my daughter. My 14-year-old daughter 13-year-old daughter is awesome. I mean, I come home from work and she'll plan dinners. She cleans the house. I mean, she really pulls her weight, or tries to, as much as possible. She's not a pain in my ass. My 20-year-old son, I've wanted to choke the living shit out of multiple times. I love him to death, but God damn it.
Is he living with you, Tim?
Oh yeah, they both do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's terrible is my youngest, she's 7, and she's like the spitting image of me. It's
She's got a
terrible.
beard and everything.
Yeah, exactly. She's a hoot, man. 2 nights ago, I went to bed. It was 4:30. I went to bed, and I was almost asleep, and I heard something up in the house, and I hear Boss wagging his tail on the couch, and I thought, oh, somebody's up, and then I kept hearing noise. So I got up, I went out in the living room, and she's laying on Boss like a blanket. And I said, what are you doing? She goes, oh, I just woke up and I really don't think I can go back to sleep. I'm a night owl like you, Dad. I'm like, no, you're 7 and had to pee. Go to bed.
The best part
like, you can't be staying up. It's 5 o'clock. Go to bed.
Go to bed. The best is, God, I love Joe's daughters. They're amazing. The 7-year-old will not let me near the ducks. Just because I told her, oh, we're going to eat those. My pet ducks, oh, yeah. It's like I'm not allowed near her ducks at all because she knows I'm going to wring those mallards' necks and eat them. Oh, yeah. She's great. All 500 of those mallards that he has running around there.
Oh, my God. Yeah, so my daughter, Sophia, she's, like I say, she's 7. And we go to a farm auction every March. And they have ducks and chickens and geese, and we buy chickens and whatnot. And one year she says, oh, Dad, I really want some greenheads. And I says, all right, we'll get some greenheads, So the last spring, I decided, okay, we'll do the duck thing. We're going to be home long enough to be able to take care of them and raise them. So you get online, right? And if you want to order like 3 ducks, it's like $100. If you order like 16 ducks, it's like $100. Right?
So I know how this works.
So I'm like, fuck it. We'll get the package deal here,
Papa Joe just bought 38 ducks.
Right. We got coons and possums and bobcats and foxes and coyotes. And we have a pretty good attrition rate here on the farm. So I thought, we'll get 16 and probably like 4 or 5 of them will live and this will be good. So we get the 16 ducks in and I'm thinking to myself, half of these ducks got to be females, right? That's the deal. Half of them got to be females. That's the odds, 50-50. And so they start maturing and I don't know shit about Shinola when it comes to ducks, right? So I'm on to Google Foo and I'm GTSing and I'm learning about ducks and how can you tell if it's a male or a female when they're a baby and all this stuff. Turns out we have 4 females and 12 greenheads. That's a lot of male ducks. And so we finally, a couple months ago, we had the talk that, we have to get rid of some of the greenheads, some of the daddy ducks, because if we don't, the mommies won't lay any eggs for us to eat. And we live in an area that is the Czech capital of the world, of the U.S., and I don't know if you know anything about Czech people, but Czechoslovakian people love their duck and dumplings. A lot. And so she says, what are we going to do with them? I says, we'll take them to the farm sale and sell them. And she starts bawling. We can't sell them at the farm sale. The Czech people will eat them with their dumplings. I don't know what to tell you. So we go into the farm sale in March, and we're going to sell us a bunch of greenheads.
I told you to put them in my truck. I'll take them home with me.
Yeah, I can do that. If you come back through here on your way home in February, I can give you one. I'll butcher it up for you.
I think I know how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why do it when he can do it for you?
I like cutting things up, AJ.
Steve, do you fly much for travel, or do you try to drive everywhere?
Steve drives everywhere.
I pretty much drive everywhere. I flew during all the Magpul years and stuff like that. It was easy with the corporate card. I'm not going to lie. When they'd ship your ammo, they'd ship your targets. It was great. Mm-hmm. Now the big problem has been multiple city stuff where it's like, I've got to go A, B, C, D, back to back to back. The flights become $1,900 for multiple city legs. I've got armor sometimes, I may be doing a rifle carbine class, then turning into a pistol class, going back in. So, I've got, freaking 3 Pelican cases with me, plus my luggage, everything else. So it just got too cost prohibitive. And then if the range doesn't have steel, it's, it just turns into a nightmare. So I just decided that I was going to do the drive thing, for the last couple of years, which has been, awesome because I get a lot of work done and I get to stop and see buddies and that. But I had one class that I chose to fly to, I think it was 2 years ago. One flight canceled. Something else happened on the other end of it, and I had to refund almost $12,000. I was like, the refund's not the issue. It's the fact that here I am flying everywhere. I've got guys booked in hotel rooms, whole 9 yards, and all it took was one snafu at the airport, and I was cooked.
Yep.
Done. And after that, I said, no more driving everywhere, and that's just it. So I load up the murder wagon, and I go.
I've not had, knock on wood, I've not had any major travel snafus yet. However, that being said, I did in November. I had a class in Northern Virginia. Yeah. And I flew, I'll try to fly out a day and a half early. So if my class is Saturday, Sunday, I'll fly out on Thursday so that I can do range setup and make sure I've got everything good to go on Friday. And I flew in, it was like an hour and a half layover or whatever in Atlanta, leaving Albuquerque. And it was like an hour and a half layover in Atlanta that turned into another hour delay on top of it. And by the time I flew into Dulles, then it was like 2 a.m. only to go down, I'm sure you've been to Dulles before. It's like you take the escalator down to the pit of hell to go get your fucking luggage. And I go to the luggage carousel, and it's like chuk, 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 boom, and it stops. There's like 2 suitcases on it, and all the lights shut off in there. And I'm like, yep. Oh, fuck. So I go to the Delta counter, and I'm like, hey, missing my suitcase. And the guy's like, oh, yep, everything's in. And I'm like, no, it's not. I said, and there's 2 checked firearms in that bag. Like, that's my business. I'm here on business. Mm-hmm. That's my business. And the guy's like, oh, so he makes a few phone calls, and he comes back to me like 45 minutes later. So now it's almost 4 a.m. I've not slept since, I left work at 6 a.m. the day before, and I'm like, where in the fuck is my shit? And he's like, oh yeah, it looks like TSA didn't get it on the carousel to get it out to baggage to get on the plane. It's still in Albuquerque. Yeah. So it turned into like my entire Friday. I had to sit around at the hotel waiting on a delivery driver to finally bring me my bag that's got my fucking guns and everything in it. And then it was like a mad dash, an hour and a half away to the range, get shit set up. I mean, fortunately it worked out, but if it hadn't, I'd have been screwed. It's
a stress monkey, man. It is a stress monkey. I had that in Daytona Beach one year, and something bag, something is showing up on, the x-rays, and that's not good, and blah, 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 blah. And next thing you know, my one bag didn't make it, and it turns into a big fight. And I literally left Atlanta airport, drove back to Daytona Beach.
Oh my God.
And I was pissed because it had my goggles, my armor, all my shit in that Pelican case.
Oh my God.
And their excuse was, well, your armor can't, we had already boarded something, whatever. And so they couldn't get a hold of it. I don't remember what the whole bullshit shenanigans were with it. And, so my armor was showing up as a big void in the case and all kinds of other crap. And it just turned into a nightmare, dude. I literally got to Atlanta. It's like, made the call. It's like, no, you're stuck. I'm like, rental car. All the way back to Daytona Beach, dude, from Atlanta.
Holy shit.
Burned, came back that night, talked the next morning.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So needless to say, I was not in the mood for any students' dumb shit.
No.
That was like, hey, brother, that thing where we take 3 hours to zero gun at 25 yards. Yeah, that's not happening today. So
yep.
I don't care about your combat effective zero because now you have no zero, so you're done. But no, I mean, and I just had so many things after a while, and I was like, no, because then if I got to bring steel, it just very few ranges I go to, I need to bring steel support.
Right.
A lot of times, which is great now anymore, but yeah, man.
Dude, seriously, the last class I taught in Colorado, right? Mm-hmm. Lost my guns in O'Hare, lost my guns at Denver, right? Both times, there and back, right? And I was like, no, fuck this shit. I'm driving to everything.
Yep.
drive to everything. Now, next month, can't drive, gotta fly. And of course, where do I have to fly into? Fucking Chicago. I'm like, great.
Enjoy
Here
that
we
one.
go again.
Yeah.
Dude, it's nuts, man. And they don't care. That's the thing. It's like, hey, man, I lost like 2 carbines, 2 pistols, body armor, nods, all sorts of shit. And they're like, yeah, cool. We'll let you know when they show up. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll sit here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like flying like that either. I don't like that at all. And we were laughing about it on Facebook earlier, me and Heidi and Brandon and his wife, because Brandon and I we're kind of fly light, freeze at night kind of guys. But you're going to Vegas, you can't fly light going to Vegas for a week. You know, you got to have dress shirts and all that stuff, and take a gun and all, you know.
Yeah, I'm the same way. If I don't have to like check a bag, like, or I don't have to fly with guns or any of that stuff, but I'm just going to jump on a flight, dude. It's carry on only, backpack, you know, and just the bare minimums. Like, I want to be in control of everything that I've got, and that's it.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I hate it when I went to Naples back in December to teach a class, and I had to fly obviously, and I flew through O'Hare, which I hate. I hate Chicago O'Hare Airport with a passion. And when I got on the airplane in Omaha, they made me check my bag because the plane had too much stuff up top. And I knew I had a short turnaround in O'Hare. And so I get there, I'm waiting for them to get my bag, waiting for them to get my bag, waiting for them to get my bag. They bring it up, and I go out to the front, and I got like 20 minutes to make my flight because we're late, and my bag. And the lady goes, oh, yeah, honey, it's just a short walk. It's like 10 minutes around the corner. Shit. I had to run like an Ethiopian. And I barely made so here I am running through the airport. I was like O.J. Simpson in the old commercial with a suitcase and a backpack.
Before he murdered his ex-wife.
That's the way I feel about Phoenix. Phoenix Sky Harbor is that way for me. Like every time, it never fails. Yes. I fly in and it'll be like, oh, you're at gate D4. Your connecting flight is gate H72. And you're like, where in the fuck is H72? And it's like, well, you're probably gonna have to take a tram, a train, another plane, and a bus to get there. And by the way, that flight takes off in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like my Denver. Like 100%.
Denver,
and maybe because I always
Denver.
fly out of Phoenix, but that's like Denver for me.
Yeah, I hate Denver too. Yeah, Denver connections suck.
I like the best airport, the most easiest airport I've ever gotten in and out of, Bozeman, Montana. There's like 3 gates.
That's like
Dude, that's like flying through Burlington, Vermont.
It is,
which I've
right?
flown through a lot. It's like
Albuquerque's like that too.
next door.
The dude who like checks your ID and your ticket is the same one scanning your bag. He's the same one checking everything at the gate. He's spinning the props.
He's spinning the props.
Oh yeah.
He's strapping in. He's going to be the guy that flies you to the next facility.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, bro.
He did the pre-flight. He's got this shit on lockdown.
Are you going to shut the back door on this caravan, or is it just going to be really breezy my whole flight? You'll be fine.
My least favorite airport ever to fly out of was Atlanta, especially if you're
Atlanta sucks.
Yeah, especially if you're doing an international flight and you got to go down to the international terminal.
Oh God.
You know, the first time I did that, my dad was like, "Yeah, we got to be there 3 hours early," and I was like, "For what?"
Yeah, to check in.
We got to go to the international terminal. I'm like, "So what?" Man, the international terminal is like on the other side of the city.
No. Try JFK after your flight gets canceled and they've unasked the plane and you got to stay the night and they give you your Pelican case.
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh yeah. I got some people, some stories about that nightmare.
Dude.
Like they were literally running from the cops in TSA.
Oh fuck.
Oh dude, bad man.
Well, now all the TSA agents are quitting because they're not getting paid, so maybe we won't have to deal with them.
Oh good, they can all go back on welfare like they came from.
Well, hell, is it working for the TSA welfare? I mean, I think working for the TSA is welfare.
Oh, let me tell you what, Felon Central. But anyway,
Man, I got some stories about dealing with the TSA because they're always trying to take my pipes or my pipe tools or my lighter. I'm like, seriously, y'all get a
Joe.
life.
dude,
Joe, seriously, dude, I don't fly with my pipes at all,
Yeah.
period, because of that bullshit.
they took one of my IFACs, or like one of my big bags that I had with me in my check bag, because it had a cold compress. Because that can be used to make a bomb.
Oh yeah. Well, I was flying to. I had to fly into Mesa to go down and do some work for Steven. He flew me down there. About every 2 years, he flies me down, and I just stay there for a week and work on all of his guns. And
Horseman?
I'm going, huh?
Which Steve?
Seagal.
Oh, duh.
And so I'm flying down there, and I have all my tools with me. And the three things that I do not put in my checked baggage are my optivisor, my calipers, and my trigger weights. Well, my trigger weights, as you probably know, are solid steel.
Right.
So I'm going through the TSA, and they scan my bag, and the guy comes over and he says, "We got to swab it," because I come back for GSR every time I fly. Imagine that. And so they swabbed me and they swabbed a bag, and the guy pulls my trigger weights out and he goes, "What is this?" And I said, "That's a set of weights for my work." And he goes, "Okay, we're going to rerun it through the scanner." I said, "That's fine, whatever." So he runs it through the scanner and he comes back over. He goes, "Can you show me how this opens?" And I said, "How what opens?" He goes, how these blocks of steel open." I go, "They don't open. They're blocks of steel. They're weights. They're weights and measures." He goes, "Yeah, but what's inside of them?" I said, "There's nothing inside of them. They're solid steel." I stood there for 15 minutes explaining to this idiot that they are round pieces of steel. They're weights, and there's nothing in them. Nothing. They don't open up. I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? You can't be that stupid." But they are. They are that stupid, truly.
God.
No two ways about it. Yeah, I've had them. I had a lady down in Phoenix when I was checking my bags in, and I declared my firearms. And the check-in lady for the airline, she went into an absolute tirade on me about why I had firearms and why I felt the necessity to fly with firearms, and how that was just absolutely unnecessary. And we live in a safe society. And I'm like, "We're just trying to go home. That's all."
Dude, and that's so weird, because the last time I flew through Phoenix with, long guns and shit, I remember going up and we're like, "Hey, I got guns in here." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool." And probably the 65-year-old lady, somewhere around there, 60, 65, rips out my AR, locks the bolt to the rear, checks everything out, sends the bolt forward, drops it back in my case. She's like, "Okay, you're good to go." Closes the case and moves on. And I'm like, "Damn,
Yeah,
girl."
checking guns. I've flown in and out of Phoenix 3 or 4 times now with guns, and man, that's always been like the most pro gun airport I think I've ever gone to. Well, besides KCI, Kansas City is never given me any issues.
I don't think I've ever flown through Kansas City with blasters.
Kansas it was one of the easiest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just hit the wrong lady on the wrong morning.
Yep, it had to have been. Yep.
She was not happy. I was like, I don't know what to tell you. And it was funny because I had my crank, and then in the case, and then I had like 20 of Seagal's guns in there.
Oh my God.
What do you want from me? You'd think I was an arms dealer or something. Hey, Steve, since we were talking about sights earlier, why don't you share a little bit about why you like a 110 front sight?
Ooh.
I love.
And the reason I asked is, the reason I asked this is because this just came up with one of your clients and my clients the other day. We were talking about it.
For me, I think a 110 to, a 100 to 110 with a 125 rear notch gives me a really good balance on the speed and the precision out the distance. For me, I'm generally a cover what I shoot guy versus a 6 o'clock hold. I mean, granted, I have guns that are set up for a 6 o'clock when I'm shooting, just X's and stuff and playing the game. But I cover what I shoot kind of deal, and I like to still be able to have a little bit more finite aiming reference at distance versus a 145 blade or, a 125 that most guys will commonly have depending on their type of night sights or whatever other sights it is they have, where at that distance it covers, 6 inches of that BA or whatever it is I'm working with at that point. One of my early go fast guns was a 160 rear 100 front. And it was literally nothing more than a go fast gun for me. And I mean, distance accuracy, that thing floated so much in that notch. I mean, it was acceptable for what I was doing with it at the time. But man, don't try to shoot bowling pins at 25 yards with it, because that sure as hell wasn't happening. That wasn't going to work. But for me, the other thing is my eye focus is better on that smaller blade up front. I get a better focus going through that 125 notch, and I can really get on that front sight. I really can. And I don't know if it's just the way my vision is set or what it is, but for me, I get a better focus with that smaller, narrower front going through that notch.
Yeah.
So. Tim, what are you at?
I'm at a 90 front with a 125 rear notch.
Yeah. Yep. There it is.
Yeah.
Are you running fiber optic, Tim?
Yeah. But I only use the fiber for reference to pick up the sight. I still use the actual front sight as my aiming point. And I'm like Steve. I don't use a 6 o'clock hold, but and I know a lot of bullseye guys or whatever. I can't speak for you, Joe, but I know that's kind of like that was the thing, was like to dot the I, with like the B8 or whatever, But I don't do that. Like for USPSA or even shooting 50 yards, 80 yard stuff. Like I want to know when I put the front sight directly on what it is I'm aiming at, and that's it. But I run a thinner sight, especially for like small poppers, like mini poppers at 25 and 30 yards. The way I've got my sight set up, I'd like to be able to actually see the popper, even though I've got the front sight superimposed on the popper. I like being able to see around the front sight. Mm-hmm. And so I know if the sight is on the popper and I'm seeing both sides of the calibration zone on the popper at 45 yards, I know no matter what, that sight is dead center on it. It's going to hit.
The other thing for me is too, and it's probably the same for Tim, is that, wobble's real when the gun's moving. Mm-hmm. And that margin of error, is decreased, so to speak, because I know that little dot is still swirling around somewhere in that space without having that big 125 or whatever it is, 140 if you're running night sights, that's leaving and coming and going and leaving and coming and going, where that 190, 110 is still hovering in that same space. Yep. And it's giving me that margin because let's be real, the gun is never stable.
Oh, no, never.
The gun is never stable. It's always moving. Everything else is always moving. So I like as much of that wobble to be, quote unquote, eliminated as possible, or to have as much of that sight still inside that wobble zone for me. And that's where I live with it, because the gun is always going to be moving. It is never going to be that stable. And it's an acceptable amount of movement, which we know is there. Mm-hmm. It's always going to be there. But having that smaller, finer sight just kind of gives me a psychological, validation or revalidation of what I'd already seen.
Exactly.
To press the trigger. And that's all it becomes. It's totally a psychological factor.
It is. You're absolutely right. I also, in my classes, that's a big thing that we talk about is sight deviation. Yeah. And even at 10 yards, is being able to deviate the front sight, bury it all the way to the left of the notch, the right of the notch, lift the front sight completely out of the rear notch, and then bury it until you don't even see it and pull the trigger. And I mean, people are just amazed at like what they can actually get away with if they stop trying to like over refine a sight picture.
And that's why they're slow, and that's why they're slow with red dots on pistols.
Right.
Well, and that's the thing, right, Tim? Like, why are guys slow from here to the shot breaking?
Right.
Because they're not seeing the sight. They're thinking they got to line it up perfectly.
You're exactly right, Joe. Yeah, it's over refinement. They feel like, because everything we're taught, you open up any textbook shooting instruction manual, it's all about, you equal height, equal light, center of the sight, blah, 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 blah. And it precisely, Steve, it's a, you know, you want to learn to shoot the gun fast. You got to be able to learn to see and accept less.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Are you using a 40 thou fiber optic, Tim, in that sight?
Yeah.
Little skinny one.
I don't like the 60,000s. To me, it's way overbearing. If on guns that I've, you know, like you, I don't know, you pick up and buy a gun that already has like a factory fiber and they always use the 60 thou fiber, I'll Sharpie the shit out of it to dull the fiber down as much as possible, so it's not blinding me. So, and I use a green fiber instead of red. Green, there's two rules of thought for it. So green, it takes less light in order for the green to show. So it works. A green fiber works really, really well in indoor ranges where light is always, your light is always at a minimum. And then also it's not overwhelming like in bright sunlight. So the green, I can pick it up, but I can actually see around the green. It doesn't give a halo effect like a red fiber does, where red can actually overglow to the point where think of like a 6 or an 8 MOA dot, you know, and then if like you turn the dot brightness up on a red dot and it becomes such a halo that almost the entire lens starts to glow or get a halo to it. The same can be said for like even a 40 thousandths red fiber. And so many people then they start shooting off the fiber like it's a fucking red dot instead of lining up the goddamn front sight to the rear sight or a semblance of it.
Yeah. Well, and then there's also the science behind eyes has shown in multiple studies that the human eye sees green,
correct,
green better than any other color.
The spectrum, right? The spectrum of green is generally picked up faster.
Technically, that's somewhat true, but the blues show up better in our wavelength spectrums, and that's been the problem. That's why I know you and I had talked about this before, Joe, when I was going after a blue front sight, and I ended up getting one from Chris James at Combat Precision off his sights, and I've been running a blue fiber, which is just
and I can get blue fiber now. I'll tell you what's even cooler. What we just found is we found a source for blue tritium.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's super cool.
Like similar to the tritium or whatever that's used in like fuck.
Yeah. You can
we're about to lose our signal.
Oh no.
It's about to die.
We're going down. Too much bandwidth.
It was just getting good.
6 hours.
So
damn. Of glory.
I can start it up again.
America.
If you guys want.
I'm going to bed at 3:30 in the morning.
Shut up, Steve. You're fine. Stop whining.
I'm good with it, AJ. You know me. I'm down for this party.
It's 1911 talk.
This is the latest I've stayed up in a long time.
I know, without your mom calling for you.
Fuck you.
AJ's wife went to bed at 6 hours